Okay.
Okay.
Well, that raises the question.
Yeah.
Um,
So we are live. Welcome to Evidence for You, live Google Hangout. We have Seamus and Nadia and Malik here. Hopefully we can have a good discussion about theism versus atheism. Go Seamus.
Hey guys, how you doing? Shamos here.
Good, good.
yeah. What?
Just,
What?
I want to say thank you, everybody, and I'm leaving right now because I have school, so I hope you enjoy your discussion, and see you soon.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, bye Malik.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Mm, okay. So, pray tell, what exactly is witnessing? I've heard people tell me that people are trying to witness to me, and I don't entirely understand the concept.
It's kind of like a Christian term that's used, but it could be used synonymously with evangelism, pretty much. I mean, within most contexts, it's pretty much synonymous with evangelism. We're trying to show you the gospel. We're trying to bring you the good news.
Mm,
Trying to witness for the Lord Jesus Christ.
okay. And so, basically, trying to convert people.
We're trying to, yeah, basically we're trying to bring them the gospel, just like the Jesus said at the end of Matthew, go out into all nations, spread my word. And so Jesus has told Christians to go out and spread the word and share the good news and the gospel, and make disciples of all people. So I just say, okay, Jesus, I'm gonna do what you ask of me.
Okay, so what made you decide to adopt that doctrine? Have you investigated other religions, or what made you a Christian?
Yeah, I have investigated other religions. I have done some study within Islamic theology, and it's kind of not as much as it used to be, but the last couple of years it used to be a pretty big passion of mine. So I've done a decent amount of study on Islam. But I think, namely, within your question of why I came to Christianity, it has to do with my like my conversion story, or which is it's rather long. But I would just say that, in short, I came to Christianity because the person of Jesus Christ spoke to me in such a way that I couldn't deny him, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well, if you could tell us about it, because I've heard a lot of a lot of convincing to them convincing reasons why they believe. If it won't, you can shorten it down to a couple of minutes, perhaps. I mean,
Sure,
yeah.
I'll shorten it down to the real short version, and the real short version pretty much goes something almost along the lines I was just saying earlier. I was an atheist for like all my life. 29 now. I converted to Christianity when I was 27. I would say it's been about almost 3 years, and so I went through a long period of being an atheist, and at a certain point in my life, I'd come to accept that there was a God. It was just kind of a profound kind of thought I had. I can't really explain it, but I just had the profound feeling that life cannot come from non-life. And I just felt like I had a deep, pervasive feeling that, because I always would ask myself the big questions and wonder, is there a God? What is the purpose? I mean, every person asks these questions, but I guess after a certain point in my atheism, I come to realize that there has to be a purpose, and non-life life cannot come from non-life. And when I was doing some studies within astronomy, I took a few electives in college on astronomy, and I did some study upon the Big Bang, and when doing some research on the singularity, it the properties of the singularity are like infinite mass and infinite heat, and I have a long going study of the theory of infinity. And anyways, just not to bog it down, but all those conclusions led me to believe that there's a God. You know, the properties of the singularity are a lot similar to the properties of God, infinite, and so on and so forth. So there was a time when I came from atheism to theism, and then from there I developed into my Christian faith.
Okay. Thank you. Nadia, go.
Okay. Well, probably the first thing I should ask is, what do you mean by study of infinity? Is this like Georg Cantor?
No, basically, there's been a few papers written on. There's been a lot of papers written on infinity, but there was a couple that I read, and one that really stuck with me. And it kind of infinity is like almost like a quantum concept that really you have to. It's hard for you just to really understand at its core. But when I read the paper and the way the guy framed it was pretty subjectively, but he framed it out in such a way that it sounded very similar to what an omnipotent being, like the qualities of infinity, and it had a profound kind of effect on me. I can't really say like why or how, but it just, you know, it was an experience that I had, and that those were the reasons.
Okay. Are you familiar with Georg Cantor and his study of infinity?
No, I've heard the name, but I'm not sure about the study.
Okay. In that, it's a mathematical theory of, I guess, what are called cardinalities, and well, a few other things like order theory. End up defining things like cardinal and ordinal numbers that are, well, these infinite numbers of a kind, and arithmetic on them, and the, I guess, underlying operations on sets or well orderings that give rise to the, I guess, arithmetic operations on them, and so on. It kind of makes infinity look a lot less mysterious. And there's also, I guess, what you might call asymptotic analysis, which studies the, I guess, the second notion of infinity having to do with limiting behavior as, I guess, one approaches a singular point.
Right. I think the properties of infinity, when you look at just the properties of infinity itself, or the actual theory of infinity, when you look at it in certain ways, it can seem less impressive. But when you liken the theory of infinity with the singularity and the traits of infinite mass and infinite heat, like if you look at the gravitational singularity Wikipedia article where it claims that the point has infinite mass and infinite heat, I think that when we take on the profound implications of not only the theory of infinity, but the theory of infinity as applied to heat and mass in an infinite way, it expounds the properties of God, as I was articulating before. Would you, or Nadia, have you done any research on the quantum gravitational singularity that theoretically started the Big Bang, and the qualities where it's apparently theoretically supposed to have contained infinite mass? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yes. Essentially, the notion that there's a quote-unquote infinity involved there largely proves that the situation is counterfactual, and that something else has to have happened. For instance, the sort of pocket universe theory of one universe spawning various others. There's the, of course, loop quantum cosmology that has sort of oscillatory framework and so on and so forth that are plausible alternatives to, well, essentially a mathematical contradiction. So that's my notion there. There's also a sense in which the infinities you're talking about are illusory to some extent. Like, well, general relativity, for instance, has an upper bound on force, and well, showing showing some kind of infinite mass, for infinite gravity, for infinite force, essentially is a mathematical disproof that the situation actually occurs, at least within the framework of general relativity. There's also, a real sense in which these things can be illusory in some respect. For instance, the curvature at a corner is, or radius of curvature, similar to that, is infinite. That already shows that these infinities arise from normal everyday situations, at least in continuous space-time. Within discrete space-time. Go ahead.
I think you raised some interesting points about some of the mathematical possibilities, and I think a lot of these eccentricities within mathematical possibilities are really highlighted at the beginning when you examine the Big Bang. For instance, where all the forces were combined into a superforce, and it wasn't until afterwards where they begin to separate to the strong and weak nuclear force and gravity and so on. And so there's mathematical inconsistencies from the start of the Big Bang Theory, which is a unique way of looking at it. So I think that it has kind of expounding.
Yeah, Shamus. Okay, sorry, Nadia, go.
Go ahead. No, well, in my mind, it means that when extrapolating backward through time, our models only work, to a limited extent. Where we end up with these quote-unquote infinities, our mathematical models are simply just not usable. We have a situation without an adequate mathematical model, which is fine, except of course that that's a standard model. Essentially, all it really does is show that the standard model doesn't apply to this early universe scenario, and one of the alternatives, or some alternative not yet devised, is has to be the case. So loop quantum cosmology, pocket universe, whatever.
Yeah. I usually deal with young Earth creationists. Shamos seems to have another stance. I was wondering, Shamos, where do God come into place in your worldview? At the Big Bang, or at the creation of our Earth, or when?
This is how I kind of look at it. I generally lean towards views of Big Bang and evolution. However, I must acknowledge, some people aren't willing to acknowledge that. Well, I won't frame it that way. I'll just say this. I'm willing to acknowledge that I'm not an expert and that I haven't done all of the research. And a lot of the information that I've heard, I've taken on face value of the popular scientific community. With that being said, even though I hold these generally regarded assumptions about science, I'm not, because of the fact that I haven't done all of the research, I'm not absolutely certain of them. So what I'm saying is, could I be wrong? Yes, I'm willing to admit that. But what I'm saying is, I'm willing to, for the sake of rationality, to conform to Big Bang and even evolution without it necessarily destroying my worldview, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Actually,
Sure, but I was wondering, liksom, where your God enters our universe. Or has he always existed, or
Right.
was he the one that sparked
Yes.
the Big Bang? Or?
Yeah, the God that I refer to, when I say the word God, the capital G-O-D, I would refer to, the Creator, infinite being, who's always has been, the Alpha and the Omega, and this Creator, is eternal and transcendent, and this being, God, created time. So he's always been there. He's always been eternal. He didn't start with the Big Bang. He didn't start with evolution. He's eternal, and he's always has been, always will be. He's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
Well, that is kind of hard to grasp, because I mean, existed for eternity and then all of a sudden sparked the universe. I mean, that's quite incomprehensible to
Hey,
non-believe.
that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, sure, but
that's why it's so fascinating.
Yeah, it is, because actually you cannot exist outside of time and space, because if there is no time or space, there is nothing, and you cannot exist in nothing.
Right. As we know
according to
it,
Einstein.
right.
So.
Right, yeah, as we currently know it in our finite understanding. Like we're willing to acknowledge as humans that we don't know everything about everything. So in our finite knowledge and what we have been able to see about matter and the observable universe is just in fact what you just said. However, we can't rule out the impossibility of which. And so I would always say that we should always be searching. And since I believe that God is truth and the ultimate standard of truth, I'm not afraid to keep searching for truth, because I think that truth will align with God. So I say we need to keep digging. We need to keep searching for these questions. We need to keep on science, and we need to figure these things out.
Yeah, but there. Yeah, okay, sure. That is a great approach, but you see, we cannot investigate things outside of our universe. I mean, you can look at it this way: if you grab a shoebox and you place your shoebox on your table, and your shoebox is the entire universe. That is everything that exists, and there is nothing outside it. Okay, in the shoebox we have our entire universe, all the galaxies, you and me, cancer, love and hate. You cannot have something outside of the box, because outside of the box there is nothing.
Right.
There's no rocks, there is no gods. I mean,
right. So this suggests that we'll never ever be able to fully prove if there's a God, and that
sure.
Right, and that's interesting. It has very profound implications.
Well, actually, Quentin Smith has presented an argument that because of this kind of inability to interact with the, I guess, early universe, deity can't really be the cause. It goes something like, okay, first off,
Deity most likely isn't the cause, is the proper word. Can't is
not most likely, actually, a priori.
You say can't.
So, right, and that is by analyzing the different means of causation. So, usually the way they go is there's a spatial adjacency or path connecting them, temporal precedence of the cause and effect, of the cause before the effect, and then last but not least, some kind of what they call a nomological principle of action, right? So there's trouble is there's no before for the cause to precede the effect. There's no space to have a spatial connection, and there's no sort of nomological principle or quote unquote natural law or whatever it is that could enable the deity to have the effect. So on all three counts of that particular definition of causation, The deity could not have been the cause. And then the argument is developed further to examine other definitions of causation, and goes on to show that they don't fit.
Right, and then there's 100 other models like the Kalam cosmological model that do the exact opposite. So
No, it's actually
there's varying degrees of models that promote whether there could be a god or not. So there's
a direct refutation of the Kalam.
Right,
or in other words, to the extent that there must have been a first cause, the cause could not have been the deity. Right.
Right. So here's how the Kalam works, is how I've best been told. There's about 100 or 1,000 refutations of the Kalam, and then 1,000 counter rebuttals to those refutations, and about 1,000 more counter rebuttals to those counter rebuttals. So what I'm saying is, just because the Kalam has one counter rebuttal, what I'm saying is that model has one theory, and the Kalam has there's many theories out there. So what I'm saying is just that they're theories. But what I want to say about what evidence
but it's not a theory. It's about causation
if it was fact,
itself.
We wouldn't be having this conversation.
It's about causation itself.
Theory on causation.
It's not really a theory. It's sort of more definitional.
But I wanted to bring up what evidence said earlier about his box analogy, and I never know for certain if there's a God, because I mean, like he said, you know, if we can never look outside of space and time, how can we check for a God that's where he's supposed to reside? And I think that poses a very interesting question, but I have a kind of unique view when it comes to that. I think that regardless of how we may never ever know in this lifetime whether there's a God, the Christian claims for God will be found out the moment you die. Like the moment you die, you will know if the Christianity is true or not, or you're going to know if atheism is true or not. So you're only about 80 to 100 years away from finding the answer to that question anyways. So we might not know in this lifetime, but one day you will know.
Well, yeah.
I'm a lot closer. I'm a lot closer than that.
Well, let's hope not. Well, that is that is one take, Shamus. It's almost like the young Earth creationists telling you that you will come to know God with the underlying threat of hell. I mean, sure, we cannot investigate things outside of the universe, but to the scientists and those who do not believe in God, there is nothing outside of the universe. So there actually isn't a problem to solve. I mean, if we had to believe everything that could reside outside of our universe, I mean, we have to believe in a lot of gods. I mean, usually our gods were very near us. They were on our Earth. I mean, you had love gods, you have sun gods, and you have all these gods that you can actually see and almost touch. And the more we learned about this, and the more we proved were wrong, like thunder and so on. They moved God out to the heavens and out to the universe, and now apparently God is outside of the universe. And that is a claim we cannot falsify. So that makes it a hypothesis that we cannot take seriously.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a hypothesis we can't take seriously. But what I will say is that, along the same lines of what you said, it's something we're not going to be able to confirm. But it's also something we're not going to be able to deny as well. So if we need to be able to look at it in the same charitable light as the fact that we acknowledge that we're not going to be able to look outside space and time, so we're not going to be able to prove in that respect. But we also have to acknowledge that if we're unable to look out in space and time, then there's no way for us to disprove either. So I think this leaves us with a very level playing field, and it just allows us to either you either come to the conclusions on faith that you do on faith alone, and there's going to be no conclusive evidence to sway you for or against. So it truly lets the Christian doctrine of faith have a truly righteous meaning in what it was, what it was intended.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a plain that we have a plain stance at it, because I mean, sure, you cannot disprove things out of the universe, and according to most knowledgeable people, there is nothing outside of the universe. But I mean, we do know that God apparently did interact with the people here on Earth. So apparently he is everywhere. And you know, if we take the Bible, for instance, we know that things in the Bible are wrong, and we can test those things. And other claims about that Christians make, like prayers or healing and those things that we know are wrong. I mean, if we take the first line in the Bible, at the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, that is not scientific at all. I mean, you know, our Earth was created.
14.6 billion years ago, created
Yeah.
by the Big Bang, and everything else by the coalition.
Yeah, you know, that was almost 10
slowly over
billion
time
years
into
after the
things
universe.
that- Right.
Yeah, I don't think the
This is
playing
how
field
I
is
feel
level.
on that issue. Okay, well, you're biased. I'm just joking, Nadia. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think the playing field is level. I think the to the extent you have the possibility of a creator, you have this causation in, you know, a special sense that only applies to the causation of the universe. And can you truly cause it causation anymore, or call it causation? To the extent you have something on the order of a timeless, immaterial, omnipotent, omniscient, disembodied mind, you have, well, something unlike any mind that, you know, we would call a mind, save for that one. It's, you know, it arrives at special pleading on so many different facets. And there are claims of, you know, I guess the survival of the soul, or otherwise an afterlife, which, again, have pretty strong arguments against them. There are claims regarding, I suppose, the things, the problem of evil, regarding the worthiness of worship, and, you know, to some extent, by the time you account for, well, various things, the deity is almost like a natural force, like a, you know, law of gravity or something that you would, well, not consider worthy of worship, but, you know, okay, if you acknowledge it's there, then you're essentially indifferent to it, and it's indifferent to you. And, you know, you end up with, you know, more trouble surrounding the, well, argument from, what is it, divine incomprehensibility, or otherwise in contrariety, where, you know, the extent this thing has a message and wants people to receive it, the means of transmission are very poor. You know, it didn't exactly, you know, leave stone tablets carved for all time to be stared at. You know, did things in a language languages that don't exist anymore, on, you know, scrolls that don't exist anymore, and so on. The you know, argument from divine hiddenness, again, has plenty of people who are ready willing to accept the faith. They perhaps accept the wrong ones, and well, they're you know, left in the dust by this deity and so on. there is so much stacked against it, so much there's really a great deal of trouble with. The entire sort of emanation of morality is supposed to occur from, some combination of divine authority or holiness or nature. Divine nature is,
Well, Nadia,
innately divine fiat, and sort of thwarts its own entire thing just by its basis in divine authority, and so on. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's no end to these things, and no end of
You've
reasons
touched
not
on
to
about
believe.
15 different issues, from God's plan to the transmission to the Bible to all sorts of interesting thoughts that it's really hard for me to respond to. But of all the things that you've touched on, the one that I'm most interested to touch base on is the transmission method. And I find that very interesting because I've always had interesting thoughts on that. But I say this story a lot, but when Muhammad was telling, and he was in Mecca telling the Bani al-Quraysh tribe about his visions with the angel Gabriel speaking to him, Allah speaking to him through the angel Gabriel. He was telling the elders of the tribesmen of the Bani al-Quraysh tribe about him being a prophet. And one of the people told him, one of the elders said, why would God send you? This is such an inefficient means of transmission. If there's a God, why wouldn't he just send an angel, or why wouldn't he just send himself, or whatever? And they laughed at Muhammad. And Muhammad's reply was pretty simple. If you go back and check the Torah and the Injil, these are how prophets have been given to mankind since all eternity. So in relation, unique in the fact that even Muhammad acknowledges the fact that the method of transmission is very lackluster. There's a God, and he's omnipotent and all these things. Why doesn't he just let his will be known? Why doesn't he just show everyone in the world, I am God, this is my will, worship me? And I think the question, or the answer, is very simple. God has a plan. God has a purpose. We don't know this purpose completely, and you're just along for the ride.
Well,
yeah. There's deep trouble with this because you're essentially just saying it's God's method, and the entire question revolves around, well, this being a poor method. These prophets and
your ability to question the method doesn't deny the possibility of the God. For example, if I can say, I don't like the method in which God reveals himself, is that an argument that there is no God? I don't see it that way. I see that as an argument of your finite human mind has trouble understanding an omnipotent, infinite being's mind. And that makes sense to me. You're not going to fully understand an omnipotent, infinite being's mind. It's not possible. It makes perfect sense.
But there's no trouble really understanding it. There's trouble in receiving the message at all. How many sacred writings were lost just outright, just because the parchment rotted away or whatever? How many sacred writings were mangled beyond whatever, or are incredibly difficult or incorrectly interpreted because the language is too ancient a version of Hebrew, too ancient, or too obscure a version of regional Greek, or regional ancient Greek, that is. The languages have died out from under the text, and in real respects, the text is not entirely recoverable.
That's interesting. When it comes to textual history, we're very fortunate as Christians to have the largest textual base for any ancient text. It has the largest amount of textual and manuscript data. And we as Christians are very lucky for this. I'm not sure if you know, but the Muslims had a thing. I don't know what century it was. It was after the death of Muhammad, where Uthman, there was something known as the Uthmanic revision. What happened is the head of the caliph, he rounded up all copies of the Quran and had them burned, and then he had the one copy of the Quran recopied and then distributed. So, and then that was the authorized copy of the Quran. Well, what happened in Christianity? This never happened. And so we never have a large burning or a large of, so most of the textual data is still there. Now, for example, we've come across the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi library, and we've been able to examine fragments of some manuscripts. And what we can go back and see is that these fragments and these untouched manuscripts that were buried in the deserts of Egypt, almost since the very, very early times, have little to no manipulation amongst the texts. And
Well, I wouldn't claim the variations are manipulations, but I would certainly acknowledge there are variations there.
I think that what it really testifies to is a lot of the textual authenticity and the non-manipulation of the Bible. For example, a lot of those scrolls were buried in the deserts for 1,500 years, and then you go through all the Catholic Empire and all this tampering that could be. And what you do is when you see the original manuscripts are translated, they're very, very close, and it shows a very devout meaning for textual transmission through Christians throughout the ages, and it's something that we've taken seriously, along with the Jewish people.
Well, I mean, you might think that is true, and you might be convinced that it is, and perhaps you even can find sources on the internet that tells you so. But I'm so sorry to tell you, but that is not true at all. I mean, the Bible is an edited copy of an original that we doesn't have. So, I mean, there are, there are 5,700 old variants on Greek to the Bible, and there are 11,000 variants on Latin, and not one of them is correct when you compare them word for word or even sentence for sentence. I mean, the oldest transcript we have from the New Testament is called P52. It's called P because it was written on papyrus, and that it's only 3 sentences long, and I mean that is dated to have been written after Marcus died. So I mean, and all this, you have this clearly added inventions like the famous
long ending to Mark, or there's the addition of the adulteress and the Gospels. Believe me, there's not much you've said that I'm not aware of. And what I will say is what I've said earlier. We are blessed as Christians to have the largest textual base of any ancient text. And what this allows us to do is the larger the base we have. You said we've got 5,000 of these, 11,000 of these. It's the largest of any ancient text. And what we can do is we can compare, and we can look and see similarities, and it gives us a wealth of data that we can go over and make. So let's say, for example, we have some things that are off, and only 80% of the things are right, and then we go through the manuscripts, and we see that 80% of them are synergistic, and then we go through and look at the 80%. What I'm saying is, for an ancient text, it's good to have as many copies as possible, and it's good to be able to look. And the great thing about it is we're finding more and more and more and more copies. I mean, it could 100 years from now we could find a full copy of Mark written from 15 years after the death of Jesus. I mean, we could find all types of stuff. The quest does not stop, and we got a lot of data, and we're willing to keep finding more. And I think it doesn't take anything away from the Bible to have that.
Well, that was quite a good spin. I mean, first we have you almost had us convinced that we did have the original and everything was true and there was no discrepancies whatsoever. And when I just told you the contrary, you just turned around and said, "Oh, we."
Oh, I didn't dispute that there were no discrepancies.
I
What I
mean,
did say
I
is
mean,
that
I mean, all of a sudden we are blessed that there are so many variants. I mean, that was quite.
I didn't say that there was never any discrepancies, because obviously if I'm talking about textual criticism with you about the New Testament, I would not be sitting here talking to you about textual criticism claiming there's never any differences, because I know better than that. I know about the addition to Mark. I know about the additions in some of the Gospels. I know about some of the verses that were added. I'm not ignorant to these things.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, we can talk about copies of copies and all of these things, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that that if the Bible was written or inspired by the perfect creator of the universe, it wouldn't include, I mean, such stupid things like slavery and death penalties for subordinate teens. I mean, I'm sure that you would rather see a Bible where Jesus' teachings of love didn't include hell.
Well, unfortunately, as a finite human being, if in fact there is a God, I don't get to pick and choose what I think is right or wrong or what is moral of God. In fact, if there is a God, every idea and belief I have on right or wrong was instilled in me by God. So you can't turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. So what I'm proposing is, if there is a God, it doesn't matter what he's done. He's the ultimate authority. There is no authority higher than him. He's given you all your memories, all the love, all the feelings and emotions, all the hate and the pain that you've ever felt. This man is above reproach.
Okay.
Well,
welcome, Blues. We take Nadia and then Blues. Okay.
yeah, but I should briefly point out that the revisions and such are actually accounted for and theorized about by biblical scholars. In fact, once in seminary school, once you would regard as theological authorities of a sort, and they show things like, well, the evolution from polytheism to monotheism. I think particular Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9. Its variance between the Masoretic text and the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's, of course, the usual Markian priority versus Q-source theories competing for explanations of the essentially textual derivation between the Gospels. And in fact, the history of the ancient Hebrew people has been traced to, I think, essentially Ugarit, a Canaanite city that clearly had the Canaanite religion, and even demonstrated syncretic adoption of the deity Yah, probably from Sumerian sources, is like an alternate name for Enki, but in any event, or Anu or something like that. But either way, I mean, there are deep troubles with both sources of text and their revisions, and also the evidence available from deuterocanonical texts like the Ascension of Isaiah, which is practically line for line, kind of a doggerel copy or changeover of the Descent of Inanna. And in that it shows some pretty clear borrowing of the resurrections of Inanna and Tammuz, feeding into I guess the Christ what's the right way to put it? Claims about Christ, supernatural claims about Christ, as well as well-established precedent in say euhemerization of Romulus and others for euhemerization process for Christ himself. And in fact, the entire sort of punishment reward system of heaven and hell, as posited by Christianity, quite differently from Judaism, is Hellenic in nature, following, I think, a number of mystery cults ranging from Orpheus, Dionysus, and a few others. So there's some pretty deep trouble as far as where these texts got their ideas from being traceable, and their editings also being traceable. Go ahead.
I think Seamus should respond to that. That's only fair.
Oh, I just wrote in the chat, I was just wondering if Nadia purposely makes 15 points every time so that I forget 12 of them and only get the opportunity to respond to 3, because I would love to slow it down a little bit and respond to everything you've got to say, but if you make 15 points, I don't have that type of memory. I just really don't. But what I will say is one of the last things you said, since I can't remember everything, but one of the last things you said about the Jewish Bible, the Jewish theology of hell as compared to the Christian one. And wow, there's so many articles on this. It's a shame that lowly me has to describe this to Nadia, but Christians usually describe this along the lines of progressive revelation. And just as in Christ has been progressively revealed to be the Messiah, it's just how the doctrine and the theology about hell has been progressively revealed through God and in His revelation in His Word, the Bible. So, my response to you within a Christian worldview of why the progression of hell from the Jewish to Christian theology is quite simply progressive revelation. I'm sorry I can't remember every other thing you said, but I'll try to do better. I'm going to get out a pencil and piece of paper here in a minute.
Oh, yeah. I can rewind for you if that would help, but I don't know if it would just disrupt the flow or what. And I think Blue's trying to
If I may, though, Nadia, Seamus, let me ask you something. I could go into what Nadia said, and I agree with all of that. But don't you think your heart is kinder than your doctrine?
Right, yeah, I get that same question in so many different forms, and you actually have posed it in the most simplest, shortest form, and I actually like that, the way you posted that. I would say, yeah, a lot of Christians will feel within their humanity and their finiteness, certain things they might disagree with when they see, like, the Amalekites or the slaughtering of the Canaanites, and you just feel like you're almost more moral or more just than this God. But what I would propose is that is not true. I would propose if in fact there is a God, all the morals of which you've got have come from Him since He had made you. So what
are those morals absolute that have come from God?
Only as defined in the Bible, not defined by man. Any moral that a man defines is not absolute. It would have to be defined by God.
Well, then the 6th commandment seems to have been violated by Yahweh Himself. It came from Him, so it's godly. Thou shalt not kill, and then we see examples of Yahweh killing. Not to mention, do you really believe that Hindus go to hell or Muslims go to hell, that they burn? Do you really believe that?
Sure, you said two things. First of all, the commandments are for man, not God. God doesn't place commandments on Himself. He's God. He's the ultimate authority. The commandments were given to man to follow, not for God to follow. God is the creator. He created all things. He's allowed to do with His creation as He sees fit. If in fact there was a God, and if in fact He did create all things, then it would logically follow that He's allowed to do with His creation as He sees fit. Now, to address the other thing about Muslims and Hindus, within Christian theology, it states pretty clearly Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and then no one comes through the Father but through him. So it states pretty simply that the only way to get to God is through Jesus Christ as
What
mediator.
about people who never heard the message?
It's interesting. A lot of the Catholics have an interesting approach to that within the Catechism, Lumen Gentium. It basically says, I'm not Catholic, but I'll read you kind of what they think. They say that anyone basically who, through no fault of their own, who isn't exposed to the gospel will be judged by basically their good deeds or their hold on, let me find it for you. I'll actually see if I can pull it up.
But since I have been exposed to the message and have heard it from people and have rejected it stunningly, I will burn.
From all evidences that I have, yes. I don't know. I'm
well,
not saying.
Yeah, that's a funny word for evidence. That's just a strange thing because the texts of the Bibles aren't evidence in the way we normally understand that word, my main man.
Right,
Why
right.
is your heart... Okay, you know what? Why is your heart not kinder than that doctrine? I think it is.
No. I just said...
you know what? You don't understand... Brother, you don't understand that you are making rationalizations for what is evil. You are actually doing evil right now. You might not know it, but you are. And that's all bubbly motherfucking Blue has to say.
Okay, okay. Sure, you can answer. Blues doesn't usually behave that way. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Seamus. And then Nadia.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Let Nadia respond. I need a minute.
Okay. So I pinged a few Christians to back you up here, and hopefully you, well, things. You don't take that as a token of, well, what we have to offer. I think Evidence and I are playing a very different game from what Blue's doing there. I think, well, the problem of evil is probably a bit wide-ranging. Maybe I could touch on a few different things I went on earlier, or maybe just focus on the alignment with Greco-Roman mystery cults.
Sure.
Okay, so the trouble with your notion about progressive revelation is that there is a tremendous coincidence that this Hellenization of, well, Palestine or Israel or the Holy Land or whatever, from Alexander through Caesar and so on, had a pretty direct correlation to the introduction of these Hellenistic ideas from their mystery cults of, heaven and hell as a sort of punishment reward system. And while the parallels aren't perfect, it gets relatively clear things are borrowed, especially with when parallels are drawn to dying and rising gods, like Romulus being written into history, and ancient Roman history, that is, and Aeneas, of course, likewise, being a mythological hero, written into history, and Dionysus, of course, rising from his ashes, and everything else. So there's a large amount of trouble with this. This progressive revelation doesn't actually explain why then, why there, why well, that revelation and not another. Progressive revelation could be anything. It could have happened anywhere in the world. could have happened. You know, it was arbitrarily the time of Noah. This Hellenization process, you know, with the conquests of, you know, Greece and Romans, on the other hand, has far greater explanatory power. Has, you know, pretty concrete, well, alignment with doctrine. I think you're not going to be able to contest well just by declaring progressive revelation. Go ahead.
I think it's touchy when people talk about progressive revelation because it really touches on the foundations of someone's worldview and what the big question is when you're talking of when I claim progressive revelation, the only way to really dispute that would try to claim that the text was not divinely inspired, and I think what that does is it really opens up a whole nother can of worms and a kind of another little rabbit hole for us to go down. But what the deeper meaning is when you're asked about progressive revelation is, in essence, is the Christian revelation true? Because if it was true, then that would validate progressive revelation. So I think what the deeper question is, how do we know that the Bible is accurate, or the Bible is the inspired Word of God? And so I think I propose you to ponder that deeper question.
All right. Well, first off, we know the Bible was, well, written down by human beings. Now, a judgment as to whether things were divinely inspired and so on have to do with, I guess, decisions to incorporate canon or, well, refuse things as canon. Later on, I think. Hi, Scott. Good to see you on. And there are, well, quite a number of questions there. I mean, for instance, the four Gospels included are not all that consistent amongst themselves. Granted, there are ways you can harmonize them, but to the extent there are, you could apply similar techniques to, well, still more Gospels. The extent you have, I guess epistolary and so on, that wasn't incorporated, like Clement, Barnabas, and so on. Probably better examples. Same questions are raised as far as harmonization and why they couldn't have been harmonized just like everything else. And I mean, because frankly, given the kind of I guess directed, or what you might call motivated reasoning that goes along the harmonization process, you know, that same kind of motivated reasoning could be applied to, you know, much else. And then the truly problematic things come, you know, where there is no canon whatsoever, or things that are not in any canon whatsoever, like the Ascension of Isaiah, you know, and of course various Pesher and Targum that you know, show well, on the one hand, they're claimed as, what is it, having evidence for Christ in the Babylonian Talmud referring to Yashu, and there's more trouble where you have what are the big problems with Targum? But okay, since you're worried about gish galloping, why don't I just stop there and let you jump in? And
Sure.
If you're seeing several hangouts, Scott, I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, you touched on a few things. You talked about the canonization of the Bible. You touched on the authorship of the Bible. You also touched on the different like point of view accounts within the gospel and some of the concerns that they raise and possible harmonization. So what the first thing I'll talk about, or the first thing I'll address, is what you brought up about the four gospels. So we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, as we see, and they all show like a different point of view, like a harmonistic point of view from the life and teachings of Jesus and his ministry. And so I know that you recognize some of the harmonistic elements that we could use to tie in the Gospels, but I'd like to pose to you a different question. If people, there's a lot of people that raise these questions about, oh, there's four Gospels and there's little things that are different in each one, and some things Jesus said this and some he omitted this, and for example, the good teacher lesson, the guy comes up to Judas and says, good teacher, what do I need to do to be saved? And in one account, Mark, I believe it is, Jesus quotes the Shema Yisrael. He says, our Lord our God is one, and then he goes on to talk about the Ten Commandments. Well, in another gospel account, he doesn't quote the Shema Yisrael, and he just says, the Ten Commandments. So what I would say to you is, when early Christians were offered these accounts of the Gospels, these four accounts, and there were others, what made them pick these four? Why not pick just one? Why not pick just John? If there was going to be people like Nadia that were going to wondering why, oh, there's four Gospels and there's four different approaches, why pick four? Why not just pick one? We wouldn't have people asking questions. The reason why we picked four is because they're the inspired Word of God. And these Gospels that we have, these four, are the most authentic and the most precious things that we have. So that could tell you why. Why would these Christians even include four different views of the Gospels if we thought you would criticize them, if we didn't think absolutely they were the inerrant Word of God, which we do. And another thing I'll touch on just quickly, I don't want to talk for too long, but you also talked on the canonization and the authorship of the Bible. This is a huge subject, and I could probably go on for like about 20 minutes on just these two questions, so I'll hold it off to you, but I'll say if you're interested about these questions within the Christian worldview, Dr. James White, who's a PhD in Christian theology, has a hour and 15-minute seminar where he talks about the inspiration, canonization, and transmission of Scripture. And it's a YouTube video, an hour and 15 minutes long, and it basically holds the general Christian theological views on the questions you just asked, the same views that I actually hold personally. So I'm going to drop that into the YouTube, the chat bar, and you guys can put that on the showcase or do with whatever you see fit. But I think it would be a pale comparison to have me sit here for 10 minutes and try to go word for word with someone so eloquent as Dr. James White. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, actually, a big part of what I argued was that the harmonization process is, frankly, able to harmonize almost anything away. So, to the extent that there were Gospels not chosen, difficulties in harmonization wouldn't be sort of a real justification for their exclusion. And given that they're essentially consistent by the standard of being able to be harmonized, they should essentially qualify as divinely inspired, despite, varying quite a bit. Like Gospels of Thomas, Nicodemus, and Judas.
Okay, the Gospels of Thomas is a very interesting read, but the Gospel of Thomas is a much later text than even the Gospel of John, which is the latest Gospel. And if you look within Thomas, it was edited in varying stages, and there's actually some very peculiar lines in Thomas that are very subject to even Christian theology. Some people, the Gospel of Thomas is actually pretty short, but what I would say is, for as short as it is, most people haven't read it in its entirety. And the deeper you get into Thomas, the more wilder certain verses become. So what I'll do is I'll shut up for a second, and I'm going to pull up this one verse from the Gospel of Thomas, and I'll let you people judge for yourselves.
Well, I'll grant you that they get pretty wild. Yet, I would say the way harmonization works, Thomas could be harmonized, no problem. As well as Nicodemus, as well as Judas.
There are varying degrees of why certain texts have landed in the Apocrypha. Like, for example, I just noted some of the reasons why, for example, Thomas was ascribed that position. But there's anywhere from dating to inauthenticity of the writers. So there's any of these texts that you claim could be possibly valid were actually invalidated by the same means that other texts were validated. But I found that. Go ahead,
I find that the dating on the for canonical Gospels themselves is pretty late and later than Pauline epistles and so on. Hi, Green. And there's a further trouble that effectively none of them were authored by the, I guess, authors that they claim to have been authored by. So there's that too. Go ahead.
I think there's always going to be claims within the authorship of ancient texts because the older and older they get, the harder and harder they are to confirm. So when you have an ancient text, it's easy to ascribe certain haziness qualities to them. But you did speak about the datings of the Gospels, which I did want to touch on for a second there. But before I do so, I want to read you guys the quote from the Gospel of Thomas that Nadia was just talking about. Here's the verse. It's 114 from the Gospel of Thomas. It reads, "Simon Peter said to them, 'Mary should leave us, for females are not worthy of life.' Jesus said, 'See, I am going to attract her to make her male, so that she might become a living spirit that resembles you males. For every female element that makes itself male will enter the kingdom of heaven.'" So I'm sure you can see how bizarre that is, and if you add that to the late dating of Thomas, you can easily see why that one didn't make the cut. And yeah, I could easily debunk a lot of the other Apocrypha that Nadia's brought up. But what I will do is I will touch on the canonical Gospels as presented in the New Testament and some of the dating and some of the authorship, if you would like.
But that's an argument that an atheist would try to bring up against the authenticity of a gospel. An attempt at harmonizing would, well, proceed by other means. Granted, I've not personally pursued an attempt at harmonizing Thomas with the canonical Gospels, but I find that the standards of harmonization are loose enough that they can reconcile effectively anything.
Right. And like I said, you were also talked on the dating of the Gospels and some of the authorships, like and you spoke earlier of Markan priority. So to touch on a few of these things that Nadia spoke on, like as far as the information that we have, the earliest Gospel would be the Gospel according to Mark, which is usually dated somewhere around 65 to 70 A.D., which is about 35 to 38 years after the death of Jesus. And that will be the earliest gospel that we have. And it's assumed by higher textual criticism that the Gospel of Mark was the basis for Luke and Matthew. And there's definitely a fair amount of evidence to support Markan priority, that Mark came first and that they were the basis for Luke and John. I think not Luke and John, Matthew and Luke. So the latest gospel is John, dated somewhere around the year 100. Some people might date it a little bit earlier, some might date it a little bit later. But the other two gospels, Luke and Matthew, fall somewhere in between of that. And the authorships are variously disputed. There's no unanimous decision. There's no council for authorship. There's no UN council to decide who's what. So I can touch on those, but Nadia is just going to probably dispute a lot of the authorship. So what I'll do is I'll stay away from that. But the last thing I'll say in closing is, compared to the death of Jesus in the Gospels, the earliest Gospels about 30 years, 35 years, like I said, apart from the death of Jesus. Some of the earliest Pauline works that we have are actually earlier than that, some scraps that we have from the Pauline epistles. But I think what this does show is that within an ancient text, to have manuscript data and have information this old, this recent, 30 years, 35 years from the death of Christ, I think it's a very valuable asset into Christianity and textual criticism. So I'm actually proud to say some of these things.
Yeah, okay. We welcome David to the Hangout, and of course Green Soul. Anyone is free to join in and talk. And Nadia is doing makeup.
Well, not quite makeup. Looking after a long spell in the hospital. Okay, well, some of the trouble with this, though, is that there is contemporary writing that is notably silent on the issue. For instance, the census, well, pretty clearly didn't happen the way described in the Gospels. In fact, it's pretty darn likely it didn't happen at all. I mean, it's not the way Roman censuses were done. Killing firstborn children associated with them would have been, a matter of instantaneous insurrection. I mean, imagine even nowadays, as pacified as people are, that kind of announcement. And, well, even, was it Tacitus, I think, and Suetonius cover the years that are involved, and they're notably silent on the issue. Though, of course, the year, I think there was a particular year where the fire was supposed to have happened that one of the authors has like a chapter missing. So I see quite a bit of trouble with, well, the independent attestation of events, being silent on it, number one. Number two, well, the later attestations of the events being, well, notably questionable in terms of interpolations, as well as also...
Can anyone hear me?
Oh, yeah, we hear you, David.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Aha! I was muted, and I did it to myself.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, what is it? Interpolations, like in Josephus, are pretty well understood as not matching up with the surrounding text and so on.
So are you speaking on the historical secular accounts of Jesus, or were you just talking about historical secular accounts of Christianity, or
historical secular accounts of Jesus?
Okay, sure. I know that you mentioned the Josephus reference, and this is but the Josephus and the Tacitus reference are two of the most widely used secular references. There's a bunch more, but for some reason these are the ones the secular scholars like to use. And there's about anywhere from 12 to 16 non-secular references to what could possibly be Jesus. Anywhere from Pliny the Younger to Justinius to Thales, Marbar, Serapion, and it vary in degrees of how you interpret those. But like I said, the most widely accepted is the Josephus reference, which is interpolated over time and has some Christian tampering. and also the other one, like I said, was the Tacitus reference. But what I will say about the Josephus reference is it has some Christian tampering. It has been interpolated, but most modern scholars generally agree that there's a small core that pre-Christian interpolation had a small few sentences about Jesus. So even the secular scholars, like even Bart Ehrman, usually give credence to the Josephus reference. So even a lot of secular scholars have given credence to the uninterpolated core of Josephus. There's huge articles on this online. You can read all about it. It's pretty well known.
That's not what I see. The usual thing is that our usual claim about Josephus is that one of the two references has to be thrown out basically entirely, and the other appears to have been a more surgical interpolation, but has some kind of oh boy, yeah. It's a more surgical interpolation, but it's still. I think there's an earlier manuscript that has a different spelling that would refer to something different from Christians, and it's referring to, instead of referring to Christ, it's referring to Christians as the one that's left standing after knocking out the one that's really bad, and then it has the sort of Christus versus Christian problem, which is notable elsewhere too.
It seems to me like a transliteration problem between Christus, Christos, the Anointed. It's a fairly similar. Happens a lot of times in transliteration. But what I will say is this: various scholars definitely dispute the secular sources. For example, most scholars, when looking at historical Jesus, they're not going to want to use non-secular sources. Like, they're not going to want to use the Christian sources. And I think what that does is it lends kind of a vicious double standard where a lot of times most scholars will outright reject Christian historical documents based on biases, and they'll outright reject them a priori based on the fact that they could be biased. But what they're failing to recognize is they're outright rejecting a priori the best sources, which could possibly be the best sources. You know what I mean? I think that when you try to look at the person of the historical Jesus and only approach it from a secular historical timeline, you are disingenuous and give less credence to the true person you're seeking to discover. But with that in mind, and while examining the secular references, within the historical Jesus community, there's a pretty wide consensus amongst two things. Most scholars that do write on the historical Jesus almost unanimously agree that the person of Jesus did exist. There's a few fringe scholars that are in minority opinions that view that Jesus mysticism claims, but for the most scholars that actually publish on the subject, it's pretty widely held that there was a person named Jesus that did exist. And I would point you to the historical Jesus article on Wikipedia, which basically confirms everything I just said. And there's two actually almost widely held undisputable claims of the person of the historical Jesus. One, he was baptized by John the Baptist. Two, he was crucified on a Roman cross under the ruling of Pontius Pilate. Some people don't add the Pontius Pilate reference, but either way, he was baptized by John the Baptist and crucified outside Jerusalem. And these are very rarely disputed among modern scholars who actually write and publish on this subject.
Yeah, okay. Actually, there are no contemporary sources that mention Jesus whatsoever. But let's invite David Hickman, I suppose, I'm sorry, to have some airtime, and then you are free. I will be right back, and Nadia have the moderator controls.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, David.
I've got nothing to really contribute to this subject other than to say, who cares what the book says? It doesn't make any difference to the claims that are made in the book. So who cares what the Bible says?
Oh,
Seamus?
It's hard for me to really frame a response to that.
I mean, why would you take the story of the Bible any truer than, say, the Iliad or Beowulf, for example?
Right. Sure. Well, first of all,
I'm not.
sure I'm a Christian. So that's why I'm a Christian.
That doesn't really explain why. That just says that you do and you are. Why do you give credence to one ancient book above every other ancient book?
This is not an ancient book, a fictional account. This is a historical account. This speaks of moments of history. Pontius Pilate was written in the Gospels. Pontius Pilate was a real person.
Yeah, the Iliad mentions real people and real historical events, but that doesn't mean that Zeus and all of his cronies are real. Doesn't mean that the Odyssey doesn't mean that Odysseus went to hell. These are all fictional accounts. They're myths. That's not to say that there isn't some truth in them, but they contain exactly the same truth that all other literature contains.
It seems like a kind of a broad, general statement that I would be unwilling to commit to.
Of course. But look at all of the other books, all of the other holy books of all the other religions throughout time. You don't believe any of those, do you?
Right, I'm a Christian. No, I don't. But I've studied the Quran and Islamic theology on a pretty decent basis. So I could have a discourse on Islamic theology if you were interested in that.
I'm not interested in theology because theology is basically fairyology to me. It's my bailiwick. My favourite book is The Life and Work of Tolkien. I know his work inside and out. Doesn't mean that Middle Earth is real. And it doesn't mean that The Lord of the Rings doesn't contain moral truths or truths about the human condition, just like all other good literature.
Bilbo Baggins wasn't claimed to be a real person. Jesus Christ was. Tolkien never claimed that Bilbo... Oh, well, that separates it from the category you just put it in. If J.R.R. Tolkien claimed that Bilbo Baggins was a real person...
Yes, I realize that, but...
Okay. I mean, I like your analogy. Okay, I'm not trying to pick it apart.
What difference is there between the claims made in the Bible and the story in The Lord of the Rings? Let me put it this way. How do you differentiate your claims from your imagination?
None of the people in The Lord of the Rings were real, and the people in the Bible, many of the people in the Bible are proven to be real.
So
none of the people... Well, I mean,
there are people...
If you're just going to
okay, let me go to Beowulf. Beowulf is a fictional story. All right, sure. You agree? Okay, but within the story of Beowulf are actual characters and an actual recounting of historical events that happened before it was written in oral tradition amongst the Norse people. So there are people and events in Beowulf that actually happened. So does that mean that the dragon is real?
Okay, so since there are historical elements in Beowulf, that means that, not to say that we should believe absolutely in everything Beowulf says, but maybe let's consider that some of these historical references could hold some weight. Have you ever postulated that? I didn't say let's think dragons and bumpkins and fairy tales are real.
No.
No, if this holds historical weight, if it holds historical context, let's look into it. Who's afraid?
Okay, it does. It does hold historical context, but does that make the dragon real? Would any amount of historical research on the poem of Beowulf make a dragon real?
It sounds like a non sequitur to me.
Why? Well, the Beowulf contains miraculous events.
So you're comparing a dragon to the person of Jesus Christ, who's a historical figure.
No. I'm comparing the fictional nature of the literature, even though they both include historical events, with each other. Beowulf contains historical events, but clearly fiction. The Bible contains historical events and also clearly fiction. So what's the difference?
Okay.
Other than the fact that you're a Christian and you believe one over the other.
Right, yeah, so, yeah, you just pretty much nailed it right on the head. Because I'm a Christian, I think one's the inspired word of God, and the other is just some little fairy tale that somebody made up.
Okay, so you believe because you believe. Yeah?
I have my reasons. I mean, I didn't just wake up one day and decide to just roll a dice and become a Christian. I mean, I've got my reasons.
I'm not. I would never say you did, and I would never doubt that you've had an experience that you attribute to God. What I do doubt is that you attribute that experience to. And my question that I've been bouncing off theists and have had no answer is this. This is the only question I have for religious people is: can you propose a method by which I can reliably differentiate between your God claims and your imagination?
No, because if I could, I would have evidence of God. If I had absolute evidence of God, everyone would be Christian. So there's no way to differentiate if the authenticity.
Okay, so you admit that you can't propose such a method. Therefore, yeah. I'm entirely justified because I see no difference. I see no difference between the claims that you make about Christianity.
I'm not forcing you to believe in Christianity, and you can, like I said, hey, you seem like a good person. You seem like a nice guy. You believe whatever you want, and hey,
okay. I just like to say that your response that no, I can't propose a method to distinguish between imagination and my claims is the only honest answer that I've yet heard. 99 out of 100 Christians, especially on YouTube, will bend over backwards and wave their hands like interpretive dancers to try and avoid facing that question. So good for you for admitting that you can't. And because all I have to go on is your assertion and a book which convinces me not, to me it is indistinguishable from the imaginary, and in my opinion, I'm fully justified in dismissing the claims of...
Sure, God bless. Okay. I wouldn't even sit here and say, hey, buddy, you're going to hell, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you make the decision you got to make. Everything's cool. I appreciate it. I think, everything's cool.
Okay, well, fair enough. Cool. And yeah, I just had to get that out of the way because I've run across so many, you know what Christians on YouTube are like a lot of the time. Yeah. Well, they're the ones that I run into most, and they're the ones that get heated when I bring this up. And if you could admit that no, you can't demonstrate any difference, I'm happy to leave it at that. And as far as I'm concerned, that makes you reasonable.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, there's a lot at stake, so to speak, figuratively. I mean, if
you believe the story.
Yeah, sure, but if we cannot know that the Christian God is real or not, I mean, how are we that is not?
I never said you couldn't know. I just said
but you know, I mean, we are not atheists because we just decide to be. We are atheists because of the same reason you are a theist, I suppose. We just didn't wake up one day and decide, I don't believe. I mean, we find the evidence poor or unconvincible. I mean, but if we are wrong, I mean, God sure loves a barbecue, right? And I mean,
yeah, I was an atheist for 25 years, so I was an atheist for 25 years, and then come to Christ.
I mean, does God want us to burn? Is he that kind? Is he that?
I think it's a loaded question. I mean, I think if you're asking a question that it's you already know the answer to, or you're asking a question just to get a response, you're trying to raise a loaded question. But what I would ask you to do is just rephrase it and ask why. Ask the why, not you see what I'm saying?
Well, I could ask the why, and I have asked the why. I mean, if it's loaded or not, as I said, there's a lot of things at stake here. I mean,
well,
can I just interrupt? Can I just interrupt for a second?
Very briefly, it's called the soteriological problem of evil. Okay, go ahead.
just going back to what's his name, Shamos said. You said that you can't propose a method by which I can differentiate your God claims from your imagination, but then you said you didn't say that we couldn't know it. So how can we know something if we can't differentiate? How can we know something if we can't differentiate it from the imaginary?
Sure. This is how I would say.
You can imagine that.
I know what your question is. This is how I would say it.
Okay.
I don't have anything that I can show you myself. Like, I don't have any evidence I can present to you.
I'm not
you
asking
see what I'm saying?
for evidence.
No, but listen, let me finish. It'll only take about 2 minutes. What I'm trying to say is I don't have any evidence that I can, like, I don't have a genie in the bottle or a way I can conjure up some type of evidence that I could show to someone that they would say, oh my God. But what I do have is a personal experience. So what I would say is I can't prove that there is a God, but you personally can come to know God. So what I'm saying is, when the relationship that I have with Jesus Christ is personal, I can't show you that personal relationship. You know, I can't display it for you. But what I'm saying is, it's possible to know God if you come to have that relationship with Him. I cannot reach within me and then, right? Yeah, right. I can't prove that to be true, but I'm just saying in my experience.
Can you listen to my question again? I didn't ask you for proof. I didn't ask you for evidence. I asked for a method. A method to tell the difference between your claims and your imagination. Go ahead.
Wouldn't the best method be some type of proof? You say you want a method to distinct. Wouldn't it though? Wouldn't the best method be some sort of proof that I could show you that why I'm?
No, a method is a series of steps designed to lead to a prediction and be testable. So if you're saying
know the answer to that, you know that I don't have such a thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's it. But you went on about evidence and proof, and I wasn't asking for that. I want a method.
Right. I think I might have confused the statement where I said that you can come to know Jesus Christ, but it's not something you can demonstrate to another person. It's a personal relationship. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, sure, but
I still don't.
Yeah, sure, but
sorry, go on.
Apparently God only reveals Himself to certain people, and I mean, you have people that have prayed, that have sought Him, that have cried over Him. I mean, and apparently He only reveals Himself. I mean, to some of us. I mean, that's quite.
You can come to Christ without having some deep feeling. I mean, people come to Christ for all types of various reasons. Some people come to Christ just because their parents are Christians. Some people come to Christ because their grandma died and she was a Christian. I mean, not all Christians come to Christianity for the same reason. Do you see what I'm saying?
From what I've seen, most people come to Christianity, especially later in life as adults, because of some emotional problem or addiction. They're usually escaping a crisis in their life.
There's all sorts of methods of which people have come to Christ. I mean, you know, no one story, two stories are the same. You know, what one person.
No, but that seems to be in common. That seems to be the thing in common, that at the bottom of most adults who have come to Christ as an adult, they have some sort of emotional or psychological or behavioral problem that they know is a problem, and somehow being a Christian helps them get over it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stories like that, whether it be substance abuse or you name it, a rough divorce, or, you know, there's a lot of, what would they call them, like catalysts, you know, there's certain moments in people's life that kind of send them down another direction. Like some people, let's not even talk religiously here, let's just talk about someone who, you know, they're kind of, you know, sitting around their room, not really doing nothing, not having a job, and then, you know, something big happens to them. You know, one of their family members dies or gets cancer and passes away and says, you know, I really wish you would do something with your life. You know, sometimes these dramatic events, it doesn't spurn people to religiousness. Sometimes a dramatic event will turn someone to seek success in their life, or sometimes a dramatic event will make them not want to do anything more with their life because they're scarred because of it. So it's not just these events that bring about religiosity. These same events.
I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, but they bring about all types of unique changes in people's life, and sometimes religion is, you know, to do with it and sometimes not. Yeah, but it's always a big event that changes somebody's life.
Can I go back to your previous point when you said that you were an atheist for 25 years? Yeah. I've been an atheist all my life. I was an atheist before I even knew there was a word for it. I never had a belief in the supernatural, but I have been a reader all my life.
Same here, David.
And
Same here,
so
David.
I have an intense relationship with my own imagination, and I know the difference between imagination and reality very well, which is why it seems to me unavoidable a fact that religious people are imagining these things. I'm not saying that you imagined the experience that you had that brought you to your faith, but what I am saying is that you have misattributed your imagination. You have mistaken your imagination for something external to yourself, and I think that's what all religious people do.
You realize that's a naturalistic, materialistic rationalization for that. Like, you're totally discounting the supernatural. Okay, as long as you realize that, you're not even willing to negotiate the supernatural.
It's not that I'm no. It's not that I'm not willing. It's that I have seen no evidence. And the first challenge is for you to demonstrate a difference between supernatural claims and your imagination. And so far,
I'm not here to demonstrate that I had a supernatural claim.
When I say you, I mean you plural, as in you people that claim these things are real. And so far, not a single one has been able to. And the only answer I've got is the one that you gave me. No, I can't.
When you were asking or saying that there was a rationalistic, materialistic justification of something, Seamus, what was it a justification of again?
Oh, he was offering
justification. A justification for my naturalistic explanation of his belief.
Yeah, let Seamus answer.
That was fine.
Sorry.
No, he summed it up pretty good. That was cool.
You have to forgive me jumping in and talking. I very rarely get to join in Hangouts because I live in Australia and I'm 9.5 hours ahead of everybody. So usually you're either having a hangout when I'm in bed, or I miss it for some other reason. So it's unusual that I get in here.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome, but it's easier if everyone can finish their statements within reasonable time limits. Go ahead, James.
My apologies.
No problem.
Well, I don't really have anything to say. If anyone has anything else they want to say to me, or I'll address anything else if Nadia has anything to say. But for right now, I'm kind of at a loss.
Yeah, Nadia.
Well, we have other approaches to these kinds of questions. They're in general called atheological arguments. The creation specifically has several counters, including Schieber's fine-tuning, Quentin Smith's logical impossibility, divine causation, and I would also hold up Michael Martin's Tang, as well as quite a few others. I mean, there's trouble with the account, not just on the textual merit, but also the sort of logical coherence as well. And I think that it's not a matter of difficulty in understanding. I mean, you had an earlier claim about finite mind and so on, where I'm explicitly grounding arguments in the mind being finite when I go on about how an unshakable belief is impossible. You're either reliance on an external process that, well, because of its externality is shakeable, or have an infinite regression in a finite mind, which is a logical contradiction, right? So, same thing for counter-arguments versus free will. Can you will what you will, what you will, what you will, or will to will what you will, whatever. And on the same grounds, the finitude of the mind is very well understood, very clearly accounted for, and is not the basis of a counter-argument against, you know, demonstrations of contradictions within, you know, I guess the conceptual framework of Christianity. And okay, why don't you just go from there? Because you're worried about gish galloping.
I think when you're talking about like the finite mind and trying to understand, I think it has pretty profound implications when you're trying to ponder the questions about God, and you're trying to wonder about these type of ideas that are really kind of just rudimentary ideals, such as omnipotence and omniscience and all-knowing and all-powerful. And what I postulate is when a finite mind tries to comprehend things that are just literally uncomprehendable. I mean, any human that thinks that they can fully comprehend what omniscience or omnipotence would be like is just, you're doing yourself a disservice. So what I think.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
If you don't mind. You say finite mind versus infinite mind, and you throw around all these terms like omnipotence and omniscience and blah blah blah. Where do they relate to reality? The only way that you can come about those ideas is by extrapolating from observation of reality and imagining things. Where are the ties to reality of such things as omnipotence?
All right, so first of all, when you have like a discussion within opposing worldviews, like for example within an atheist and a Christian, you have to take into consideration a Christian's worldview. So like for example, if you're going to talk to a Christian about, you know, your worldview, and then you can't discredit their views of God within their worldview. So like you don't have to say that you believe them, but what I'm saying is you're going to have to, if you're going to want to understand what a Christian means when he's speaking about theology, you have to understand the basic principles I just told you: omnipotence, omniscience, all-knowing, all-powerful.
They're not principles. They're not basic principles. They're just words and concepts.
Yeah. Okay. Well then,
there is nothing to evidence those things outside of the human imagination, which is my entire point.
Right, but within the theological discussion of Christianity, these topics are well known and discussed. And if you're not willing to talk about abstract topics, they're abstract topics. If you're unwilling,
I'm willing to talk about abstract concepts till the cows come home. But my question is, where do they tie to reality, other than the imagination?
Well, I mean, also I can hit maybe less common ways of
yeah, sure.
going after the omnis, like
yeah, sure. Nadia. I just want to say that let everyone finish their points and don't talk over each other. We are all adults here. Sorry, go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah, like omniscience versus intelligence. Well, you have a small bit of trouble with no learning to be done, to have a speed of learning, and for that matter, you know, some difficulty in terms of timelessness to, you know, have anything such as speed at all. This timeless, omniscient mind is, you know, essentially incapable of intelligence. You also have trouble with, you know, let's say your omnipotence is limited by logical possibility. Well, at that point, your deity is no longer the drafter of logic. It's subject to logic, as at least as you conceive of it. Except, of course, if you reject what it is, and logic is its fiat, and well, at that point, your omniscience admits, or omnipotence admits logical inconsistency, and the universe is unintelligible. So, for there to be logic, you have something of with an omnipotent deity, you have something of an unsolvable paradox there. and that's like the first of 3 prongs of Michael Martin's Tang, by the way. So if you want to look that up on infidelis.org, that's got chain of rebuttals and so on.
Right. I mean, I find like arguments like that about trying to they're just they're all just theories and just kind of people's attempts to rationalize these abstract conceptions. And I think at best that's all they really are, abstract rationalizations of conceptions that can't really be rationalized. So I think you can present all of the this guy's view on this or this guy's view on that, but at the end of the day it all boils down to no one's view is absolute fact or anything like this. So we can talk about my views and your views and his views and their views, but at the end of the day they're all views. But if we want to come together and talk about the atheistic worldview or the Christian worldview and try to understand the theological differences and stuff like that, I think that there's meaning in that. But to just try to line up and square off and poke holes in each other's worldviews, I don't find a whole lot of meaning in that. And you probably noticed from multiple hangouts, I don't really criticize the atheistic worldview at all. I don't do that. It's not my place.
I'm not criticizing, I'm asking questions. And I'm still waiting to hear where these ideas of omnipotence and the omnis and timelessness correspond to reality.
Right. They're abstract concepts attributed to God within Christian theology. So if you address Christian theology, you're going to have to address these abstract concepts.
I didn't ask where these concepts tie into Christian theology. I said, where do they contact with reality?
Are you suggesting they're
right
not?
Now?
Well,
yeah.
Right now, where do you see omnipotence in nature?
In God.
And where do you see God?
In everything.
So you see omnipotence in everything, is that right?
You would have to
because you said everything. So point to me an example of omnipotence in reality.
God.
In reality, not in your imagination.
Well, I mean, then we get into an argument over whether or not that's your imagination or not.
Well, that was my question to start with. Can you demonstrate any difference? Can you demonstrate any difference?
It's an unfalsifiable claim, so you're not going to be able to demonstrate it.
It's an unfalsifiable claim, so therefore it's arbitrary. And why believe it if it's unfalsifiable?
Okay.
Of course it is. If it's unfalsifiable, it's arbitrary.
No.
Yeah, sure. One at a time, please. Please behave. We are all adults, okay?
Yeah. I would.
I mean, I think that you're making an arbitrary claim as well, saying that it's impossible.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm asking how it's possible.
It's not possible. If it's not impossible, then it's possible.
Why?
Because
I don't know whether it's possible. I don't know if it's possible or impossible.
You just said that it
I have no idea. What are we talking about? God's existence?
God's existence.
I have no.
Are you saying that it's impossible?
I have no idea. I've got no idea what you're talking about when you say God, unless you explain it to me.
Well, if you don't know, it shouldn't be a problem, should it?
Well, every conception of God I have heard is incoherent at best and indistinguishable from the imaginary.
Okay. Right, that's certainly your view of it.
So again, I ask, where do all these concepts tie into reality? What we can observe, not what we can imagine.
Our understanding of spirituality, that they'll tie into reality if you choose to understand them. Or if you're able to
your choice,
you may not be able to.
Okay.
What do our choices have to do with what is? Our desires and our wishes have no bearing on that which is. That which is independent of what you think.
So just because you don't want God to be real doesn't mean that He isn't either.
Hang on. When did I say I didn't want God to be real? My wants have no my wants have no bearing on what is. So to say that I want or don't want God to be real is wrong, because I accept the fact that what I want has no bearing on what is.
I agree with you.
So when you say I don't want God to be real, you're actually revealing your bias, not mine.
No, if you don't, if you do or you don't, it seems like you don't. You're coming at this from a very strong perspective, so that's my assumption.
A naturalistic perspective, because we know that the natural world exists.
So you're saying that every description is incoherent, and that's just not my experience with it.
Yeah. Okay. I think Michael wants to say something, and then I would have just 20 seconds to of airtime, please. Okay, Michael.
Okay, this is not mine, but this is one description of God I've heard, David. 1, he's not physical. 2, he acts on the physical. 3, he created the physical from nothing. And 4, he predates the universe. That's how the biblical God would be described.
And that's incoherent. What was your first point? What was your first one?
About that?
What was your first one?
Wait, you said it's incoherent. I think you asked him what is.
Hang on. What does non-physical mean? That tells me what it's not, but it doesn't tell me what it is. So what is non-physical?
I think the best
not
way
physical.
to describe it is what he's not.
I said
Predating the
he's
universe. Oh, sorry.
not physical.
Yeah,
Acts
and that is
on
what?
the physical.
All right.
Hang on.
Well,
You still haven't told me what non-physical means. That tells me what it's
Usually
not.
use the
Doesn't tell
term
me what it is.
ethereal,
May I be very brief?
Yeah, go now.
Predating the universe is incoherent because the universe is a connected space-time region, and essentially there is no possibility of predating the universe. Go ahead.
I think non-physical means he is a mind in the Christian theology.
No,
Yes.
but
Well,
go ahead.
well,
But
consciousness
okay.
is non-physical. Are you willing to tell me what consciousness
yeah,
is?
that's what I was.
consciousness is an emergent property of physical brains.
An emergent. Well, where's your proof of that?
Have you heard of Phineas Gage?
No.
At the end of the 19th century, he was a steel worker and nice guy from all accounts. And then there was an accident, and an iron bar went through his brain, and his personality changed instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And there are countless examples of people with brain injuries and diseases whose personality and mind go out the window because it is dependent on their brain.
Personality and consciousness, I think, are distinctly different.
Well, your consciousness is what gives you your personality. Your consciousness is everything in your mind that is cognitive. So your thoughts, your imaginations, your instincts, all of that. That is your consciousness.
Whether or not you're consciousness. Whether or not you're conscious. You either have it or you don't. And you can have a fully functioning mind without having any consciousness.
What?
Yeah.
You can have a fully conscious mind without being conscious.
No, that's not what I said. So your mind can be functioning without being conscious. So there's people in comas, their minds are functioning, they're just not conscious.
Yeah, sure.
But they still have consciousness. They still have a brain activity. It's just that it doesn't
They have brain activity,
connect.
but there doesn't seem to be consciousness there. I mean, well, you can ask
actually,
somebody in a coma whether or not they're conscious. I don't think you'll get much of an answer, though.
Medical definitions of consciousness actually specifically preclude comas. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's because they're rules out.
Well, you know, I mean, we are talking about words that are man-made here. So, I mean, people.
Yes, I agree with that.
I mean, people surely have different meanings when they interpret those things. I mean, besides humans, I only think that dolphins and some monkeys are self-aware for one thing. But since the topics have been, I mean, we doesn't seem to go forward. I would kind of change this one into, I mean, Ocean, you were a Christian, I think?
No.
No. Okay. Is there any other Christian here besides Seamus?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So, then perhaps Michael can get the floor and explain to us why he is a Christian and why he thinks the way he does, and then everyone can counter that one if they want to. Okay.
Well, just for me, it's a personal relationship with God that I tested. I called out, asked, and basically I asked and I received, and I've continued to ask and I've continued to receive, and it's increased my faith. It's the simplest way I could put it. I can't give you any evidence, really, apart from try it yourself.
So again, you're in the same boat as Shamos. You have something that exists in your mind, and you believe it's real, but you have no way to demonstrate it independent of your mind.
Well, if I had a,
Well, no.
God is by
Actually,
definition unfalsifiable. Just it's how he works. You're not going to be able to prove him in a science lab. He's not going to fit in the
Then why believe it?
Philosophy.
Well, if you're going to be taking naturalism as your defining worldview, like you seem to, there's no reason to believe in God because he doesn't have predictive capability. He does, however, have spiritual value.
What do you mean by spiritual? I see that as a weasel word. I see spiritual as a weasel word. It's a license for people to believe whatever the hell they want without good reason.
What do you mean by
weasel word? It's a slippery word without a definite meaning that allows people to insert whatever meaning they can get away with. It's basically an excuse to believe whatever the hell they want to believe without good reason.
Is that not okay for a person to do?
Sure, if they want, but when
it's what they believe, you know. I mean, why?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got a lot of things you believe that.
I mean, people believe in God usually because of, say, a scripture that appeals to them, that speaks to them, their heart. Mostly it's on emotional level. For me, it's an emotional level thing. Spirituality is very much an emotional thing. And it's has to do with discovering yourself, more than it has to do with discovering anything about the natural world around you.
But isn't that what we're trying to establish?
Well, God may or may not affect the natural world.
God may or may not exist.
It depends. Yeah, that's true. God may or may not exist. However, I don't think that it's impossible, and I don't think that somebody who believes in God should necessarily be subject to the kind of haranguing you're giving.
Well, I actually find science rather enlightening regarding myself. I find the bed nuclei striae terminalis to explain certain things about myself that are rather important. I find the system of serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin, and vasopressin to be rather enlightening as to my own, I suppose, internal perceptions and ultimately behavior. I find Wernicke's area, Broca's area, the VLR reflex, and so on and so forth to be, far more enlightening than, well, any salvation promised or, I don't know, theology of, personifications of natural forces running around. And in that respect, the naturalistic method has a great deal to say about ourselves. We can introspect ourselves with it, and we have. And the answers we get have real power. They have the power to give us drugs to give us drugs to improve our lives and livelihoods. They have power to, well, improve our interactions with others in ways that are vastly more reliable, I find, than any kind of supernatural belief or faith or anything of that sort. We are getting answers, and we are connecting with ourselves and others through our naturalistic worldview, and I find, frankly, the promise of religion very uncompelling, especially in comparison. Go ahead. Actually, well, very briefly, no, it's not really a science-religion dichotomy entirely, but it.
We're going down that road.
Well, even so, you know, it's kind of like what does quote unquote my worldview have to offer? You know, I'm kind of giving things there. Go ahead.
I have science and medicine in my worldview too. We have a lot in common.
Can I just jump in and apologise if it seems like I was haranguing anybody? Perhaps I'm a little shell-shocked from my time in the trenches fighting against the fundies who are constantly lobbing grenades of pure stupidity. It's refreshing to find Christians that aren't lobbing stupid grenades.
Very rare.
Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, I have to give kudos to Seamus and others for being so nice. I've been in a lot of hangouts where religious people aren't so nice. You can watch my channel for the latest for my latest video, for example.
Well, there's a lot of good being thrown on both
your
sides.
faith and inflicting it on others.
Because the kind of attitude that David, I think his name is, just kind of threw out is not something that is all that rare. I bump into it a lot, and I'm sure that Seamus has as well.
Yeah. Well, I find there is, you know, plenty more that my quote-unquote naturalistic, materialistic, etc. worldview has to offer, even beyond the practical, even the aesthetic. Yeah, this old Sagan saw about stardust, you know, common descent. We are kin to all life on Earth. We are whirlwinds, kin to tornadic storms, you know, in something of almost a fanciful way. We are, well, even more than that, you know, surrounded by, you know, cathedrals mightier than any a pope or priest has ever constructed, and made of, you know, theorems of Lebesgue and Weierstrass and, you know, Tarski and Turing and Church and them all. Gödel too.
Darwin said it best. There is majesty in this view.
Yeah, there is a lot of satisfaction to be had with that, and I don't know, a figure like a deity, you know, poking their hands in this is so petty and imperfect, as it seems to me. So, I don't know, just distasteful. Such a disruption of you know, the actual order really is lying in front of us. You know, dwarfs any imagination we might have, that, you know, makes all these quote-unquote miracles pale in comparison. Okay,
what
go
I like
ahead.
about science is its corrective nature. I remember reading in a book once, Robert Pershing book, he was talking about how there was a naturalist convention, and in this convention they held these truths to be true, these things to be true. All swans are white, and only lizards lay eggs, only mammals suckle their young. And then Australia was discovered.
I'm in Australia.
Yeah. And then there's a black swan, and then there's the damn platypus. And then there's the platypus, and all of a sudden the science went, damn, we're wrong. Let's see how we're wrong. Religion is we're right, and fuck you if you get it, if you don't agree with us.
I agree.
You guys definitely have a way with words, for sure. You're very eloquent.
That's nothing that... I'm a high school dropout. I've just read a lot.
I'll say what I don't like about naturalism is that my experience with it is that, as far as its attitude on God, it's decided that if something doesn't have predictive capability, it is then useless completely. And we throw it out. They throw the baby out with the bathwater, I think.
There never was a baby. There was just the imagination of a baby.
See, that's where I have the problem.
That's an absolute claim.
Nature. He has a lot to explain. If he is a Christian God, I want nothing to do with him. Send me to hell.
I tend to have the same attitude.
If it's an absolute claim, it's borne out by the evidence.
True.
Well, I'm going to say that it's just as hard to prove that there is no God as it is to prove that there is a God.
I agree.
As lowly human beings tend to go, we go for what's more probable. As science grows, the belief in God, at least the excuse of believing in God, shrinks.
I don't see the correlation.
Well, the trouble is the things like the ontological and the kalam and so on and so forth don't really hold up very well. And things like the argument for physical minds, number one, both moralistic and atheological, pretty much comprehensively quash even deism. I mean, there's the ground is not equal. There is philosophy that applies to this. It is not science, it is philosophy, but it is not beyond study, and the conclusions are there for you to read.
Definite. They're less than definite. They're all...
Gymnastics is fun, but it's hardly verifiable.
They're a priori. How much more definite do you want?
So you have definite conclusions on what, then?
The existence of things like omniscient, omnipotent, timeless, immaterial, disembodied minds.
My objection to religion is...
somehow created the universe. Go ahead.
My objection to religion is, if we would just get out of politics and leave science alone, I wouldn't give a damn. It'd be like homosexual sex to me. As long as it's not being inflicted on someone, who cares? But religion doesn't hold back. It goes like a virus impeding everything.
Which is one of the reasons I'm here talking about it.
I think that you're very specifically talking about Christianity with that, and even then, just certain forms of fundamental Christianity.
Yeah, I'm just a Christian guy sitting in my bedroom in front of my computer. I'm not out there spearheading the lobbies of the U.S. government. I'm a Christian guy. I accept Jesus Christ. I'm sitting in front of my computer having a conversation with a few people I just met. I didn't start this game. I'm just playing it.
That is totally true, and I appreciate that you are here, Seamus. Thank you.
Well, you have the trouble that the Family Research Council, Focus on the Family, and American Family Association, never mind such fronts as the Pacific Justice Institute and Mars Hill Church and such, have no such qualms and are acting in
I agree with you.
Flying the same banner, as Christianity you are flying.
Is there anyone who recently joined who wants to talk that hasn't been able to yet? Okay, apparently not.
And very briefly, for my own interest in, religious whatever in the U.S., you can see from my Hangout Lower Third why religion has a problem with me and why it creates problems for me.
I always thought the LGBT community, the best thing I could do was just mind my own damn business. But when I saw how religion likes to inject itself into other people's lives, no one should apologize for being in love with another consenting adult. Religion expects you to.
Yeah, I
get
totally
back to
agree. But we don't have any young Earth creationist fundamentalists here. So
Okay.
Yeah, the type of Christian that you're talking about isn't here, and I would also want to point out, this is a soapbox I tend to get on with, especially the naturalist atheist or new atheist types, that you're using religion as a catch-all phrase. What you mean is Christianity, or what you might mean is Abrahamic religion, and even then.
Revealed religion. Revealed religion.
What do you mean revealed religion?
The people that claim that God told me X.
Yeah.
I think that you can have that and it'd be perfectly fine.
Any religion where people say somebody outside the universe told me something, nonsense as far as I'm concerned. Indistinguishable from the imaginary.
I don't take an issue with that. Apparently, I think it's obvious that you do, but I don't. I take issue with it when it attempts to get involved in a government in a way that tries to restrict freedoms. That's what I'm not okay with. And
Thank you. I like that.
As far as America is concerned, that is certain forms of very conservative Christianity exclusively. That is certain forms of conservative Christianity exclusively.
Mm-hmm.
Can you think of I mean, as far as America is concerned, I know Islam does this in other countries.
I'm not American for start.
Does this? Okay, well, and in Australia, I guess.
Islam is Christianity without restraints.
Do you see the Aboriginal religions getting involved in the government in a way that's trying to restrict your freedoms? Do you have a problem with their religion?
Well, they don't have an organized religion. They have spiritual beliefs of the dream time, and the only involvement they have in our government is to try and claim land rights that we've denied them for centuries.
Right.
They don't actively promote their. Well, I suppose they do, but they're a minority, and
it absolutely.
Well,
is.
It's not actually.
If it has shamanism, which it does, it's revealed religion.
It's an oral tradition. They have transmitted these stories throughout the generations for 40,000 years.
Again,
so it's not revealed by an outside source. It is passed on word of mouth through their communities.
They don't have shamanism?
Not to my knowledge. They have a vague animism, I suppose.
And those animistic spirits don't commune with the living in Aboriginal religions?
I've got no idea, because their religions are closed to outsiders for the most part. Yeah, they have communication with spirits, but they don't claim revelation from the author of everything. That's what I'm talking about.
What's the functional difference there that matters to you then?
Because the people that claim revelation from the author of everything are also trying to ride on the coattails of his supposed authority and use that authority to further their own agenda. Aboriginals don't do that.
I'll claim revelation from gods, but none of the gods that I worship are creators. So does that mean that I'm in the clear,
how do you distinguish? Well, no. How do you distinguish what you supposedly get revealed from outside of yourself from simply imagining it?
How do you distinguish if other minds are real if you can only verify your own mind? I mean, if you
talk to them.
Epistemology, yeah, but how do you know they're real?
Because I assume that it's a precognitive assumption. It's one that it's an assumption that you make when you're a child before language even is a part of your life. And it's axiomatic because it's self-evident, and we all learn it. Yeah, it's only when we get to the point that we can think about these concepts that we can postulate solipsism, for example.
You've accepted a few base things that you don't know for certain. Like, for example, you don't know honestly if my mind or if I'm really sentient and talking to you right now. You're just taking that for granted. So there's a lot of.
But there is sensory evidence, though. You're speaking. I'm hearing you. Thought is what produces speech, and speech comes out of human mouths as a result of thought, and the thought is a product of consciousness.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. I know that that David likes to talk a lot, and he is welcome to.
Sorry.
He's making points, and he's being asked.
But I mean, Seamus has done pretty well so far. Actually, very well. But to bring up precept, whether you are a Muslim or a Hindu or a creationist or an atheist, we all assume that the world we live in is the world we live in. So it doesn't actually make the conversation go forward at all.
Right, but when you have a strict evidentialist that's only taking things that he can verify, and then when he's tossing out certain things, and then I'm just trying to understand where is the line that he draws on what things he assumes and what things he doesn't assume, and how does he?
Evidentialism isn't the limit of knowledge. Evidentialism gives you your base sensory input. From there, you can use your metacognitive abilities to think about the concepts that you form directly from observation and create higher levels of concepts and form a hierarchy of conceptual ideas. So
I'm just trying to find out from your perspective as a naturalist, materialistic, evidentialist, what things you're willing to accept axiomatically or presuppositionally, because you seem to reject a lot of things outright that you cannot confirm. So I'm trying to show you certain things that you can't confirm that you're willing to accept. So I'm trying to find where is the line of things that you're willing to accept.
One at a time.
Sorry.
Right, I'm just trying to find the line of things you're willing to accept. Okay, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. What?
No, you're right.
I would very briefly mention that at least the extremely deflationary form of eliminated materialism I subscribe to is not vulnerable to this sort of mind problem, given that it essentially denies consciousness, mind, and so on. Go ahead.
Well, what I think
I accept.
No, go on.
No, go on. No, sorry. I've hogged too much time.
What is. The evidence we see before us is this. There's been no proof. There's been no credible witnesses since 2,000 years, and maybe not even then, that God exists.
Well, you would have to define credible witnesses, because I would dispute that, obviously.
And define what God is.
That's a Bible thing.
God doesn't want to show up. If God doesn't want to take a direct hand. In the Bible, during the 10 plagues, it's been said that Pharaoh's... Sorry, my dog's having a freak out here. Pharaoh's wizards could do magic. If you could show one example of one person being able to do magic, real magic, then you have proof of the supernatural. God doesn't want to stand up.
So let me ask you a question.
Counted.
If I could prove to you right now, let's say I showed you some proof of the supernatural right now, would this be proof for everyone of all time, or would I dare have to show every single person that exists? The kid that was born 10 years, is going to be born 10 years from now, I got to show him too? Or would me be showing you this supernatural event be enough to prove to the whole world? Do you see what I'm getting at? So I not only have to show you, I have to show every human in the entire world. And not only do I have to show every human in the entire world, I have to show every human in the entire world that's yet to be born.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you don't. No, God has to show himself. God has to show himself to the whole world.
I have to prove. That's what I meant to say. I have to prove God to the whole world.
No. God has to prove himself to the whole world, not you.
Let's phrase it like that.
If God
has to prove himself to the whole world.
I'm happy with that explanation, because then the Bible works.
That's a book. It's no more proof of God than Dragons.
It's a book that has records of instances in which God has revealed himself.
It's a historical document, for sure.
It has claims. It has claims in the form of a story that say God revealed himself. Beowulf has a dragon in it, and Beowulf also contains records of actual historical facts within it. So because it contains historical facts, does that mean
true?
Well, he just said the only thing he's willing to accept.
As far as I know, Beowulf is meant to be taken as a legend.
Lucifer.
As a story, not as history.
But within the story of Beowulf, there are episodes of the Skald within the story telling the audience within the story historical events that actually happened. Stories of kings and battles that actually happened. So it is a historical record. Does that mean dragons are true?
Maybe and maybe not.
No.
so you have to.
I don't think you would be able to tell based on that.
So you have to posit the possibility that dragons are real.
They are.
In order to. Oh my God!
Back when the History Channel actually had history on it, they did a special about ancient temples, Greek temples, and their reliquaries. They had proof, physical proof of the gods. Big, massive bones. They found these big, massive bones, and they thought, this is a grave of titans. And it was their proof. What we now know as their proof is to be dinosaur bones. Dinosaur bones.
Mammoth too.
This debunks Christianity how?
It doesn't. No. It doesn't debunk Christianity.
Of dinosaurs being found and people saying that's a dragon. No, it was a dinosaur. The stories about griffins were pterodactyls.
I don't see the difference between a dinosaur and a dragon.
Oh, no, I see what he's saying. That makes a lot of sense. People who found these bones in the past said, what the hell were they? They were probably they were probably dragons or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Stories erupted around them. Yeah, that makes sense.
They say, but what we prove now is they're dinosaur bones.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video that's going around now about the woman in a museum who, in this very day and age, says that dragons are real?
No, that's embarrassing.
That's a Christian woman.
She's American.
No, I've encountered people that think that dragons are real, Christians as well. So it's not exactly weird to me.
Yeah, you know. Pillbox actually said something which I agree with, honestly, is people
then you're in trouble.
Yeah, people found dinosaur bones and they knew what the creature looked like somehow, right? And they looked at it and they called it a dragon. It was a dinosaur, but they called it a dragon. And I think that's pretty much what happened, for the most part.
I think that's what Gary was kind of talking about. That does make a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, though. Imagine them like digging up for like a house or digging up a little cave, and they just stumble across the bones, and bam, there you go.
For our purposes, they are dragons. What's the difference? It's just a name of them. It's a name for them, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it was a real dragon. It just was a dinosaur.
What's the difference between a dragon and a dinosaur?
Dragons have wings and breathe fire, and dinosaurs actually lived.
Not all dragons.
I can find you several artistic expressions of dragons that do not have wings nor breathe fire.
I can too, but in general, that's what they do.
In general now. So what's the difference between a dragon and a dinosaur?
The key difference between a dragon and a dinosaur is that dragons are fictional and dragons actually existed. That's the key difference between everything that's imaginary and real.
David, wait.
But then you contradicted yourself by saying dragons aren't real, so I'm very confused now.
They're not real. They're imaginary.
You just said the
dinosaurs are real.
So
I said the difference between dragons and dinosaurs is that dragons are not real and dinosaurs actually existed.
Okay, so maybe you misspoke.
Humans and the dinosaurs are differentiated by 165 billion years. So
no, it's 65 million.
65 million.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. 65 million. Correct. I'm so sorry.
165
early in the morning.
There wasn't a universe.
Understandable to make a misspeak.
How do you know that?
Gary, please wait. I'm so sorry. What did Ocean say to me?
I said 165 billion years ago, there probably was not a universe.
Yeah, sure.
No universe?
Correct.
I'm sure there was one, it just wasn't this one.
Yes,
maybe.
I agree.
I'd be willing to accept that.
Yeah. So humans' versions of a dragon is probably mythical, and probably they have seen something that looked like it. I mean, we have I don't know the English word for it. There are only few left. They're called Baran in Swedish. No, they are called the dragon lizards, I think, in English. You know,
thunder lizards.
They have this poisonous bite, and they bite the buffalo, and they die.
Oh, you're talking about kimono.
Yeah, kimonos. Thank you. So sorry. Yeah, Komodo dragons. Thank you, Nadia. So
there's also leafy sea dragons.
Yeah, so I mean.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Those are pretty tiny, though.
Yeah, so I mean, it's you can pretty much imagine where those stories came from.
Yeah, but because
can I go back to Seamus when he asked what do I accept as true? I can give you my basic axioms, Seamus, if you're interested.
As an evidential materialist, I pretty much probably already know your axioms. Not to like cut you down or anything, but I mean,
I want to hear.
You can tell me what you think they are first, or I'll tell you what they are, and we'll see how wrong you are.
Okay, go, David. But please mute yourself when you're done. Okay.
Sorry. Like I said, I'm unused to Hangouts because I only ever get to watch them. So sorry, forgive me if I'm rude or inappropriate.
No problem. Go ahead.
The first one is existence exists. Things which are. Simple as that. And notice that in that I say nothing about the nature of what exists, just that things exist. And by existence I mean the sum total of all individual existence. Which means, if God were to exist, he would be included in that set. He is part of all things that exist, if he exists. So, and as such, it is impossible for God to create anything because he would already have to exist. And seeing as existence itself exists, there is no need for a creation event. So that's one thing.
So it was a weird word game played, which you started off with defining the word with the word you're using.
No. Existence and exist are two different forms of the word. It's a tautology that is supposed to be an irreducible idea. The fact existence is irreducible.
No, the way that you worded it was that everything that exists exists. And okay, well that's true.
Yeah, okay, and it's a tautology and it's obvious. Yeah, it's true.
Right.
Okay, so no one here. Existence objectively exists, which means it exists independent of our opinions of it. It exists independent of all minds. Are we in agreement so far?
And so far you said existence exists, or that
existence objective
exists.
Existence.
So, can you define
the word
existence?
The word existence is the set of all existants. EXISTANTS.
I'm still not gathering what you mean by existence. Like,
everything that exists.
What exactly are you talking about when you say existence?
Everything around us exists. Yeah. All things that exist exist. It's a tautology because it's an irreducible concept. You can't get any more basic than existence itself.
I think that God is around us. Would you say that he exists?
No. Because he's not in evidence.
You need to kind of clarify your definition.
No, hang on. What I said was, all things that exist exist. That makes no claim about the nature of those things that exist. Now, I'm using the word existence distinct from universe. The universe is our local pocket that we can observe. Existence means the entirety of everything, including those things that we don't know about, which would include God if God exists. Okay, so that's my first thing. Existence objectively exists. The second axiom is to exist is to have identity. Something which exists has an identity, which means it has properties and acts according to the nature of those properties. And that applies to everything.
This is kind of where I was wanting you to go.
Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, and the third thing is consciousness. Consciousness is consciousness of an object. And consciousness itself is an irreducible concept. It is what it is. It's the sum total of our integration of thought processes. And
I think
from
it's
that
consciousness of the gaps, because then you're precluding that you don't have to explain consciousness.
Well, I'm not saying that we don't have to, or that we can't. We won't be able to eventually. But at the moment, we can't. We understand some things about it, and we're getting with the neurobiology, we're getting closer every day to understanding more of it. All I'm saying is that I accept those three things.
That's what they keep telling us anyway.
As axiomatic.
Consciousness is axiomatic. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much like Descartes in his Cogito. That's not how I would arrive at that conclusion, but it holds.
Yeah.
So from those three things, the fact that things exist, that they have identity, and we are conscious of them, everything else that we know can be built up from that.
Okay, so perhaps Ocean and Shamus can answer to that one if they want to.
I think I've given him a hard enough time in him trying to explain it. I think Shamus can take a whack if he wants.
Yeah.
No. I mean, if that's what you presuppose, that's what you presuppose. God bless.
Do you not presuppose those three things? Does anyone here deny that those things are true? That that the universe exists independently of them, despite their wishes and desires.
I wish Xbox
that you are
was
conscious
because he's actually a solipsist.
Yeah, I mean,
so he would deny all of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know quite a few people that would dispute that, and I kind of want to play devil's advocate with you just to dispute something, but I just don't.
I'll be the room solipsist.
No. I don't want anyone to assume a position they don't hold. Does anyone here disagree with any of those three axioms? That existence exists objectively, that we are conscious of it, and for something to exist, it has identity.
I don't necessarily disagree with them, but I also don't necessarily agree with them either. Because I'm in between a solipsist and
the way they were worded, so I'm not going to agree with them.
As a very deflationary, eliminative materialist, I would, deny the coherence of consciousness to, at least in its non-medical forms.
And actually, I agree with Recklin that they were not worded very well.
My take on existence is, what is
existence exists.
Yeah.
If my existence is, if my perception is wrong, I then have to adapt to it. I cannot change the fact of things. Yep.
Sorry, I'll mute.
My dog is my dog. If my dog doesn't really exist, later on I'll find that out, and I realize I just had one hell of a good hallucination. Pissing and moaning about it, or trying to argue against reality that my dog existed, is kind of a waste of time. If that was just one hell of a good hallucination. Until somebody proves that God exists outside of a fond feeling and a good wish, I don't see the point.
Right, well, I think that earlier has something to do along the lines of kind of what David was asking, and what I said to you, Gary, is I kind of said something along the lines of, if I could manifest, or if God could manifest a supernatural power and show you, would that be enough? And then David chimed in and said, no, God needs to show everyone in the whole world. And then do you see how that works? In order for there to be an absolute measure of God in David's worldview, he needs every human to be demonstrated such.
No, it doesn't have to be God. Have anyone else. Supposedly there's other gods. Supposedly there's sorcery. Prove any of it. Leave God out of it.
There's a lot of proof of miracles and a lot of attestations. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that.
Okay, name one that's an absolute proof that could be verified.
There are a lot of claims of miracles. A miracle claim is not a miracle.
Well, it depends what he was willing to take. Like, for example, when I was talking to Gary, it almost sounded like if he's seen something supernatural, he would accept it.
I did.
Yeah.
Right. So if I'm going to talk to Gary about this, like, if Gary's willing to acknowledge if he saw something supernatural, he would accept it as such.
I think I saw something supernatural. I had no proof. I can hardly say this happened to me. Now everyone listen to me because this happened. No, I think I experienced something odd. It could have been just one hell of a lucid dream.
Would you mind? would you mind sharing if I'm not digging too deep, or?
No, I don't mind. I actually did a video on this.
Sure, go ahead, Gary. I would like to hear if everybody else would.
Yeah, I'm down.
I don't know how long I was there, but I eventually realized I'm looking down at myself. First thing that pops in my mind is lucid dream. All right. Lucid dream is when you know you're sleeping and you can control anything that happens. It's just concentration. But nothing was working right. I couldn't get out of the trailer I was living in. Best I could do is wander from one side of the trailer to the other. Nothing I tried. In lucid dreaming, I just imagine I close my eyes, think really hard on what I want the scene to be, and then when I open my eyes, everything goes black and everything goes to the next scene. That scene is there. That did not work. What really disturbed me was when I saw the alarm clock and I could see the numbers. But right when the alarm went off, it's like I was just jerked back and I woke up. Does that mean I had an out-of-body experience, or I just couldn't friggin' get that concentration right to control the lucid dream?
The clock makes me think that it wasn't a dream. The experience that you're describing is very similar to astral projection, which some people can do on purpose.
But it's hardly verifiable. It's hardly verifiable. That would explain why people do believe in the supernatural. But it's not something I could say proof positive it wasn't just a lucid dream.
Well, you're not going to be able to prove it. That's part of the issue with this stuff, is that when it happens inside of your mind, or when it's your consciousness leaving your body. In the case of astral projection, you can't prove it. There's no way to prove it.
I can understand.
I'll very briefly note that I recently was, quote unquote, dying and resuscitated despite my DNR order, and no funny visions or supernatural feelings or anything.
Gosh darn it.
For the 100th or more time. I've long since lost count, sorry.
Well, Gary's describing an experience that he had, which is one that would lead me to, personally, but if I had that, I would be investigating what exactly that could be. Because the clock makes me think that it wasn't a dream. And I think that you have the same suspicion.
Or my mind just filled in the gaps and said that I read that right, where I probably didn't.
Well,
at least I'm open up to the suggestion that might have been something better than a dream, but I'm not about to...
I'd say read up on astral projection and see what you find. If it resonates with you, then because only you know the rest of that experience that you haven't described.
But
if astral projection lines up with what you're talking about, then maybe that's what happened.
I've got to jump in here. You are saying that if astral projection feels good to him, then it might be true.
Maybe.
Why is your personal experience?
The experience, so he's the one.
How is your personal experience any guide?
Descriptions of the event.
How is your experience? How is your experience a reliable guide to that which is?
Exactly.
It's not.
Well then, so why would you believe that
all you have to go on?
Well, I think if he's saying if Gary had this experience, and Gary himself is the only one that really knows truly about this experience and every detail that he can remember, it's probably best for Gary to look into astral projection and just see what, just see.
It's just so much gibberish.
There is a lot of gibberish.
Why would you consider astral projection as your first port of call, rather than think of some neurological malfunction?
Exactly.
Our brains
malfunction
all the time. Surely astral projection is the last thing that you would ever think of.
Nah.
No, it's one of the first things I think of.
Well, I know you want to rationalize it with a more naturalistic means, and you seem almost upset, David, that someone would consider anything else. You seem pretty flustered, actually.
Yeah, you actually do.
You seem physically flustered when he considered it.
Because I've heard all this before.
It seems like are you a militant naturalistic person? I mean, I've seen militant atheists, but never militant naturalists.
Why are you angry at the supernatural?
I would drop my objection in a heartbeat if someone could demonstrate any difference between any of these claims and pure imagination.
These kind of things are really weird, and I think that it is kind of counterintuitive.
The human brain is weird.
Right.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying.
But I just said it to point out why some people could get confused by supernatural claims. We all had that what the fuck moment at one point in our life where we had to consider something outside of the normal.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that's proof positive.
I'm not saying that it is.
Let me ask you another question, Gary.
Hold
following
on.
up on that.
Before,
okay, go ahead, Ocean.
I want to make a point just real quick that's in response to the militant naturalist thing. I think it's counterintuitive, or at least it takes away from the mystery, which is what most naturalists that I know of are really, really interested in, is the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
That curiosity goes away when something that is very unfamiliar just happened. A suggestion is made. It's an experience that's completely unfalsifiable. It's definitely an unknown. And I only suggested that he investigate something, and you flip out. I suggested that he investigate a possibility of
flip out.
Perhaps
I did flip out, and I'll tell you why.
What I suggested that he do was investigate the name of something that is similar to what he experienced, and to make the decision for himself. I do not see what is offensive in that.
Because your first port of call was to invoke the supernatural. Why would you do that? Now, it might not be
may or may not be supernatural.
Hang on.
And actually, I think that most understandings of astral projection is that it's not supernatural.
We do not know.
It's simply something the mind can do.
We do not know that the natural world is the extent of everything. I grant you that. We can't prove it one way or the other. But we do know, to the best of our abilities, that the natural world does exist.
Yes.
Unless you're a solipsist, in which case, go away, because you may as well talk to yourself. I'm not real. But throughout
You're not real, but my mind created you to be entertaining.
I'll quote a song. I'll quote a line from a song by Tim Minchin. Throughout history, every mystery ever explained has turned out to be not magic. Can you provide an example of any natural explanation for anything that has been overturned and thrown out in favor of a supernatural explanation?
Keep asking loaded questions all night, David. David, why do you do that?
That question was so loaded. It's like I keep
David, you've been literally cocking back the shotgun all night on the loaded questions, and you know the answer to them. And I mean, dude, you can't keep doing that.
Well, forgive me if I'm confronting, and like I said, I rarely get into these conversations.
You want the biggest proof in the history of mankind. You want the deepest revelation that anything could ever offer you, and you're begging this of me, dude. I mean, come on.
Well,
if I could hand it out like Christmas presents, you'd be the first one to get it.
First of all, I'm not begging you. I'm saying that
was begging the question. So
God hears you, I'm sure.
Yeah, you believe that, and that belief is, to me, indistinguishable from your imagination, and I'm going to keep repeating that.
David,
yeah,
you seem very insecure in your naturalistic beliefs.
No. I've just had a gutful of people using woo to hide from reality.
Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean,
I want to put a moratorium on that word woo.
This is my fourth.
No moratoria.
Okay. This is my fourth hangout ever, and it's the first time I encounter a lot of you people. David seems to live in Australia, which has a quite different time span than we do, so apparently he doesn't get the chance to talk a lot. So do I. I think unless anyone else, I think Christian, he's muted himself, but I think he would like to talk, or perhaps someone else. Michael hasn't said a lot, and I believe he's the theist.
Is it time for popcorn?
Top secret, yeah. So unless Christian
Let the battle begin.
I think it's perhaps Lucifer or Gary or Michael.
I've been called Lucifer before, but not in a good way.
So
me too.
I'd like to hear what Lucifer has to say.
Yeah, please.
Oh, I watched that hangout with Nadia's hangout with Lucifer in it, and it gave
that
me.
hangout is wonderful.
I watched it, and it's I honestly I think more than once I've said that this is the best thing I've ever watched.
Did you hear when Christian came on there? Did you hear the how Christian's voice was when he was talking about that dream, dude? I got goosebumps when I heard, because you could tell he was so dead serious. Did you hear that
But
part?
what was amazing, what annoyed me the most is the way what's his name?
Gary? Or
Johnny May was trying to troll. That was irritating.
Yeah, we and Lucifer are mates now.
So
he's outside Cairo International Airport right now.
But I want to reiterate what you were saying earlier about Shamos. I think he's a good guy.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I get the atheist stamp of approval. This is epic. I love it. Thank you guys.
No, I mean, you're not crazy. I wouldn't say. I don't know. I don't know.
Veckel and Arcane and the boys, or they're not going to let me back in the clubhouse.
Oh, Veckel isn't that crazy either. Arcane is.
Don't tell Arcane I like you.
Yeah.
He is.
We're just trying to make you a prostitute for atheism.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, God, that was horrible. Rand Campbell should die of shame.
Well, Rand Campbell is just trying to get attention, is what he's trying to do. And you guys are giving it to him, a lot of the people.
Hey, wait a minute. Can't I be a prostitute for atheism?
Yeah, of course you can.
Sign on up.
All right.
I like the hair.
Well, actually,
I
think you need to. I think you need to be a Christian to be a prostitute for atheism.
So, Ocean, what does that symbol mean? I've seen it in multiple places now, and I don't know what it means. Your avatar.
Is the hold on a second. The name is hard to pronounce. The Aegis Stalmer. I'm probably murdering that pronunciation, but it's it's a Nordic battle symbol for invincibility.
Nordic, hey?
Yes.
Yeah, I like
well,
that.
the hangout's in Swedish for me actually. I got a Swedish link to the hangout.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm Swedish.
The Vikings would tattoo this shit on their foreheads.
No, they didn't.
They didn't wear the funny hats either, did they?
No, they didn't. That's all. Myth.
Damn it!
Great sailors.
We have thousands
Well, they did tattoo
Viking graves, and
maybe not on their foreheads, but that's what I read that they traditionally put them.
What you read.
Same with the Picts and the double disc on the other world was tattooed on the forehead as well.
Ocean, I'm sorry for using the word woo in regard to everything you believe.
Damn it, Recklin.
I don't take it back, but I'm sorry that I said it.
Perhaps they would paint something like that on their forehead, but I'm not so sure about tattoos 1,000 years ago. At least not.
Oh, tattoos were definitely a thing.
Yeah, sure. But we're talking about Sweden, the last place found on Earth, probably. So I mean.
Tattoos on the Vikings was absolutely a thing. Tattoos are an ancient art.
Yeah, sure.
Like
but
very old.
I've never heard any such a delicate tattoo on their foreheads before. I never heard about it, and I've pretty much read and seen it all. So, but I will be stand corrected if you are right.
One thing one reason I was mentioning the dinosaur bones earlier, and why they thought they was dragons isn't dragons in the Bible? If that's been disproven by the dinosaur bones,
some people say that there are dragons mentioned in the Bible.
The word
the tail like a
dragon is not mentioned. Well, it is actually.
Well, tail like a cedar tree or something. I can't remember. It's
calls the devil the dragon.
Actually. Yeah, it's such a long time ago. I read the entire Bible, so
Satan in Revelation. Yeah.
Well, the word is not going to be quite the same thing in Hebrew or ancient Greek.
Yeah, sure.
True.
It's Germanic word, whatever.
So, Lucifer, are dragons real?
No.
Damn it.
There you have it.
Who was talking about that what seaweed fish that's supposed to look like a dragon?
Leafy sea dragon.
Leafy sea dragon, yeah. Those are supposed to be really deep water, and they only come up when they die.
They live off the coast of Australia.
And they're not big enough to do any kind of damage to anything, let alone...
They're about that big.
Yeah.
About 4 to 6 inches long.
They just took one look at that, magnified it 100 times because it's made a good story back home, and said, "Look, dragons."
Derby dragons.
Ay.
But I mean, really, if we are taking the humans' progress here on Earth, I mean, is it really so hard to believe that a very long time ago they had notions about things that they could not understand or comprehend, and they made up stories about it? I mean.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's so obvious to a fairly educated person. I mean, some of these stories actually have good reasons for them. I mean, we are talking about I don't know what it's called in English or in the United States, but we have this person that plays the violin in the oceans or in the streams. So and they threaten
mermaids.
No, not mermaids. It's called. He's called. You directly translated nudity or something. Yeah.
Is that a Swedish myth?
Yeah, and it's pretty much worldwide, I think, because but I mean that is so obviously man-made to prevent children from going down to the flood or the stream or to the oceans, not to drown. And I mean, we have all these things. I mean, we have trolls that apparently only exist in the forests when it's dark. I mean, 500 years ago it was quite dangerous to walk in the forest when it was dark. You could break a leg, you can get a stick in your eye, or you can be robbed. I mean, it's so obviously man-made to prevent people from getting harmed. So yeah.
It's a fictional story that contains an element of truth.
Yeah.
Just like the Bible.
Yeah, I mean,
here we go.
Yeah, I mean, and the Bible clearly has historical evidence.
Seamus, don't take that as in any way offensively. All literature contains truth. All fiction contains truth. Dickens,
the Bible
Shakespeare
contains quite a bit of historical truths, a lot more than Beowulf.
So does
I know you were going to bring up Beowulf, Gilgamesh.
Have you read Chaucer's Canterbury Tales? also fiction, contains lots of accurate descriptions of real life in the 14th century England.
Cool, let's take it for some historical content. Let's parse some historical content out of it and use it for what it is. Let's not throw it out wholesale.
I don't throw the Bible out wholesale either. I just
preach to me some of the things you accept in the Bible. What are some of the things you accept?
Well, David, I mean, sure, Seamus. I mean, there are historical evidence in the Bible which are true. We have gods which are true. We have places which are true, and so forth. But I mean, no one disputes these things. I mean, if we dig up some ancient place and it's mentioned in the Bible, I mean, clearly someone lived there or knew about it and told us about it in the transcripts. But I mean, that is not why we atheists don't believe in the Bible. I mean, we atheists don't believe in the Bible because the things which are not true that are told. I mean, living in a fish, the Tower of Babel, the worldwide flood, I mean, cured leprosy with sprinkling bird bloods and so on. I mean, of course there are evidence in the Bible or mentions in the Bible which are true, but we oppose to the things which is not true, of course.
Well, some of those things you can't, a lot of those things you listed you can't prove to be not true. For example, some of the miracles Jesus performed, you can't falsify those. I don't even know why you would bring those up in a list to discredit the Bible. Yeah, go ahead, David. I can tell you're distraught. Hold on, David's distraught.
So you can cure leprosy by sprinkling bird blood to the victims?
I'm just saying, within a Christian worldview, we can't discredit miracles just because in a naturalistic perspective, we can't describe them.
Once again, you can cure leprosy by sprinkling bird blood to the victims?
Who are you talking about?
This is in the Bible.
Bird blood?
I've heard about it too.
Or whatever blood you mention. I mean,
no, when Jesus cured leprosy, he didn't need any blood or any agent. When he cured the blind man, he did it with spit.
This sounds like they're trying to quote some kind of Mosaic law.
Oh, okay. Well,
let's just go for the nuts of the story. Jesus' resurrection. Human beings don't die, stay dead for 3 days, and then come back to life. It's as simple as that.
Jesus wasn't supposed to be a human being.
He was the Son of God.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So says the book. So says the book.
If he's
Look at all the other.
Then it makes sense that he would have been able to rise from the dead, then, wouldn't it?
If
that would be the way that he'd be able to pull it off, right? If he's coming back from the dead, he certainly isn't human.
There's one miracle I heard about in the Bible, which I think has been proven to be wrong.
Well, I kind of want to press him on this real quick, because this is the nuts and bolts of Christianity. It's true.
Exactly.
So, if Jesus is the Son of God, what prevents him from coming back to life?
Well, first of all, you haven't established that God exists. So without establishing God exists, there is no God for Jesus to be. So
if we're going to be talking about the resurrection, the claim of Christianity, with the resurrection specifically, the claim of Christianity is that Jesus is the Son of God.
No.
So
yes, that's the claim.
Yeah. So
that's the claim.
If
that doesn't mean it's true.
And you don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God, then yeah, he just died. But Christians hold a different position on that God is real and that Jesus is the Son of God incarnate, and that he was able to resurrect himself. There's nothing wrong with that.
But we know from our observations of reality that once a person is dead and has been dead for 3 days, they do not come back to life, regardless of what a book says.
Christians do not claim that Jesus was a person. Do not claim that.
So he was not a man.
No, he was not a man.
But he was born of a woman. But he's not a man.
He is the divine incarnate. I believe actually the description is that he's holy God and holy man at the same time.
Yeah, well, fully God, fully man, born of a virgin.
That's a contradiction. That's incoherent. That's a law. That is a breaking of the law of identity. A thing is what it is and not what it is. If he's holy man, he can't be wholly anything else. If he's holy man, man isn't God.
In the form of man.
Then he's not holy man. He is a God man.
A man's body with God as his soul. That's a really easy way to put it out there.
Then he is not holy man. Then he is not holy man nor holy God, because man doesn't have God's soul and God doesn't have man's body.
You're disputing in Christian theology whether Jesus was holy man and holy God, or you just don't, or you're trying to rationalize in your perspective?
No. I'm saying that claim is a contradiction.
If you're going to disagree with it, then whatever.
I'm saying that claim is incoherent. It's a contradiction in and of itself. He can't be wholly two things. That's a violation of the law of identity.
And clearly Jesus was.
Jesus is
a violation. But
No,
Jesus
not, I don't think the way that you're articulating it, David, the way that you're articulating it, I don't think is okay.
Jesus can't be God unless there is a God for Jesus to be.
He can't be born of a virgin either, David. He can't be born of a virgin either.
There's a whole collection of weird
what's more likely? What's more likely? Jesus was born of a virgin, or a Jewish minx lied? As Christopher Hitchens would put it.
Wow.
That's very eloquent. That's a very eloquent way to talk about Mary.
That was a paraphrase.
That's very eloquent of you, David. Very eloquent of you.
Thank Christopher Hitchens for that, even though he's
he doesn't
dead.
believe in the story. So you know, you'd have to take on the story as
Did
true.
Did David just slut shame Mary?
Would that fall under
no.
Shiksa and Anaka kind of thing?
Are you not listening to me?
David.
Are you not listening to me?
That
was what
Thanks, sir.
Christopher
the two words
Hitchens
I think are relevant here.
I don't. Christopher Hitchens was wrong too. Then I'm not
No.
saying
Relevant.
are you claiming that Christopher Hitchens is infallible?
I didn't say whether he was right or wrong. I said what's more likely, that she lied or that God was.
No, that's not what you said. You said minx, which is what I'm taking issue with.
Yeah. So it's just a problem with language.
No, it's just an issue with
I
you.
think there are two relevant words here: Shiksa and Nafka. Okay, sorry.
So what's more likely, that a Jewish 14-year-old girl lied about having sex, or that her son was the son of God? Which is more likely?
I don't know.
Are you asking me to answer in your natural materialistic worldview? Because it seems to be what you're beckoning me to do. Which is more realistic? It kind of hones back to your naturalistic,
Which is more
materialistic perspective. So you want me to participate in your worldview to answer something I don't feel? Okay, David, I'll play along to make you feel better.
No. You're missing the point.
I think
I'm saying that the natural world exists. I'm not saying that it's all
hit the nail on the head.
I think Jesus was born of a virgin. I think it was more likely. I'm a Christian. Nice to meet you, David. My name is Shane.
Even though that goes against everything that we know for a fact about reality, you believe that over.
No, yep. David, it doesn't go against everything. Lots of virgins are given birth.
What?
Not humans. Not humans.
Yeah.
Virgin humans we're talking about. Oh shit.
You're talking about artificial
insemination. I think they are talking about insemination, but that's not. Yeah. They didn't know about insemination back in Maria's days.
Okay, yeah.
But what I think is quite interesting, to go back to what I raised. I mean, like I said, there are mentions in the Bible which is true, and we know they're true because of science. And there are things we know that are wrong, and I got this things from Seamus and Oceans which are quite strange. I mean, we cannot cure leprosy by sprinkling bird bloods on the victim.
What's the scripture for that?
I was not finished, and we know that the spread of dialects did not originate from the Tower of Babel. We know that it's impossible to live in a fish for 3 days, and we know there never was a worldwide flood.
It's impossible for the human population to have arisen from 2 individuals.
Again, those are parables.
You're strawmanning my position.
Inerrant. Absolute truth.
I don't believe the Bible's in
parables if the Bible is absolute truth.
Jesus speaks in parables in the Bible.
Even in my Christian days, I did not believe the Bible was inerrant. Jesus speaks in parables, as Recklin is trying to say. It makes sense that the Bible would too.
There's plenty of parables Jesus even says in the Bible.
How do you decide what is parable and what is true?
Yeah, sure.
The virgin birth parable.
Yeah, sure. We all know that the figure Jesus spoke in parables according to the text. But I mean, some texts are taken literally, and some are taken to be parables. I mean, how is it possible to distinguish between the two?
Well, let's take it for
the Holy
the
Spirit
story
will
of
help you
Jesus.
do that.
Hang on, Holy Spirit. How do you distinguish that from the imagination?
Okay, let me talk a little further. Just like you can, if you can't tell the difference when you're reading something, then you got to work on your reading comprehension. But as far as the virgin birth is concerned, I mean,
that's
maybe
a laboratory, dude. That's a laboratory.
As far as the virgin birth is concerned, the virgin birth could be a parable. The first story of the gospel that we have is Mark, which does not have the birth story in it. It may have come later as a parable of Jesus' coming.
So was he born of a virgin or not?
Well, maybe not. I don't think that him being born of a virgin or not being born of a virgin is the most important thing when it comes to Jesus. The most important thing when it comes to Jesus is that he is the Son of God and he died for our sins and was resurrected.
What about that gibberish years ago about
the story says
grave of Jesus being found?
Okay, I'll talk about the archaeology of that. The only thing that what they found was that they found Jesus, son of Maria, on a tombstone.
Yeah, that pissed me off. Then screaming to the world, "This is Jesus' reliquary." I'm not defending Christianity. I'm defending archaeology. They pissed all over archaeology. It made it sounded so much like Da Vinci Code. It was desperately trying to be Da Vinci Code. That pissed me off to no end.
They found, I think it was a sarcophagus that had Jesus, son of Maria, on it, and that was it. From there, people concluded what they wanted.
Yeah, supposedly there's like a Star David and a cross. A cross was a sign of faith 60 years after Jesus. So we're supposed to believe that somebody went, oh no, Jesus doesn't have a cross on his reliquary. Let's go back and put a cross on it.
That's not entirely. It's not entirely impossible, but it's also there's a lot more evidence that needs to be put forward before you can take it as fact.
Yeah, there's a lot more evidence needed. It annoyed me to no end that they did that.
I have another question.
Sure.
Does the fact that you can imagine something mean that what you imagine is real or true?
No.
Another loaded question, David. You're good at this tonight.
How is that loaded?
You know the answer to that question before you ask it. Can imagining something make it real? You know the answer, David. You can't imagine.
I know the answer. I know the answer. But given, hang on. I'll tell you why I asked.
There's probably a chain of questions, Scott. I want to play his game, so.
Given that you believe, hang on a second. Given that he believes that a virgin can give birth, I have to ask whether you believe that that imagination makes something real. Because in my mind, that I can imagine a virgin giving birth, but that's the only basis in reality it has, my imagination.
I've answered no, and I've said the virgin birth may or may not be a parable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have.
What's your next question?
But Seamus said he believes the virgin birth.
He takes it on the basis of faith. He's a very serious Bible-believing person. I'm not.
I understand that, and I'm not at all.
Well, he takes it on the basis of faith, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
So, and how is faith a path to knowledge?
It's not.
So how does Seamus believe something that he doesn't know?
He believes it. He doesn't know it. That's faith. He trusts in the book. He trusts.
And that's what I have a problem with, believing something on faith without knowing it. Why would you do such a thing? It seems nonsensical.
I don't have a problem with people expect me to believe something like that.
Yeah.
If someone wants to have a delusion like that, more power to them.
What does it matter?
They try to expect us to do it. That pisses me off.
What does it matter that you believe
it? Expects you to do it. They just offer it to you.
Shouldn't I be able to believe whatever I want, David? Is that not something I can do as a human? Make me
David,
beliefs
hold
are
on.
choices.
When a Christian attempts to convert you, it's more out of concern for your soul than it is out of any form of self-righteousness, at least when someone is genuinely trying to do it.
Mm-hmm. And the soul is distinguishable from the imagination.
If you don't believe the soul, if you don't believe in the soul, and you don't believe in the Bible, and you don't believe in God, and you don't believe in all these other things, then fine, you don't believe in it. But if somebody who does believe it and has concern for your soul, yeah, they're going to say something to you, and you will either reject it or not. If you want to reject it, you can politely reject it and say, no, I've been down that road. I'm not interested.
Why is it fair though for the believer to make these assertions, and when I say how do you distinguish that from your imagination, they get all uppity and say, how dare you question my? I take it on faith in. They do.
I've been more concerned in this conversation just about your lack of respect rather than anything else.
Lack of respect in what way?
I mean,
being open and frank about my belief.
Hangout goes off air. Just rewatch it.
Well, there is always going to be, I mean, conflicts between those who believe and those who don't. I can fairly say that when I talk to reasonable theists like we have here today, I'm genuinely interested in why they do believe, and that is why I often start the hangout with asking the theist why they do believe that what they believe and how they would convince me. And so far I'm falling short, but it's nevertheless an interesting conversation. I just have one thing to, I mean, Ocean said one thing to me that is that I cannot comprehend. He said, I mean, Ocean, first you said that if one cannot distinguish between parables and literal text, you are lacking reading comprehensions, and I suppose it was meant to me. And then you said that the virgin birth could be a parable. I mean, that was pretty funny.
Yes, that's I explained why that could be on the basis of the source of the text. I just addressed this side chat. And with Genesis, the source is almost certainly parables because it's told in the same kind of traditions of Greek mythology, which was meant to be taken as parables when it was told.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, this is the ultimate book. I mean, this is the. I mean, whatever we humans might have invented. I mean, travel the moon, spaceship, computers.
You don't think that really happened, do you?
I mean, this is the most important book of all time, and we don't even have the original. And you said to me, basically, that ordinary people cannot read this book. I mean, how in the world? Excuse me.
What do you mean by that?
Where
did that come from?
Well, if you cannot distinguish between Jesus' apparent parables and ordinary text, how in the world are you?
When Jesus is telling a parable, he is quite clear about it.
Actually.
Well, I mean, but I mean,
we're talking about you're talking about the early text with Genesis. Genesis is a book of parables.
Yeah,
a lot of the books, a lot of the stories that you talked about as being incredulous to you are straight out of Genesis.
Yes, sure, but do you have to have an IQ of 150 to come to Christ?
There are books that are very obviously parables. Genesis is one of them, and then there are books that are obviously histories.
Yeah, but I was just David, please. I was just asking.
I take issues with the virgin birth on the basis of its textual origin. It may or may not be a parable. That's one that's a little bit more difficult.
Well, if you can't,
I'm willing to concede that.
Okay, but if you can't distinguish between the two, you are clearly lacking reading.
When I said that, I was speaking specifically about Genesis.
It doesn't matter. How in the world is someone going to come to Jesus if an ordinary person cannot read the Bible?
You pray. Repent.
I mean,
actually, I would wonder more on the basis of requiring like philology or otherwise, ancient classical language ancient languages, and well, frankly, quite a bit of other literary context, like Petra, Targum, deuterocanonical books like Enoch and Revelation of Moses, Section of Isaiah, Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach, Tobit, etc. That interpreting these things is not so straightforward. Number one, and number two, expertise both in theology and in linguistic and textual issues is pretty crucial. So yeah, it does take expertise to interpret these things.
Here's a question I've been wanting to ask.
All reading comprehend. Sorry.
In which book was the miracle where they started a fire with water?
You talking about the story of Elijah and the altar?
Yeah.
Where the water, that's not starting a fire with water. That's water was poured on an altar, and God still lit the altar for fire from the sky.
But there was.
And that was in a bet against Baal, over which God was real.
Didn't he put like some kind of powder on the altar first, and then poured water?
He prepared the altar, and then poured water on it.
Well,
and then the altar to Baal did not light, and the one that was to God was lit with fire from the sky.
Well,
Shamos is probably more familiar with that story than I am, but that is Elijah and his bet over whether or not Baal was real.
There's a chemical that you get from burning limestone that you could start a fire with water.
By pouring water on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Elijah had access to it. Would it have been available in that area?
Who's to say?
At that time.
But that's a reasonable explanation for the miracle.
Well, it's a reasonable explanation if you can provide evidence that Elijah had access to it and that it might be able to provide the illusion of fire coming from the sky. Because my reading of it is that it's fire falling out of the sky, not just starting on the altar itself. I could be wrong though. I'm not very familiar with that story. But you'd have to put Elijah and this powder in the same place, which means he would have had to be able to get access to it. And Elijah was not a miner, so however it's processed would have to be something very simple.
Did anyone else pick up, why interpretation of these biblical texts might require expertise?
Yeah, I understood. Translating words from one language to another, trying to put some context.
Not just.
I
mostly agree.
If there is an all-powerful God behind this book, certainly he can help you understand it, is what I would think.
And so
I can agree with that.
So what? Apparently, seminary school is so people can actually, learn what it takes to interpret these things at all, and that's like a graduate degree, doctor of divinity even, right? That's not accessible to the average layman. That's not.
Well, that's why the church is supposed to be structured on the basis of priests and congregations. You have people that are knowledgeable that you can ask. It doesn't always work, but that's what the structure is supposed to be.
Yeah, but reading it for yourself, I don't think that's not reading comprehension you need. That's a doctor of divinity. That's philology.
It's a fair understanding of history.
Ancient language, ancient literature, ancient history.
I agree that those things help.
Yeah, the problem is relying on somebody to tell you what's supposed to be sacred is, how do you know that person isn't a scoundrel?
You don't.
And I'm using good language, so you can't fault me on that one. I wanted to use something much more harsh, but...
Well, you can use stuff harsh when it comes to describing religious leaders. I think that the issue with Mary was that that was just plain offensive for the sake of being offensive. And I understand that he was quoting Christopher Hitchens, but that's why he did it too.
Oh, well, sorry.
Yeah.
Dick Hitchens. I like the guy. And too bad he's dead.
I mean, this entire apologetics thing, this years of research by Seamus and probably every other believer here, independently studied to get, I don't know, bits and pieces of what the graduate degree in the relevant field would get you for some of the interpretation, and it's far from complete. I mean, we could still throw out stumpers.
Last time evidence.
It's not a matter of simple reading comprehension. Go ahead, David or Gary.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was done. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay. Last time evidence for you had me on one of these, it was Arcane versus Floyd. And no one could get a word in edgewise. Evidence for you took about 3 minutes to say, hey, I have to go to the bathroom. And when I had to sign off because I had to go off to work, but when I got there, it dawned on me, what a great argument both of an atheist and a theist could put forth to try to encourage somebody who has like a depression to go to seek help. And try to put aside their differences for at least one video and emphasize from both sides of the argument that someone should get help with depression or suicidal thoughts.
Hello, Epi.
Hi, Epi.
Hi. How's it going, y'all?
Yeah, we were just saying simple reading comprehension. Oh, go ahead.
You think it's possible a theist and an atheist could do that?
Could do what? Get along?
It happens all the time.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I get along great with Reclan. We seem to be copacetic, and we make fun of the same people all the time. So that's cool.
I get along with Epi's mom.
Your mom gets along with Epi's mom.
The converted man always speaks highly of you, Epi.
Yeah.
Deconverted man.
Oh yeah, I know deconverted, and that guy's bomb.
Yeah.
Epi, why does it take graduate study to, properly interpret and understand scripture beyond mere reading comprehension? If the deity is trying to reach out to so many people.
The deity usually for just to give an example, the notion that the deity tries to talk to people through the scriptures is a very Protestant idea. As a Catholic, I would reject that very premise. God gives the church as a way of unifying all believers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Dick.
Well, why wouldn't it be comprehensible? Why couldn't something a layman could understand have stood for all time? If this deity were so all powerful and truly desired to be heard and understood, and I suppose even worshipped and so on.
Well, the Bible is comprehensible to those who are willing to learn. It's like a craft. It's something that takes time and effort. It's not something that anyone can learn overnight, and of course that's part of the charm of it. It's when you work towards that thing, that's what makes it truly virtuous. As for the deity just wanting people to worship, that's not the kind of relationship I would feel is just necessary. Just, oh yeah, believe in me. Oh yeah, okay. It's not like comprehending a fact. It's more or less the journey, not necessarily the destination, to borrow that phrase from somewhere.
But still, to actually get there requires what's on the order of graduate study.
Well, not necessarily graduate study. Just basic fellowship. I mean, there are tons of Bible studies that are led by people who do have graduate education, or if not that, you have priests who lead Bible studies in churches, for example. Whatever God does is done through the uniting of a community, not necessarily because of just one individual personal relationship.
Mm.
The whole Jesus is I'm having a personal relationship with God, which sounds kind of gay if you ask me. He's your boyfriend.
Whoa.
I'm just kidding.
Awesome, Epi.
Are you a Christian? What? Are you a Christian?
I am. I'm just
Yeah,
the whole. I am, but I disagree heavily with the whole framing of being a Christian with a personal relationship. I don't think that fully articulates it. That's more along the lines of.
You must be Catholic, eh?
You're using some strong language, Epi.
If God
for
is
real.
gay, I want to watch.
That's Epi. Everything you said makes me laugh. That's great.
No.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's where I stand.
And all the fun hate you guys. All the whole funnies hate you. That's why I like you so much.
It's hard for a Christian to be that offensive to other Christians and really not mean to. It's hard.
So
it takes skill, dude.
You don't think you have a personal relationship with Jesus, or do you just think that that's a bad phrasing of it, or what?
I think it's a bad phrasing of it, but I do have a relationship with him in the sense that, I'm a member of his community that has been united with him. That has been united with him in his
heretic.
Does Jesus save? Epi?
I'm sorry.
Does Jesus save?
Yes.
Okay. So he can do all these things, but he can't have a personal relationship with his people.
Who says he can't have a personal relationship? All I'm saying is that's a bad way of phrasing it.
Wow.
Where in the Bible does it say God has a personal relationship with you?
I think that's fucking.
I think you could. He might not use those exact words, but I could show you scenarios or other places where it fully embodies that. If you want to.
I know for absolutely certain that he didn't use those words.
I think it's okay for Epi to say that it's a bad phrasing, if that particular phrasing is not scriptural. It's
I know
particularly
what it
phrasing.
But I know what he does.
Think about the parable of the Good Shepherd, and think about Jesus.
The parable.
Yeah, and if you think about that in relation to Jesus calling his people to him.
What shepherd has a personal relationship with his sheep? Shepherds.
Jesus said, "I'm not the hired hand."
There's a certain kind of shepherd that has a personal relationship with his sheep, and they're usually
called the Welsh.
Man, an Alabama joke and a Welsh joke said at the same time. Damn it.
Shepherds do not. A shepherd was there to guide and protect the sheep.
He knows the sounds of his lamb's voice.
This is getting really dirty.
Yes, it means it's particularly. Okay. In the throughout the Bible, what God has with people are covenants, agreements. God fulfills His side of it all the time. The reason
God makes deals with people. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially.
Okay. I see. Wow.
Marriage was the same thing at the time too. These things are obligations. Not. Yeah. I have an obligation towards God, which is to fulfill my side of the covenant, and of course, God reciprocates and glorifies His end of the bargain through giving out these covenants. And
so
everyone.
What can I do? What can I do for God?
Epi, I have a feeling that the only way I can probably tap into you is to speak biblically. So that's what I'm going to do. I got a couple of verses here for you.
Okay.
Okay. I am the good shepherd, and I know my own, and my own know me. Go ahead. Give me your thoughts on that.
It means he's particularly skilled at being a shepherd. He's that terrific at it.
I love your exegesis. That's pure. That's really.
Where in there are you getting that I have a personal relationship with sheep?
You're being eisegetical. You're being eisegetical when you're reading
I am the good shepherd, and I know my own, and my own know me.
Yes, he's a terrifically great shepherd. I'm not denying that. I'm just not saying you can get from there to I have a personal relationship with these sheep.
Can I read him one?
I don't give a care how friendly
so Jesus doesn't have a personal relationship with his people. Jesus doesn't have a personal relationship with his people.
He's well knowledgeable of his people, but that doesn't really translate you to personal relationship.
I am the good shepherd. I know my own, and my
you're
own know
repeating
me.
the same.
Yeah,
you're
I know.
repeating the same thing.
He's a really good shepherd. He's a
throwing a non
shepherd.
sequitur. You keep throwing a non sequitur. I'm hoping you're going to respond to it in a
You're
kind
not throwing. I'm pointing out the fact that you're throwing out the non sequitur. You're the one who's trying to prove to me that in fact it entails that he has a personal relationship. So far, you've just established that he's a good shepherd.
You're a non
I've established that he knows that his sheep know him, and that's a relationship. I'm trying to establish and frame that out as a relationship.
By that definition, I know everyone here. Does that mean I have a personal relationship with everyone in this room?
So if I told you as a Christian that I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and I claim to have a personal relationship with him, would you dispute that?
No.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asserting.
Well, I would dispute it. Your Jesus guy is a big phony. Yeah.
Epic. Can I give you one, bro?
The reason I'm not disputing that is because I don't really know enough about your walk as a Christian to claim any knowledge on it. So yeah, but I don't really think that the phrasing "personal relationship" encapsulates what it means to be a Christian. No offense, but that was just some terminology that was thrown about in the 20th century. Doesn't really have that much history or to it or any particular gravitas, if you ask me.
I don't think it's the history of the phrase. I think it's the meaning of the phrase. And I use words that convey meaning, and the meaning is conveyed in the way that I think is most effective in displaying my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. It's not, I didn't just come to the Lord because, the Bible says it's true. I didn't just come to the Lord because I decided it was a good idea. I come to the Lord because the Lord called me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think Michael might have another verse for you.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying to me is what they're talking about in Isaiah, I think, chapter 29, where he says, "These people come near to me with their mouth and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. Their worship of me is based on merely human rules they have been taught." That's what it sounds like rather than a personal relationship, it's almost like you're just about an intellectual kind of relationship with them. We're talking about having a relationship that is, with our hearts with them.
A physical relationship with Jesus.
No, not physical.
No, not really.
Yeah.
I won't cut that far.
Pardon?
I heard he had the nail to drive right into me.
A gay joke.
What's the high? Okay. What are the 4 Greek ways of saying love? Do you guys know that much?
The 4 what?
Say that again.
What are the 4 Greek ways of saying love?
Agape.
Eros, agape, philos, and I don't know the 4th.
There's eros, and of course there's agape, philos, eros, and there's the last. In any case, my problem
for platonic somewhere in there
with using the term personal relationship, it seems to connotate eros, which is kind of the erotic love, as opposed to emphasizing the agape, which is love for its own sake. That's why I kind of disagree with it.
Oh, so it actually sounds gay. That's why you don't like it.
Hey, if it were gay, wouldn't it be kind of hot?
No, it wouldn't.
No.
I must say.
Nadia, control yourself.
Not that I want to see any of it.
I want to see it.
Epi, you sound like a scribe or a Pharisee of the Old Testament. I mean, of the Old Testament, man. Like, you know the laws and the rules.
Oh, we're throwing down names, are we?
Perhaps I should take off my shirt again.
You sound like Peter.
Yes,
I said it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Michael, you sound like Peter. That's who you sound like.
Who said that?
He also kind of looks like Peter.
He kind of looks like Peter, too.
We on that.
Wait a second. How do we know what Peter looks like? Why are artist renditions look? Why do they look like that?
I think that Peter would look awesome, and Michael looks pretty awesome. So I'm gonna say it looks like Peter.
Was Peter Yoda?
No.
Why can he sound like him?
It doesn't sound what you're preaching is. I mean, my father's a Greek, and I'm half Greek, and I know Orthodoxy, and you know, it's not what I would call Christianity.
Oh my gosh, he's not a Christian.
Well, what I would say is this: I wouldn't go so far. I wouldn't go so far to say that Catholics or whatever are not Christians or anything like that. But so I wouldn't be willing to go that far. But
I'm not trying to say that. Sorry.
Right. I think that there's some philosophical differences, but I don't think it's a chasm too deep to be bridged. But
so let me ask you, nice gentlemen, this: how is one saved? Through what?
Through faith.
No. Next.
Grace through faith.
Grace, exactly.
Revelation from God.
I said grace. I'm not even a Christian. I got that one.
Exactly.
No, but Paul says that if you have faith in the Lord Jesus' name and you profess Him as Lord, you will be saved.
Through grace.
Through grace.
Yeah, but he said if you have faith in the Lord Jesus and profess as Lord.
And he also said, yes, he also says that that the faith without works is dead. So we either have to say that our works, in some sense, also inspire our salvation, which is downright heretical, or we say it's done by grace.
Well, I think by grace, only.
What about
like you said it yourself? I call upon my sheep. That God is the one who elects us to salvation, which is awesome. Excuse me. In that sense, he establishes his covenant. Since the Bible works alongside covenant theology, I prefer to phrase things according to covenant theology. I think it best
for grace you have been saved through faith and not of yourselves.
Through grace.
Well, I am not saved.
How do you know?
Well, I suppose I'm not.
How do you know that everyone isn't saved?
Well,
could be the case. That's not awesome.
Samuel's actually showed me an interesting video that suggests that you are saved.
Yeah, I lost my brother to leukemia when I was 2 years old, and my father told me when I was 5, and I prayed to whatever God there might be out there. I didn't know of any gods. I just knew there was one God, and I prayed to him, and he didn't respond. So I guess I'm not saved.
Were you praying for something, or just praying in general?
I was asking where my brother was.
Mm-hmm.
How do you interpret Ephesians 2:9, Epi? I'm just curious.
Well, I haven't looked at Ephesians in a bit, but let's see.
For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not as a result of works, so that no one
by grace. It says it in that.
But you were just right. How do you result that into what you were just talking about, works?
The Bible says works without faith, faith without works is dead. There are
not saved as a result of your works.
You are, first of all, the only time it says we are saved by faith alone in the Bible is when it says in James we are not saved by faith alone.
I'm talking about Ephesians 2:9 right now, though.
And I'm talking about James.
Right, but you don't want to comment on Ephesians
verses
2:9?
with verses. You interpret verse with verse.
Oh, that's how they do it.
Yeah, actually, it is. You interpret the obscure passages by the clear passages. I think when James says, "You are not saved by faith alone," James is being pretty clear.
Let me just ask you one question. This might actually make it a lot easier. Do you think the Bible is the inerrant word of God, Epi?
Yes.
Okay. I was just wondering on that. So what you try to do is you try to take verses that you think are weaker and subvert them with verses that you think are stronger to replace theology that it doesn't promote.
No, he's being
exegetical. That you're not. No, I'm not doing that at all. One says you are saved. One verse does not make any explicit. One verse is making it explicitly clear, not alone, and the other verse is saying faith. Just you are saved by faith. It doesn't necessarily mean or bar any other thing.
You're saved through faith. A little while ago, it was grace. Wow, Epi, you really made a turn there. I could turn that into a soundbite real quick.
Oh
Hi,
my
Mark.
gosh, Shamos. He
Hi, Mark.
hasn't changed his position.
Hi, Nadia.
Hey, bro.
Is it possible to be emancipated from the family of Christ?
Are we talking about the preservation of saints?
No, to be emancipated. To be asked to be let out. You know how a minor gets emancipated from the parents?
Why?
Yeah, that's preservation of saints, or perseverance of saints. Or the question has to do with it. The wording is somewhat archaic, though. Epi, you actually believe in this stuff. You do it.
I don't think we're getting anywhere right now. I'm not sure if there's any point in continuing.
All this gibberish.
I don't think that either of you are Christians. I think I'm the only true Christian.
What about
Christian? Talking about me. I'm no Christian.
No true Scotsman.
No, Gary, you're a Christian. Anyone who... No, atheism and Christianity is the same thing now.
It's on my birth certificate.
How?
You're a Christian.
How?
He's a Christian. It's on his birth certificate. You can't deny it. It's on paper.
Yep.
So is Marvel Comics. Does that mean I'm also a mutant?
That's... Marvel Comics is on your birth certificate?
It's not Marvel Comics are on paper. So what?
Don't worry, I'm just suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
Heck.
Stop suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, Gary.
Do you have that in whatever country it is? England, America? Do you have that in your birth certificate that you are a Christian?
No. He was making a joke. His name is Christian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I thought it was like when I was.
Nothing to be sorry about. Nothing to be sorry about.
Like I'm born a Swede. I mean, you could be created in China and born in England. I mean.
Do you want to know the real joke? The real joke is that I was named that by atheist parents.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You know, Epi, me and you should get out of here and talk to some real Christians.
Yeah, let's go.
It's funny how a non-Christian's calling another Christian his brother. It's a funny.
I'm joking around.
Yeah.
So am I, but you're both in agreement, which is kind of funny.
Well, you're both in agreement that the Catholic Church is wrong. So there.
I didn't say anything.
The Catholic Church is right. It is the one true authority on Christianity.
Damn it,
I mean, how can everybody be so wrong? I mean, isn't hell full enough?
Hey, Epi, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Catholic doctrine where it says that you can only be saved through the Catholic Church? What are your thoughts on that?
The Catholic Church teaches you can only be saved through grace. The Catholic Church says The Catholic Church says salvation is only guaranteed through the Church. It doesn't exclude any other way of salvation.
What about a bullet?
The Catholic Church teaches who is saved, not who is damned.
What is your thought on the Catechism or the Lumen Gentium about the Muslims there? You know what verse I'm talking about, or do you want me to list it for you?
Thank God.
I prefer you not only to list it, but also to list the surrounding verses as well.
Sure. But I was just wondering, like, in relation to salvation, because you were talking about they don't disclude salvation, they only say. So I was just wondering how you interpret that verse in light of what you just said. If you know which one I'm talking about, I don't have to post it. But if you want me to, I will.
Please do.
Hey, Shamos, on an unrelated note, what does your avatar mean?
We are all Christians in Arabic. It was written on a brick wall in an ISIS-held village after a Christian massacre. We are all Christians in Arabic.
Well, that's...
By the way, I am an Arab Christian by background.
Yeah.
Kilana Messiahu, which is, yeah.
No.
I see some
people.
I was mentioning in videos recently how absurd Christians in this country saying, "Oh, we're being persecuted." Meanwhile, in Iraq, real Christians are being persecuted. The American version of persecution is, "Oh no, we have to move a nativity scene." In Iraq, they're being shot at.
Beheaded, actually.
Well, beheaded too.
I've linked the Lumen Gentium there in the side there if you want to check it out. I think that's all the context that's with it. If I failed to list some context, I'll try to get more. I think that's all of it though.
So, do beheadings does it work on the first swoop, or did they need to try a couple more times?
They need to try a couple more times.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Game of Thrones style.
That's why the guillotine was designed. It was considered mercy instead of that headman's axe, where they take a couple of whacks to get the job done.
Happy's comment about the Welsh was completely accurate, Mark.
As a person that's part Welsh, I disagree.
Well, that just makes you wrong. That's all that does.
Right, so Welsh fuck sheep, do they?
Well, they do. Some of that. Well, not all. Obviously.
Yeah, but you guys are nowhere near as good as us Arabs at doing it. So, on you. We're better sheep fuckers.
Oh yeah, Arabs. They're known for sheep fucking. Like Mohammed are, especially. There's a lot.
That 9-year-old girl was not a sheep.
Well, I mean, before he had the 9-year-old girl, he had to fuck something, and he had sheep, so 1 + 1.
I always say, I don't give a care how friendly that sheep is, something should not be done.
Is this time for a Little Bo Peep Andrew Dice plaything?
Oh God.
Okay,
Little Bo Peep fucked the sheep, blew the horse, licked his feet, ate his ass oh so nice, tongued his balls not once but twice. Bada bing bada boom. Fuck this unbelievable.
Evidence, thanks for the invite. I gotta go.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Take care. See you.
Bye.
Okay, did I scare our participants away, or I hope not?
Scare Gary away. No, he didn't. That was
so, how many atheists are left in this room?
2 or 3.
5?
Well,
5? Oh,
I'm an atheist.
yeah.
Nadia.
No, Epi's an atheist too. He's not a real Christian.
Mark.
Six atheists,
Mark, perhaps
including Epi.
an atheist, or an agnostic, Mark, perhaps.
I'm an atheist, or just a non-believer.
Oh. Yeah, the word atheist has some baggage to it, which Sam Harris doesn't approve of, and I can understand him.
No. Can somebody explain to me what a militant atheist is?
No.
Someone who's religious about it.
Yeah.
Someone who's religious about their atheism, yeah.
No.
Anti-theist.
It's someone who wears a uniform for their atheism. And I need one, by the way. Does anyone have any USSR women's officer uniforms?
No.
I think there's probably a website where you could buy old USSR uniforms and crap.
Yeah, you might have to send me one.
That's a thing.
Well, of course, a militant atheist, all jokes aside, is a person that cannot even comprehend that there might be a possibility of any gods.
I don't think that's what it is.
Not really. So I would put in the militant atheist camp people like that one atheist who beat up that religious leader, and the ones in Scandinavia who burned down churches back in the 80s.
Hey, wait. Don't I qualify?
No, sorry, Nadia, you're too nice. No, Nadia, you're
I've heard extreme enough views, so, eliminated material.
How does that conflict with the things I was going to say? I'm not...
I don't think it does. I
People
think
that
it's
burn down
not really
churches
in the...
just arson if they happen to be atheists.
Well, I mean...
Well, they're not. They didn't just happen to be. They targeted these churches for being, religious centers.
Yeah, probably.
Well, probably they hate religion of all kinds, but I mean, the word militant doesn't necessarily have to do anything with guns. I mean, or violence.
Usually with violence, usually.
Well, people can
pick
the stupidest reasons to be violent.
Yeah, I would say the militant atheist is someone who's a lot more forceful.
Like that.
Yeah, forceful, of course. But
either verbally or otherwise.
You'll have to send me an AK-47 to go along with the Russian World War II lady officer uniform. Yeah.
It's quite funny though, because when any Christian denomination kills an abortion doctor, we're never talking about militant Christians. I mean,
exactly.
Well, actually, that's not the case at all. We talk about them as extremists.
Well, we talk about extremists and fundamentalists, but we never use the word militant. At least not here in Sweden.
Oh, well.
You guys have abortion bombers in Sweden? I think there's only about a dozen cases in the United States, but I wasn't aware of any in Europe.
Well, 80% perhaps, or perhaps more of the Swedish people are atheists.
I mean, I would even say those that stand outside abortion clinics and abuse people going in and out could be classed as militant.
Yeah.
I don't even want to start on that one.
You're right.
I don't care. I just want to claim militancy and get a uniform for it.
Yeah, but I mean, you have all these kind of words that doesn't even mean. I mean, you have militant activists that climb trees or chain themselves to trees.
What about the vegan?
They don't have a gun. I mean, you know.
Well, what about the animal rights advocates who bomb animal test labs, or the ones that even do the more subtle thing and throw red paint at people who wear fur coats?
Yeah, of course, Epicures, if they use militant violence to promote their cause, they are militant. I was talking about those who don't. I mean.
So, Epi, would you consider yourself a militant atheist?
Oh, totally. Your mom's a militant atheist in bed.
It's my
Maybe
hand.
he was still alive.
Don't kill me, viewers. Oh, 7 viewers.
Can I still be like a militant atheist and also have like a nun's habit?
Oh,
I
Nadia.
really want to do like nunsploitation.
No, naughty nun or militant atheist, one or the other. You can have both.
Yeah,
What did she
it could
say?
be like a bullet,
So,
bottle of gin, gas
I have a
mask.
question for Michael that I've never got to ask him yet. Do you actually believe that the Lucifer guy is actually Lucifer?
No.
No?
But I think he's...
I do, and I'm an atheist. Yes.
Eh? I would say that it's a possibility, but I don't think he is, no. I think he's a highly intelligent guy.
So you think
It's been revealed to me. It's revealed to me through Google Plus that he is definitely Lucifer.
Does
Well, as a
Lucifer
Christian,
exist?
like, just-
I'm
like-
convinced that he's Lucifer, honestly. Totally.
yeah.
Well, you are a Satanist.
Oh,
Are you
I'm
worshiping him? Or is it,
Luciferian,
well,
but I wish
can you really
I'm
say
more of a
Lucifer is him?
free the nipple guy.
Oh, wait.
Free nipple.
Can you really say Lucifer is like a him? I mean, they say they have like no gender and or no sex or whatever, and also
he said
they're
he was
using
more masculine than anything.
a picture of Andrea Page as their profile picture.
Reclaim,
Well,
do you believe...
Andrea Page, a trans woman. So,
What do you think, Reclaim? What are you saying, Michael?
I'm saying, do you honestly believe he is?
Oh, no, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the... I'm also a naturalist, so no.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, as a Christian, you'd have to, say that it could be possible, but no, I don't think he is.
Okay.
Obviously, from your belief, but yeah. I
Even
think he's a
his-
fantastic
oh, that's-
fella. He's a fantastic fella.
But are you sure about their gender identity?
Yeah.
Well, he told me that he is genderless, and he just said he's been both forms. And I think in the first hangout night, he admitted it having more fun as a woman, didn't he not?
Yeah, and
When
he
he came
said
in flesh?
he's more masculine than
So
anything.
if it's genderless, you can't class him as a he or a she then, can you?
Well,
No, he was saying that he can choose a form. He can choose a form.
He can choose genders,
Yeah,
but
I
he
guess-
can't choose sexes.
Gender fluid. Well,
And he can't have sex.
gender is
He can't have
essentially
sex
kind of
either.
Well, how he puts it,
but-
when he asks for a flesh body, he can ask for a male one or a female one.
But he can't have
That's
sex.
So,
Well, when he's
something
in the
like
flesh, he...
somewhere between agender and gender fluid, I guess. Okay. So,
Oh, yeah.
But when he's in...
definitely non-binary.
Definitely non-binary.
But when he's in the spirit, he's probably he's genderless, yeah.
Yeah, when he's in
going
the
by what he's
spirit.
saying.
When he's
That's
in
what,
the
just going by
spirit.
what he's saying, bro. Don't tell me I'm don't say coming from that.
I know, it's
They,
fun.
they, them, and their. Oh, sorry. They, them, and their are kind of like safe gender-neutral pronouns, I guess. Even if they kind of sound plural. So, I mean, I'm guessing since they're non-binary, it's probably a good idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Since their gender is non-binary, using pronoun like they, them, theirs is a good idea.
His gender may be non-binary, but sex is like a different thing. So he's definitely. I don't know.
There's a genuine distinction between.
There is.
How about we all join hands and sing "We Shall Overcome"?
I would sing, but the language of the birds is different.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, he's a cool guy.
If it's a matter of the voice.
Hey, look, I've talked to him privately, and like, whether he's a troll or not, he does actually care about people. And he told me that he's here for Nadia.
Oh wow, that sounds pretty yeah, stalky, bit stalkerish.
I'm here for
No, not in
Effie.
that way.
I'm
No,
trying
he
to.
just said, give her a
Someone
message,
has to be.
give her a message.
trying to bring Epi to come and worship the devil with me. I mean, become an atheist.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
How
the
does
correct
being an
use of that.
how does being an atheist mean you're devil worshipping?
They're exactly the same thing, Epi. Don't worry about it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
He says his mission is done. He won't be here for much longer. That's what he told me.
Wait. Nadia was about to take off her robe. No, God damn it. God damn it.
Not while we're live. I don't want to get
It's live.
evidence in trouble.
Sorry, Nadia. Sorry.
Yeah, hopefully, well, if they're that interested in me, maybe they can help me immigrate to somewhere with better health insurance.
Well,
Lucy,
welcome to Sweden.
Lucy can't help you. Lucy can't help you because he can't even get his internet working.
You guys have any idea what the payment is for visiting a doctor for, let's say, you have a cough here in Sweden?
No idea.
150 crowns.
Whoa.
What's that in New Zealand dollars?
What's a crown?
I mean,
a crown is it's like $1 is 7 crowns.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah. Do you know
What's
what
that
it,
about,
do you know what it costs to have a heart transplant in Sweden?
No.
150 crowns.
The same.
It's the same payment.
Healthcare is good.
Yeah,
Wow.
sign me up, especially if there's less employer discrimination.
Yeah.
Epi, come to the dark side.
You know how much it costs? You know how much it costs in Australia to do the same thing?
No idea.
Epi's already
Zero.
on the dark, so he's halfway there.
It costs nothing here to do that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, 0 and 150 crowns. I mean, we do the government do take the taxes for it. So.
Oh yeah. Sure.
So it's. But I mean, everybody gets sick. Everybody could get struck with bad luck or accidents. So we think it's fair to pay to make sure that everybody that has bad luck can recover.
It's like an American Express ad. Like you go through what it costs in different countries, and you get to America. What's it cost for the same thing? Probably $40,000.
Yeah, I mean.
$150,000.
Obama tried to.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But I mean, he got a lot of hatred from it.
I was gonna sleep in, but I think I need to actually go do something this morning. Damn.
Yeah. Well, that was off topic. I mean, Sweden has a lot of problems too.
Yeah.
It's not all glory. I mean.
Yeah, you guys. One of Sweden's big problems, all the tall, beautiful women. I mean, how do you guys put up with that?
Yeah, and all those topless women on the summer. I mean, yeah, it's
you poor bastards.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean,
breast implants are 150 crowns, but.
no, actually, that is called enhancement or beauty enhancement, and that is not covered by the country. That is your own. I mean, you can't go and have your breast implants for 150 crowns. No.
Boo.
So.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
We also have winter. I mean, it's 40 minus and dark almost all the time, and we have a lot of suicides. And yeah, so it's not all a dance on roses. But
you guys have a high suicide rate?
Yeah.
I had a friend who told me you guys also have deal with a lot of racism too. Is that any true or?
Well, I mean, not according to the rest of the Europe. I mean, 13% of the voters the last time voted for what you might call a racist party, but that's
all right.
That's
like Greece.
That's in line with the rest of the Europe. So.
You guys have Nazi parties?
I mean, they themselves don't call themselves Nazi, but we have
National Socialists.
Yeah, we have the SD, the Swedish Democrats, and they.
I see.
So. Yeah. But that is off topic though. I'm still quite interested why people believe what they believe, and
I typed it in before. I don't know if you saw it. Earlier on.
Let's turn the tables. Evidence. What do you believe, and why?
Oh yeah, well I believe thousands of things. But
do you believe in any gods?
No.
Why?
The evidence presented to me is not convincing, and the books that I have read doesn't convince me either.
But you could never get faith by doing it that way, I don't think.
Sorry?
I don't think you could ever come to believe by doing it in that sort of manner.
What way should we do it?
Well, like I commented earlier. And this is why I'm sorry, Epi, for maybe it probably sounded like an attack, but in you saying that, a personal relationship with God sounds gay, but I mean, to me, that offended my ears, okay? So I do apologise if I feel like...
Yeah, it was cheap.
Right. Yeah,
It was good. It was good.
It was hot.
I'm trying to apologise.
I'm sorry, too. I was just trying to be a bit funny off of 2 hours of sleep. And
I haven't slept for 3 days, but I'm not calling Christians homos.
I didn't call Christians that. I just said the term itself brings up that.
I'm thinking like all those angels have to be like so buffed and studly and tongue.
Calm down, Nadia. I probably will have a private chat with Nadia later.
Okay.
She's getting aroused. Is my wife here? No. So okay, but I mean, personal relationship with God might seem gay. Okay, sure, but that was over the top. But I mean, I've joined hangouts with Brett Keane, Revelation News, Veckel, and those guys, and I mean, talk about insults. I mean, you can watch my latest video if you.
Today, Arcane Truth said that the Ark of the Covenant was a secret power source of the Great Pyramid of Giza.
I believe that. I actually believe that.
Yeah, he's probably been up all night watching Indiana Jones films.
No, I believe the Ark of the Covenant was like made of radioactive material. Actually.
I'm telling you, I was there, and the whole reason I did was to sign up for the Flying Pyramid.
I fucking love Arcade so much.
He's a dick.
How do I go about getting into the gay relationship with God?
Just bend over.
Well, yeah. Jesus would love to have a AKA personal relationship with everyone, but for legal reasons, he's not allowed to.
Oh. Well,
I'm still having a quite hard time to grasp that the Christian God only reveals himself to certain people. I mean, I would sure be qualified. I mean, I didn't know of any.
Have you heard of the gospel?
Yeah, sure, I have. And
okay, well, there you go.
Don't forget, you've got to be able to understand it all properly. You've got to be able to understand or know the Bible in several different languages and know what it's just.
Yeah. And we actually do have people that can do that.
I mean, have you heard the gospel? I mean, of course, but have you heard anything?
If you sound to be like you're worried about God and you're worried about if this God will accept you, then I would recommend to you to read the gospel and see how that lays upon you. If it doesn't speak to you, maybe not. But the best way to find God is in His Word.
Yeah, sure, but I have read the entire Bible, page to page, in Swedish, of course.
Or you could read Lord of the Rings and become a disciple of Sauron.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, if it doesn't recite to you, we
only holy
have
if you read it in
written.
English.
Yeah, King James only.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, even our Swedish King Gustav Vasa was before James King. He lived in the 1521. He was king. So if I read that one, that is even before King James. King James is 1600, right?
Evidence for you. Can I just can I speak my piece with regards to this?
Sure.
Do you have yourself an open heart to this?
Well, if you consider that perhaps me, one of my two children, I have a boy and a girl, and I have a wife. If you consider that perhaps me, one of them, or perhaps all, will someday burn in a lake of fire forever, then you have my sincere interest if there is a Christian God. Yes.
Well said.
All right, wait. So are you? So you're open to seeking? That's essentially what you're telling me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Jesus says, "Seek and you shall find," and I'm not sure. And if what you're telling me is true, then I have no doubt that you're going to find something. If not in this life, maybe the next. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's all good.
The next life? What do you mean? Reincarnation?
Yeah, next life.
The resurrection of the dead.
But you won't be resurrected if
You'll be resurrected in your body. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Nobody goes to hell then?
Just like...
So that's my bit of advice for you, Evidence.
Yeah,
just keep seeking.
Yeah, I have objections to that one, but I think Nadia wants to speak. Okay.
Is there any way I can just like sign up for annihilation or whatever? Call Dr. Kevorkian.
Sorry?
Is there any way I can like sign up for annihilation?
Annihilation.
An emulation?
Annihilation, yeah.
Annihilation, yeah.
Not
resurrect me.
According to some interpretations, maybe, but I doubt it.
You're gonna burn in hell, but then you can be annihilated.
I'm gonna burn in hell.
That's what Nephi will tell you.
I don't know what's
Nephi's an authority on scripture, guys.
Yeah, about as much as he is on evolution. That's why it makes a nonsense of G-Man's tagline, the read your Bible and do what it says. Well, it depends what Bible and in what language. That's a bit difficult.
Yeah.
No, I hope people don't read the Old Testament
Do
and
what it says. Leviticus 26:29. Leviticus 26:29. Don't do that, otherwise that will be bad. You know what that verse says?
Yeah, I've forgotten off the top of my head, but.
Oh, it says you're gonna have to eat your kids for disobeying God.
Wait, where does it say that?
Leviticus 26:29. Of course, it's taken out of context, Epi. It's just for a joke.
Okay.
It's just, he says, read your Bible and do what it says, and if you just do that, that's going to be bad.
Yeah, you will eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's figurative.
Yeah, he just said that. He's just having a joke.
Okay. Although G-Man's a literalist, he would actually think that's what you're literally supposed to do.
Yeah.
And my point was that G-Man's claim to read your Bible and do what it says is nonsense, considering
he couldn't literally do what it says.
Well, literally, he can't read his Bible either, can he? Because he's probably reading he doesn't understand it. He'd have to understand it in Greek and the Aramaic bits and the Hebrew bits and probably anything that was written in Latin, or so therefore his version might not be the right version. So is he actually reading the Bible, or is he not reading the Bible?
In all fairness, can he read even English?
No.
Well, he can't write it very well. I'll tell you that.
No, Jesus Ruiz.
Just shorten that. You just say that G-Man is nonsense. You don't need to say anything else.
So, yeah. So, Jesus, I'd like to live forever. Do your magic shit, please.
Yep.
Nothing happened.
Oh yeah, Jesus put me out of my misery.
Nothing also happened. Wow.
Yeah,
Zero for 2.
Hey, I just went through the agony of death, like, massively. Yeah, that actually, like, restrained me, stopped the whatever with convulsions and stuff. It was like...
Well, this is what,
yeah,
Jesus made too many promises about how prayer is supposed to work.
And see what happens. I want to see if anything works.
Well, actually, you just made the proclamation that you're supposed to pray for your daily bread.
Can I have some bread, Jesus?
Yeah,
I know
how
it's
about
not
the levothyroxine, liothyronine, listro, glargine, estriol, and progesterone? So I don't go into ketoacidosis repetitively and, have acute kidney failure and arrhythmia, post-tachycardia, and so on. Oh, whoops! I think that might be a bit complicated for.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone who asks receives, then we should be able to ask for cancer to be cured, and it should be cured, right? I mean.
Yeah, with man's logic, there's yes, no, or maybe, or wait, or whatever it is. So all he's saying to cancer patients is wait.
Yeah, well, according to G-Man, no answer at all is an answer.
Please torture Christian, like a fire forever, right now.
Ah!
Yeah.
That worked, you bastard.
I bet that hurts. Yeah.
Can we keep the agony of death down to just like, one more time instead of like, I don't know how many 100 times it's gonna be.
There's no agony in hell because all the smart people are down in hell, so they just invented big air conditioners.
Yeah, I mean, also this idea of, like you said, about being tortured in hell forever, it would cease to be torture after a certain while, because you just get used to it.
Well, I mean...
on a treadmill.
No, sandpaper treadmill. Flaming sandpaper treadmill is what it's going to be. You know what I'm talking about?
Sandpaper treadmill.
Sandpaper treadmill room. Flaming sandpaper treadmill room. Have you guys ever seen the sandpaper treadmill room?
That suggests that we would get our bodies back if we went to hell then.
Well, yeah, and you die over and over again.
So we lose our body and then get it back.
Hey, wait a minute. How am I not?
Just keep on dying.
How am I not going through that right now? It's like, the body I was born with, I'm stuck with. Number one. Number two, I keep dying over and over again and keep getting brought back. Am I not there kind of already?
Yeah, and the idea that our soul, whatever that may mean, goes to heaven where someone sits down at the right hand of someone else. That suggests there are chairs. So
there are definitely chairs in heaven.
Right, yeah.
Those are... No, it doesn't. That's figurative.
Oh, right.
Chairs represent... power represented power. So when one says on your right hand and on your left hand, it's in representation of where power lies, not literal chairs.
Yes, we do understand that.
I want to
throne be a chair?
I want to think that it's literal chairs.
Would a throne be a chair?
Yes. Thrones are chairs. They're just big chairs, big fancy chairs.
Yeah, the Pope's got.
Is there mention of a throne in the Bible?
The Pope's got a solid gold one he sits on when he talks about the poor.
Actually,
Okay, guys. I just want to.
Pope Francis actually does have a very. Actually, the chair he sits on is just made of stone. Also, in the Bible, it mentions the seat of Moses, which is where the Pharisees sat.
Oh. So, am I to think that God is the only one with a literal chair in heaven?
God does not.
Throne.
Oh, I think so.
Well, a throne's a chair.
Yeah.
Well, we were made in His image. That means He must be human.
Yeah.
Thomist understands image to mean in the ability of having rational thought. Not in terms.
So this is why it's all a load of nonsense, because we have to have all these various interpretations, and this means that. So when you're handing a Bible to someone and say, "Read that,"
in His image,
I don't hand the Bible out. Actually, the Bible was handed out because people thought, "Oh, the common man is so able to interpret this without any kind of outside help." No, wrong.
Yeah. Okay. I was. If it's okay, I would like to clarify something that was brought up to me earlier about my openness to Christianity, and that if it meant to. Let me first just take off my pants here. Nadia made me so hot. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Just one moment. Okay. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let's fold them nicely so my wife doesn't notice. Okay. Oh my God, it's hard to sit down with that. What is that? Hit my table? Oh my God, let's take that.
No, I'm gonna say this.
Oh, okay, so there you go. I had this kind of boner in the way. Sure. We were talking about this. I mean, of course, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, the Old Testament didn't work. There was no hell, so they had to introduce hell to Jesus, meek and mild, to convey people. And I have to say that if there was no hell in the doctrine of Christianity, I would not even consider it for one moment. But
I'm going to hell.
But because it's so unlikely that it's 99.9 in a miles away unlikely to be true. But when you pose the eternal damnation, then you sort of invoke the doubt in people, and that is what I think the New Testament authors knew. So
well, the way I understand hell is eternal separation from God. That's essentially all that it means. Well, actually, not that. Sorry. Is actually hell is actually being in the eternal presence of God, unregenerate. It's somebody. So, for example, somebody who a lot of ancient Christic writers actually thought that the sinner, that during the time of resurrection, everyone is going to be in the presence of Christ fully glorified. To those who take eternal pleasure and solace in God, that does mean an eternity of bliss. For those of us that don't, that of course means the opposite.
Those of us that don't. So you're in there with us?
I said for those of us to do, and those of us that don't.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. I love you all, except
me.
No, I love you.
Me.
I love all of you, except what's his name? I can't click on it. No, I love you, Christian. No.
Evidence for you?
No, don't name it people in the Mark. I don't like you, Mark.
Mark.
No, that's
I hope you die.
Mark is one.
I will die one day. There's
so
no doubt in that. So you'll get your wish.
I know.
That was strange.
Okay,
Marcus his views is logic, and he never curse, and he is courteous.
Oh, I always fucking curse. That's not an indication of anything. I'll see you guys later.
Just call him Mark Unora.
See you, Epi.
Aurora, whichever.
Aurora, sorry, yeah, Aurora, yeah.
Aurora, yes, Jack and Aurora. There's several.
That was quite harsh to Mark. I mean, I like Mark.
I think he was just joking around. But
He's only joking.
He is a Satanist.
Well,
what do you expect?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
There's something of a, I don't know, problem of evil in microcosm here. Kind of like, how did I get screwed so bad? We've got this life with the repetitive agony of death. Not just that, but also, the horror of having, I guess a face I can't stand living with, a voice I can't stand hearing, and, well, the rest of me I can't really stand either. And the big promise you have is that I'll be, like, resurrected to, I guess, the same body that I couldn't stand in this life. I'm not convinced this is a plus. And frankly, repetitive agony of death in hell. Well, I get repetitive agony of death right here. So what's the difference?
Well, yeah. Many Christians do acknowledge that eternal torture in hell would not be consisted with loving God. So, I mean, it's usually only the fundamentalists that has that view. But
that's your logical problem of evil, yeah.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, what in the world would be the purpose? I mean, okay, I mean, if you take Ray Comfort's stance on this, I mean, if you tell one small lie in your 100-year-old life, you are condemned forever. I mean, talk about the punishment not fitting the crime. I mean, burn in 2 billion years for one small lie. I mean, my parents actually did tell my 8-year-old brother that he would be okay, because he sort of knew he was going to die from leukemia. But they said, no, you will be okay. We are here for you. They hold his hand and they comfort him in all their ways. I mean, in a way, my parents lied to that poor child, but they lied to comfort him. I mean, why in the world would you burn for 2,000 billion years for a white lie? I mean,
just so we can. Okay, so just so everyone understands the eternalist position, it's not torture; it's torment. Torture is when somebody is inflicting something upon you forever. Torment is to just be tormented. It's mental. It's more along the lines of mental anguish. Second of all, the eternalist position isn't that your sin in and of itself warrants it, but rather your sin, which is done in an affront to God Himself, warrants it. So just so we're interpreting, it's called the principle of charity.
Yeah, burning seems to be
charity.
I burnt myself yesterday when I took out a pizza from the oven, and I could tell you it hurt like, well, you know the expression hell. And I mean, if you're going to burn in hell forever, I mean, I suppose it hurts, right? Whether you put it torture or not.
Well, the pain wouldn't be physical.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Mental anguish.
I mean, pain is physical. Pain is the reaction of something wrong interpreted to the brain that you are supposed to stop doing what you are doing.
And isn't mental of the brain?
Not necessarily. There are people who would not hold to a pure physicalism.
So you're saying that it will be mental anguish. That suggests you'd have to have a brain to have mental anguish, doesn't it?
Not really.
But what else?
There are immaterial spirits who do not have physical brains.
So, yeah, but you used the word mental.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not. You just don't presume physicalism.
So if it's not, so no, you used the word mental. So you said that hell is going to be a mental anguish. So
Yes.
then, so what does mental mean?
Coming from the mind.
Right. So we got so there will be. So if we have a mind in this hell of yours, that would suggest, as we only know minds to exist as part of a brain.
No, in the general Christian context, there are various beings that do not have a physical brain.
So how have they got minds if they haven't got brains?
It's an immaterial substance.
Where?
That would invoke some kind of extension or location, which isn't
No,
the
but
case.
you can't use the word mind and say it's not of a brain. We don't know of any
Yes,
other.
you can. You can very well do
Give me an example of a mind that is not connected to a brain of some sort. Give me an example of a mind
in the
existing
Christian
without a brain.
context, God would be such an example.
So
Well,
God's
they would
got a
also claim
mind
all
but
human
not a
minds.
brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, do you think that Christians believe in a physical space mind, physical space brain somewhere out there?
So we weren't made in His image then.
Exactly, I was going to say that.
Yeah, that's not how a lot of Christians interpret that verse. They don't.
Which is it? Either God isn't he's some entity, or He made us in His image, which suggests that we look like Him, and therefore He
No,
looks
it
like
doesn't.
us.
The term image has various connotations.
Oh, right.
It's a facsimile, isn't it?
First of all, when God says, "Let us make man in our image," He's referring to Himself and the angels. He's referring to beings that
So
have
there were angels made before us.
rationality. Yeah.
Were
Yes.
there?
Most. Yes.
So God made angels first in His image, and then He made us.
Yep.
But does it say that in Genesis then? God made the angels first, didn't?
Yeah, it's actually it's Catholic theology.
Ah, wow.
Well, it really comes from Enoch, but the Catholics won't like to acknowledge that.
So what are the angels then?
They're immaterial. Okay, guess I'm going to have to go through a lot of
So
metaphysics.
God made stuff.
But again, they're immaterial beings likewise.
So God made immaterial beings first, and then He made us.
Yep.
Right. What did He make immaterial beings from?
Immaterial image.
God doesn't make things in the same way that craftsmen make things, where we find something already pre-existent in some way and then just mold them into something new. God rather sustains His creation from beginning to end, at all points in time.
What?
He's a sustaining cause. He's the sustaining cause of all things that exist, other than Him.
So He didn't make us from dirt and spare ribs then?
No, not as I see it.
So that bit of the Bible was that bit of the Bible's pretty useless then. So why don't they take that bit out then?
Actually, it's not. It details the fall of the original man and woman.
Well, it depends who you believe the original woman was, doesn't it? Really?
Well, the original woman would have been the first woman.
What, Lilith?
Yeah, I don't hold the Talmudic story to be the case.
Why not? It's their book.
It's not.
Am I Jewish? Do I look like an Orthodox Jew here?
So the Old Testament is irrelevant then?
No. What the fuck? Seriously? No.
Isn't that the Jewish?
I'm not a Jew. No, I'm not a Jew. Doesn't mean the Old Testament is irrelevant. Lilith comes from a Babylonian Talmudic story of origin. I don't hold to the Babylonian Talmud to be inerrant or binding.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Could we try to hear Christian Smith talk? He says he has a lag, but we could determine how long it is. Go ahead, Christian Smith.
Hey, just wanted to ask you, Effie. So one big problem that I have with Christians and Catholics and all sorts of denominations is that you seem to have, if you're a believer, you seem to have this membership card as a metaphor, which means that you can You can sin without any repercussions. As long as you believe and you believe that you can atone for those sins, you can sin away, do what you want, murder people, rape people, kill people, and you can go to heaven because if you atone on your deathbed, everything else is forgiven. And I have a big problem with that.
So shall we sin so that grace abounds? Is that what you were thinking, Epi, when he said that?
When did I say that? I don't believe I was.
No, I was saying, were you thinking the same thing when you heard that? It reminded me of a verse of Paul's.
No, I'm not familiar with the verse you're quoting, but so on the Catholic context, because you ask for forgiveness of a sin doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have to atone for it in any way, shape, or form. Part of seeking forgiveness is to also seek to make an amends for your sin. If not in this world, then maybe then in the next. This is kind of where conceptions of purgatory come from. The sin is already forgiven. So, for example, if I kill somebody and ask for forgiveness of that sin, and I don't want to help their family or anyone I've hurt through that sin, but I still want forgiveness, then yeah, it doesn't fly.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you compare somebody like an atheist who could live a really, really good, pure life and theoretically not do any sinning, but the one sin except that they've inherently done, which is to not believe in God, which is blasphemy, you would then go to hell. I mean, it seems crazy to me that you would send Hitler, potentially, to heaven for all his sins because he was a Christian and he could atone, theoretically atone for those sins. He would go to heaven, where you got an atheist who may lead a really, really pure life just because they didn't believe, they didn't have enough evidence to believe, they're going to be tortured for life. I find that abhorrent.
So the church does teach who will be saved, but it doesn't exclude other people from salvation. It just says salvation is only guaranteed from the church. Now, second of all, when it comes to living a really good and pure life, we're saved in spite of our shortcomings and faults. That's what it teaches. No, if we're going on our pure merits alone, nobody is worthy. That's the gospel truth of the matter. And so I don't really see people, not just atheists, but anyone living a kind of really, really pure life, except like one thing. That hardly.
But doesn't that allow people who are religious, who are Catholics or any other denomination, act really poorly because they think, oh well, everybody's sinning, so I'm going to act really badly, and
Christian,
I don't really care because I'm going to heaven.
And then they can go say sorry once a month in a box and then go and do it all again.
No, we can't. That's
let me address this.
Hold
on, Effie. I got a concise answer for this.
Yeah, it is.
Paul actually addressed this very subject in Romans 6, verse 1, and you can read it. I posted it in the bar there. This very same. It says, "So shall we sin that grace may abound? Certainly not." What it's saying is, so do we get a free license to sin because we have grace? Certainly not. And he addresses in that whole sermon exactly the question that Christian just raised. And what Paul's trying to say is absolutely not, Christian. You do not have a license to sin. You need to be humble, and so anyways, Romans 6 would be a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, this bullshit about just sitting in a box. No, wait, I just want to address this. Mark, that bullshit about just sitting in the box and it's okay, that's not the case at all. Usually when you seek repentance, you're also seeking a way to make amends. That's part of it. It's called atoning. It's part of the process of atoning. If I step on somebody's shoes or attack somebody or malign them in some way, shape, or form that is considered unjust, that I think is deserving of repentance, and I seek not to do nothing about it other than just that confession, then it's still on my head. It doesn't just magically go away.
Can somebody
you get some mumbo jumbo to utter repeatedly for a bit and to make you feel better.
That's not how it happens.
Can somebody atone for genocide, for example? Can Hitler atone? Is that theoretically possible in your religion?
It would take a while, but yes, he could. So one thing you could do is, let's just say somebody committed genocide, and he wants to make amends for that. The first thing he does is turns himself into the rightful authorities. The second thing he does is personally try to apologize to every person that he's ever hurt. It's genocidal maniacs ever do it, though? Hardly. I have never seen one example of that.
So it's sort of like a Catholic 12-step program.
It's a pity the Vatican don't take that into account as regards to the child abuse, then, isn't it? Reporting it to the relevant authorities.
That's the point. Yeah,
but they weren't there, were they? They were just moving them to do it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was under. Yeah, a lot of that came under the auspices of reforming the pedophile, which doesn't really happen. Unlike what some super liberal psychologist experts in the 70s were trying to say or illustrate.
Right, go and read the UN report on it then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Go and read the UN report on it.
Well,
I know what happened, and a lot of Catholics were against it. In fact, we try to change things in the church instead of just bitching about it on the internet too. You know, some of us actually withhold our. A lot of us actually withhold our tithing. A lot of us actually talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's welcome Seth McCullum.
Better than bitching on the internet about it.
Well, leave would be a good thing.
Okay, let's welcome Seth McCullum. I've seen him before. Perhaps he has something to say to Epicurus or Seamus. Go ahead, if you like.
Partially on topic, but not exactly. I've once argued, and I still kind of am convinced of this point, though almost universally atheists pan me for making such an argument. I'm curious what Epicurus has to say about it. In the United States, there isn't any law that I'm aware of that makes a Catholic priest have to report somebody for crime, or for somebody confessing a crime to them in confession. This includes child abuse, and I would actually argue that that's probably a policy that should stay. And for the reason that I think that when there's a policy that the clergy does not have to report such a thing, and they don't report such a thing. As a matter of fact, I think they have a code that, according to the church, that says they can't. Is that correct?
In terms of reporting,
Right.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yes, there is one. It's called. Hang on, I'll try and find it.
I don't want this to lay down on the table for too long because I might sound like a terrible person. I think the reasoning, the reason I have for thinking this is a good policy that should stay is because I don't think it's going to result in any less child abuse or less crime of this nature if you change the policy. I think that the best chance you have for getting somebody to stop hurting children is if they're going to confess this to a priest at least has a chance to try to convince them that they have to report themselves with the proper authorities and stop this heinous crime.
I found it, Seth. It's what is ingrained in every priest is one must not give scandal to the church.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about other clergy. I'm talking about parishioners.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah.
What the Catholic Church did, what it appears the Catholic Church did with priests moving priests around without doing anything, that's terrible. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about priests taking confession from parishioners.
No, I think if there's been a crime such as child abuse committed, it should be reported straight away.
Did you think that would result in less child abuse?
No, but it's a crime that should be reported because a child is being abused, and all the time you don't do something about it, it could be that that child is continuing to be abused. What makes confessing to a priest so different? What does that get a pass? Why
The priest.
If someone told me they'd be abusing children, I'd phone the police.
Well, I'm primarily concerned with children being harmed, and which is why I think that, I mean, if every Catholic parishioner knew that if they told a priest that they were abusing or harming a child, if this was a known fact that they would report them to the authorities and people would stop confessing to priests, then you'd have no chance of.
But then
now we have
stop the harm to a child, because if someone's confessing, if I was a priest and someone told me they were abusing children and I did nothing, then I know in my mind that there's a pretty good chance that child is going to continue to be abused. So that's not reducing the harm at all, is it?
Well, actually, that if you did nothing, sure, but I don't think a priest is doing. Some priests might not do anything, but I think there's a possibility for priests to try to convince the person to report themselves to the authority if they want to be right.
I agree with that. I'd say perhaps
if we are talking about the Catholic priest, for example, I mean, it's quite known that most of them try to solve that between themselves.
Again, I'm not talking about priests. I think what the Catholic Church is accused of doing is with moving priests around who abused children is patently disgusting and should. There's no excuse for it. What I'm talking about is parishioners, people, Catholic Church members who aren't priests, coming to priests and admitting that they've done harm to children. I think that the best thing, I mean, if it was known that they can't confess this to priests because they'll be reported, then nothing can be done. They just won't say anything to anybody, and the abuse will continue. Meanwhile, if they had a place where they could admit to these things and a priest can try to convince them that, hey, if you want to get right with God, you have to come clean and go to the authorities and stop doing this, I think there's at least a chance and a net gain of less child abuse.
I can see some value in that. But I would, if I was the priest, I'd say I think you'd have to say, if you don't do it, soon. Because how long would you leave it? Wait a month to see whether
it's an extremely difficult situation to be in, and and it's a really controversial subject. I've come down on this topic. It seems to me that what would result in the least harm to children is if priests did not at least have to report this to police. So there would at least be a chance that people would come to the priests with this problem, or to confession with this problem, and be convinced to turn themselves in.
I'd probably, I can see that. I can see the value in that, but I think it'd have to be. You have to say, unless if you haven't done it within X amount of time, then I will.
In support of Seth's position, if it's child abuse in particular, a lot of times is not something that the abuser themselves is very comfortable with. So they are in a lot of cases. Kind of motivated to, or at least partially motivated to turn themselves in a way. They'll rig things up so they'll get caught, or if they don't just confess outright. So I guess they call it like ego dystonic, or the urges are ego dystonic or something like that. So it has more plausibility or support to it than be immediately apparent. They're not, quote unquote, just going about their business and trying to get away with it. They're actually like tormented by their bizarre whatever it is themselves.
Do you have anything to say about that, Epicurus?
Well, I see your point, Seth, and I would agree. And it's hard involvement. And just to say, the Catholic, this doesn't absolve anyone. Just to say someone else is doing it far worse, but public schools also have a huge problem with this, as well as other institutions, because, well, what's fairly interesting about this is pedophiles tend to go where you have easy access to children. And as Nadi said, of course, it still would stand what Nadi said, that not all pedophiles are comfortable with this, or with abusing children. They themselves have negative thoughts about themselves. But the fact of the matter is, you have also a lot of other institutions where power is coming into play. So, for example, teachers in public schools. A lot of them don't like going over usually unions, and for good reasons. Unions are very essential to public school teachers. To involve themselves in child abuse cases where you have a teacher who is abusing children. It's an institution as well.
We're not just talking about sexual abuse. I mean, not all paedophiles are molesters, and not all molesters are paedophiles. Plus, some of it is just physical abuse, mental abuse, because they can. It's not just all about sexual abuse.
Oh yeah, well, there's the part of the abuse still stands, nonetheless.
My insight into it is not great. So
I've done quite a bit of work with in the field because I'm a volunteer for the NSPCC in the UK.
So you might be able to say more about, I don't know, the thesis I brought up there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, most abuse is carried out by people that usually know the victim, relatives, friends.
Teachers?
Yeah, teachers. That's always going to be. It's pretty much obvious that it's still going to be someone, as you say. A lot of molesters take advantage of where they know there's going to be children. There's always going to be a big problem in such places as the education establishment and, unfortunately, churches, religious organisations.
I don't think anyone's going the Bill Maher route and just calling Catholic priests all pedophiles or making any kind of aspersions to that. It's what I was talking about was about what the Catholic Church did is their tendency to move around, or at least the way they did, move around priests who were found out to be hurting children in that way.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the scandal is the reaction of the church in general. I mean,
well, just to say that the church isn't this one monolithic thing. Different bishops disagreed with even themselves upon how to handle it.
But the characteristics, rather than own up to the fact that it was happening, the victims were accused of lying, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. In most cases, a local diocese failed to inform authorities, covered it up. Also clerics resigned involuntarily, but there are lots that face it out and put victims through even more anguish. And some of them, I mean, I think it's the Archbishop of Boston, even enjoys papal support, or did, as Archpriest of the Papal Basilica in Rome, and he's still a cardinal. The church frequently suggested the problem was minor, or blamed other unconnected factors, or claimed it did not know the true extent of the problem. It claimed it was ignorant of the nature of child abusers, or every possible step was taken by the church to minimise criminal sanctions. And when they paid compensation to the victims, they put gagging clauses in. All this sorts, these sorts of things are just makes it even worse.
Just as a point of reference, and especially in terms of the politics that goes in here, especially convicting people on higher up. So, for example, take Father Marcel of the Legion of Christ, who was actually prosecuted. The problem was it was hard to prosecute him because he was protected by so many other cardinals. In fact, it wasn't until Ratzinger was elected Pope that Marcel's case was even reopened and even resolved.
Ratzinger's one of the worst.
Well, that was actually a case where Ratzinger helped to.
One case.
Yeah.
It's indefensible. That's it.
I don't know. I don't think it really speaks for or against the sort of like truth of religion. I mean,
No, no, we
Go ahead.
can't say religion is bad or because this happens. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But
Yeah.
Unless you could tie that specifically to religion, and I don't think we can in this case.
No, I'd agree.
Just as a point of reference, and I agree wholeheartedly with what St. John Chrysostom says about this, because the role of priest and bishop requires such blamelessness and stewardship, he actually said that most of the priesthood wasn't helped. Because when you take the role of the priest or the bishop, that's a heavy burden you have to bear.
I mean, I just think it's, as I said, indefensible because of this ingrained, one must not give scandal to the church. So that overrides everything, and that's the part of the problem, biggest problem.
Well, if you're on him, yeah, but that's the whole kind of point of the Catholic Church. You are supposed, even though we do think of, we have importance in our own actions as individuals, especially to guide the church in the right direction. You do this usually by not giving scandal to the church as a whole, but through gradual reform within, if you can help it. You don't. It's a very hard thing just bringing an outside source, especially when you want the institution itself to maintain the respect that it has.
Sure, but this reform from within obviously hasn't and isn't working. I don't see people. I don't see
actually
people out. I don't see people out on the streets protesting.
Actually, it's been going great with Pope Francis. He actually brought forth a public apology about this. One of the first ones.
But what does that?
It's a point at reform.
Yeah, well, I just got my own views on the Catholic Church as a whole. It's probably one of the most corrupt organisations in the history of the planet.
Yeah, and it's still up and running. To me, that's a miracle.
No, it's proof. It's proof it's one of the most corrupt organisations on the planet that it's still up and running.
Well, that's a tautology. It's one of the most corrupt organizations on the planet because it's one of the most corrupt organizations on the planet.
Well, because that corruption has helped it stay. No, that's not what I was saying. It helped it. You said it's still in existence. Well, yeah.
You don't think? So you think that corrupt organizations tend to last? I mean, a lot of the most corrupt organizations on the planet don't really last more than 100, 200 years tops. Rome was pretty corrupt and it fell.
Rome lasted a good, 2,200 years, or at least the Roman Empire.
When do you consider the fall of Rome?
Usual, 400s, whatever, but the Byzantines were the continuation. After that,
I really think that.
Yeah.
Just little things to me, like
I think it's obvious that the fall of Rome happened when the Olive Garden announced their pasta passport.
Yeah, I just have a real problem with supposedly men dressed in the finest clothes, sitting on solid gold thrones, chairs, encrusted in jewels, telling people what they should do about the poor. I think it's obscene.
They don't know. Yeah, just as is pretty much and still remains one of the most charitable organizations in the world, considering how much money it does give to.
Yeah, so what?
Oh, okay. So you're totally right. The Catholic Church does absolutely nothing about.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that, did I? Did I say the Catholic Church does nothing?
You said, and I'll.
No, did I say?
From what I remember.
Did I say the Catholic Church does nothing?
No, you didn't.
Right, thank you. I said I find it obscene that there are people sat on gold-encrusted thrones and dressed in splendor as they are, telling us or other people or other Catholics what to do about the poor. Sell all that gold, sell all the splendor.
Quick
Give
question.
it to the poor. Get rid of it.
Question for you. Does what they say, so what they say is automatically invalidated just because they're coming?
No, I didn't say that either. I didn't say that either.
Okay, but so then what's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Someone on a gold throne telling, giving directions or telling people that they should sell their goods or help the poor.
They are
on a
helping
gold
for
throne.
themselves.
While sitting on a gold throne. Do what you can for the poor. Help them.
And
sell
they
your,
do.
Sell your possession. Yeah, but you've got a man sat in, I don't know, dressed in clothes that probably cost more than some African nations make in an entire year, telling other people what they should do about the poor, while sat on a solid gold throne and holding a diamond and ruby encrusted stick. It's obscene.
So, a couple of things. First off, they're not being hypocritical when they are giving advice and actually doing their part.
I didn't say they were. I said I find it obscene that someone can sit. It's like me saying to you, Epicurus, sell your car, sell your computer, sell all your worldly possessions and go and give that money to the poor.
When did the Catholic Church ever say that?
Didn't Jesus say about selling?
When did Jesus actually said, and it was in the context to a rich young man about what he ought to do. What Jesus Christ was saying in that instance was, sell all your possessions and follow me, which was actually construed as a call, to the priesthood, where you yourself do not own anything. No one in the Catholic Church actually owns that stuff. No one individual. Rather, the Church owns it as a collective. I technically own the Vatican along with every other person.
Oh well, you're just making excuses. You know what I'm trying to say. You've got a man sat on a gold throne telling people that they should go and help the poor.
Because
well,
you represent.
Sell the fucking throne then, mate. Sell the throne and sit on a wooden chair. What's the difference? Sell the throne.
I have
and put a massive fund together to go and help the poor, rather than giving them Bibles first. Sell all this crap and take the money and do something with it.
So if we actually look at the Old Testament, God actually does use fine material to build places of reverence and where worship is worthy. For example, the Ark of the Covenant, that was made with gold, as an example. So there are jewels in the temple. There is nothing wrong with having these things. They're supposed to represent God's
glory to God.
Yeah,
because that's more important.
Actually, it is. We do whatever we do is
glory
to
God is more important than the poor, feeding people and helping humanity. It is it?
It is. In fact, So here's the interesting thing: Christians actually don't help the poor to indulge their own egos about how awesome they are. That's not it at all.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm just giving the reason why Christians help the poor in the first place. It's not because we're commanded to. It's also not because we get. It's not because we fulfill our own egos. Rather, we're totally fulfilled by God. We do that because we do that because because through doing that we're glorifying God. Not because we're getting our own egotistical boost from it. Not because we're thinking I'm helping. I'm just doing what I'm doing.
I do that not for the glory of anything, but just to help the people that have got less than me. That's the difference between us. I don't have to glorify some invisible entity. It's not the purpose of helping the poor or helping someone less fortunate than me. That's the difference.
Yeah. Atheists helps the poor because they're hungry.
I'm actually going to call you on that one. So you help the poor to help the poor. What does that mean? It's a tautology.
No, I didn't say that. I said I help the poor because they're less fortunate than me, or if I see someone that's less fortunate than me or that needs something, I'll try and help them. Because I want to help them, not because I want to glorify an invisible
So you help
being.
them because you want to help them. That doesn't tell me anything.
I help them because they need the help. That's you just twisting it.
What's the cause of it?
If I see a man on the
They
street
are
that
hungry.
hasn't got food, I would get him food because he's hungry, because he might die otherwise. I wouldn't do it for the glory of an invisible being.
They might be hungry, cold, they might be sick.
All right, so you're okay, but why ought you do that? Why does anyone have to do that?
Who said I had to do it? I do it because.
So is this an open question? Because I'd like a shot at it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I help people because I think that when people are helped, and people see other people being helped, they're more likely to help people in the future. And I might end up in a position where I'm at such a situation, and I would like to be helped.
All right, so that's actually kind of the answer I was.
And it's beneficial for us as human beings to do things like that.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't do anything for my own benefit. I do things for the I do things, yes, for the glory of God, as I was originally saying. But through that, I help and become a servant of everyone else. I actually see myself as.
But don't you see the problem with building a temple, encrusting it with jewels and gold, to then to go in and use that to help the poor for the glory of God? Sell the gold and the jewels and use it, do some good.
I have.
Well, that's exactly what the Pharisees. Yeah, that's exactly what Judas said, as well. And here's the thing. I'm honestly of the opinion that unless you're doing something for the glory of God, you're essentially just doing it for your own glory.
No, not at all. That's nonsense. I mean, why do you think? Do you think God needs to see gold and rubies and diamonds? You think such a being has any needs like that at all?
He doesn't.
So a perfect being So why then? A perfect being doesn't even need worship, let alone rubies and diamonds and gold temples.
So here's the thing. God is not a being who requires this stuff in order to find some kind of self-fulfillment. God has already fulfilled it himself. He didn't even have to create creation at all. But he does this as a work of grace and mercy for his creation. That's what grace means. It's a form of mercy onto somebody. He does it for its own sake, not for his own. Likewise, when I do something, I don't do it for my own sake. I do it for the sake of others. Namely, the glory of God, yes, but also I glorify God through glorifying some unfortunate person. I don't do it for myself. It's agape. I do it for everything else.
Yeah, sure. Nadia.
Okay, probably two different points to address here. One, I think, is just kind of the general survey says. And, yeah, I guess the reason why I helped people when I still could, and unfortunately I can't anymore, is because I cared about them. I felt a sense of duty to my fellow person, and I felt sympathy for them and so on. I took them in, and they didn't pay rent and so on. Anyway, the next part is I don't think okay, well, hawk the Vatican or something is necessarily the way to go at it. I think and embrace and extend, but not necessarily Microsoft's extinguish. Really is more of the way to go. I think to the extent that say Catholics have some kind of grand goal in this church of carrying out something, mobilize them to help get NHS healthcare for the world or something, and
Actually,
so on and so forth, right?
the Catholic Church has come out and said that healthcare is a human right.
Yeah, sure. So get the use that backing to go about justifying it, bring them in as kind of a some kind of I don't know, a stakeholder or moral authority or whatever you want to call it to get it all rolling. If they're your ally on that, you ally with them. If somebody's got an issue right, that's how politics works, I guess. And so when it comes to hawking the Vatican or whatever, I don't see it as that meaningful gesture. I mean, you can cash out your assets, but all you've really done is blow away the assets. It's the actual inflow that makes a difference. So maybe negotiating a way so that tithes and so on are coordinated with things like national or global say social program taxation or something like that. Be like a way to work or something. I mean, I think that's more productive than hawking the Vatican. The Vatican has value. It has I don't know. You could call it a museum or something like that. Even though, well, I guess people still kind of actively believe it and so on. I mean, those are grand works of art in there. The things you're talking about, thrones, scepters, crowns, jewels, whatever, tiaras, they're works of art themselves. And you don't hawk the crown because might help the budget of the UK. Wouldn't help that much, and at least not relative to what the UK really does. And it's a priceless heirloom. So that's kind of my thought there.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would also agree with that too. Your point about how you don't just hawk all the assets; you're in it for the long run.
Yeah, keeping hold of it, hoarding it.
Yeah, we don't keep all of it. Like I said, we're the most charitable organization in the world.
Well, let's say we're hawked. What do you think would happen if we're hawked? Right. So it gets traded in for cash, and then it ends up in a museum anyway. Nobody's going to melt those things down. So you have the same throne, scepter, everything else. It might get scattered a few places instead of being one piece, but you're going to have the quote-unquote works of art and so on held by somebody. Is it going to be a plutocrat, or is it going to be a sort of institution that spawned it? I mean,
yeah, well, this is what holds us back eventually.
So I've never known Epicurus to say something without being able to support it. So I'm not trying to challenge you and try to make you look like a fool, Epi, but it's just that I've heard that phrase bandied about a lot, that the Catholic Church is the most charitable organization in the world. But is there any way to prove that? Is there what's backing that up?
There's like 1.1 billion Catholics. I'm pretty sure you could back that claim up. They're pretty charitable, and they're a huge organization with a large structure.
Catholic hospitals are probably the big one to point out.
Right. Okay. Right. As soon as you say Catholic hospitals, that kind of clears up a lot of it.
Unfortunately, it all comes at a price.
Massive, I guess, health infrastructure just almost entirely built by this stuff. So.
Right. They've got massive infrastructure.
In most of Europe's university and educational institutions were Catholic and were set up by the Catholic Church as well. The Catholic Church.
What have you done for us lately?
In sciences, education, infrastructure building, quite a bit of it. Architecture.
Well, what you've done for us lately problem is the the trick with the extinguished aspect of the Microsoft strategy, right?
We haven't been able to do a lot.
Sorry?
Well, post-Reformation power dynamics does change a lot of what you're able to do.
Not paying taxes helps as well.
But
yeah, there are a lot of organizations that also don't pay taxes.
Yeah,
in fact, it's usually the rules and codes in the American tax code that where religions don't have to pay taxes that also validate atheist organizations from paying taxes as well.
Well, you can't have it both ways. Either atheism is a religion or it's not. If it's a religion,
I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is there are atheistic and secular organizations that use the same tax loops to get rid of their tax cuts, and rightfully so.
Well,
no, I don't
the
agree with that either.
Even as big as the Catholic hospital stuff is, it's not actually big enough. You need a real a system of a scale that can really only be set up by governments, but you're going to have the entrenched resistance to displacing that religious infrastructure because it's kind of deemed the rightful place of it, right? So how do you negotiate this to actually politically achieve it? And make the stakeholders, get them involved. Forget separation of church and state. Say, hey, you're part of the World Health Organization along with the Red Crescent and everything else too.
So I do want to point out that they don't use the same tax loops. I mean, because secular organizations have to register as a different kind of charitable organization, which have to disclose their taxes, and the Catholic Church doesn't, not in the United States.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
It's similar, but not exactly the same.
Yeah, I say screw separation, church and state. I mean, it's already there anyway. If you don't formalize it, then you have massive waste surrounding the dodges that are used to make it happen anyway, and the influence is still there. And when it's subversive, not controlled. So I mean, it's part of why you have Church of England in the UK, and the UK is massively more secular, right? In the US, well, look at how religion dominates politics here, right? The whole separation of church and state thing backfired. I don't know, give me something that actually works to get some secularism. Because we sure as heck don't have it now, even if in the U.S. even if it's putatively enshrined in law.
Yeah. Is Seamus 999 still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm about to go pretty soon, but I'll be around for another 10 or 15 minutes. I was just doing some reading.
Yeah, sure. Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, as I understand it, you believe in the Big Bang, in evolution, in old Earth, and so forth. That is, you accept science in those parts. I've sort of asked this question before, but I try to rephrase it now. Where does God come into your life? I mean, you wake up in the morning, you take a cup of coffee, you go to work, and then you go home, and then you have sex with your wife, and you go to bed, so forth. Perhaps where do you see God? Where do you need God? Where do you speak to Him?
I'm not sure if I'm really grasping what you're asking me. Like, how do, yeah, like how do I see God in my daily life, or, I'm not sure if I can grasp exactly what you're asking me there. Can you kind of elaborate on that just a little bit?
Yeah, sure. To me, God would have to be something that I could not perhaps smell, feel, touch, or hear, but it would have to be something concrete that I can hold on. And I mean, if it's just not belief, I want this to be true. I hope this is true. You said earlier that you have evidence for your belief. I would like to know what that concrete thing is and how that affects your daily life. I mean, this may sound trivial, but to a theist, this is what it boils down to. I guess you don't need God to go to the toilet, right? So.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think where you have like a kind of some people might think you have like a pervasive feeling of God or being in touch with God all day long or something like that. It's not so much that feeling. I keep God in my thoughts, and I try to every day I try to at least read the Bible, or try to at least view some type of material, or watch a debate online, or something to keep my mind towards God. But for like anything like super tangible that I can really describe to you in a meaningful way, it would be hard for me to put that in words very well.
Yeah.
I know you had one other question, like a side part of that, but I forgot what it was.
No, that was quite much it. I mean, that is why I call Christianity fire insurance, because I don't see any practical need for a God in the everyday life.
Not all Christians are eternalists when it comes to the doctrine of hell. In fact, Andy Jack, who is a Christian on here, is himself a universalist. He thinks that everyone gets to go to heaven, or that God will save everyone eventually, and that hell
Except
is...
for Orientals.
No, I think Andy Jack is for the Orientals, but nice joke nonetheless. There's also people who accept an annihilationist point of view, where the body is just annihilated.
Yeah, sign me up for that one.
Well,
I've had enough.
If you like, I could kind of give you links that defend the annihilationist position.
Well, I don't really take up a position myself within Christianity.
My friend Adam's an annihilationist. He has me pretty much convinced that if I was a Christian, I'd be an annihilationist.
Who is this?
You don't know him. He's a moderator on Crat. He doesn't come on Hangouts too often, but I hang out with him often in real life in Meat Space.
Oh, okay. Ever heard of the Indefatigable Theist channel?
The what?
Oh, her.
Yes.
I have seen her.
Yep, she's an annihilationist.
Is she?
Yep.
That's interesting.
Glenn Peoples, who is a popular Christian apologist, is an annihilationist. It's not an unheard. It's actually becoming a very common position.
You see Jen Peoples?
Glenn Peoples.
Oh. I was gonna say I think one of the hosts of the Atheist Experience is Jen Peoples.
Is it Peoples the materialist, Christian materialist?
Yes, he is.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I pointed you to him when I was showing you that it's possible to defend a materialist conception of mind on Christianity.
Yeah, and I've actually broken that out on a number of people, saying that it's compatible with, or that a broad variety of things are compatible with Christianity and so on.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten far with non-Trinitarian affairs, but
yeah,
at
the
least that one. Go ahead.
pretty hard. The non-Trinitarian stuff is pretty hard to defend.
I'm not so convinced that it is, but the reality is that I kind of can't sort of take up the torch under the Christian, field of play or whatever to, really defend it myself. I mean, but it's out there. I think it is in a number of ways. Well, probably even more defensible than Trinitarianism. But anyway. I mean, like on philosophical grounds, right? The entire like monotheist and so on thing doesn't have the strange tension of the aspects. Well, it had 3 aspects of a deity or whatever and so on. What is it? The Docetists, I think, came up earlier because I was like fishing for things about the what is it? Different stances regarding the divinity of Christ within kind of like historical Christian movements, and that was the only one I could really name off the top of my head. And the more exotic things, I was just kind of.
No, apparently the economists. Oh, sorry, Nadia, I was interrupting.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say for the finances, the Catholic Church did spend, let's see, it's 3 zeros, 6 zeros, $171 billion in 2010 in terms of charity.
Yeah, it's like
57 goes into healthcare networks, 28 colleges, and on their day-to-day operations accounting for just 6%, and the national charitable activities are 2.7%. So what?
Yeah, my question is, how do we kind of get that beefed up in scope and scale? But
also we
something
have to
that governments can actually do. Go ahead.
Also, we have to remember that there's a distinction between not-for-profit and charity. When you're giving something for charity, that's usually at a loss. When it's not for profit, usually you're just breaking even.
Yeah. Well, when I hear like 171 billion towards charitable causes, I'm just like, well, those things probably need more going to them, and how do we, get that big charity in an alliance with, bigger government things to get it to the scope and scale to, actually fix the problem? That's kind of my question. My thought on like the religious plurality is like maybe I don't know. I think Lebanon had an example that I mentioned in the text chat.
Oh, yeah, I read that. Lebanon's example is essentially, let's just divide ourselves into religious fragments and kind of even up power by electing a certain set of individuals. Believe me or not, it's the best. It's how we make the best out of a worse situation.
Yeah. Given the kind of blatant church-state violation going on in the U.S. in general, something like that makes sense for the U.S. too. I don't know. Not that it could be done.
No, I think the church. I think the United States has to be very good on state violations, especially thanks to the ACLU, which does a pretty good job.
Of what? Getting civil suits against church-state violations or church-state separation violations?
Although the ACLU has protected churches and Christians who've had their First Amendment rights violated.
Have a nice day.
Wait, can you repeat what you just said, Epicurus?
What did I say? I said the ACLU has spoken up for Christians who have had their First Amendment rights violated.
Oh, right, yeah, no, yeah, I totally agree with that. Then I'm okay to leave. See you guys.
Yeah, see you. Take care, Seth.
See you. Thanks for inviting me.
No worries.
No problem.
So, for example, there was an anti-abortion advocate who had his sign removed by the police, and what happened was the ACLU actually sued on his behalf, saying they violated his First Amendment right to freedom of speech.
Yeah. Well, there are problems with applying the Lebanon idea to the U.S. I guess, I guess part of it is trying to separate out the religious and secular spheres is not going to be very easy. You could end up in a situation where the extra seats or whatever for religions just basically act like more padding to them, and the putatively secular representatives are all actually religious anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, sure, Mark. No problem. Take care.
Okay. Cheers, Mark. I don't know.
So, from 9, we're down to 4.
Sorry, I must have been a total buzzkill.
No.
So, evidence, is the only reason you're even looking at Christianity because there's a small chance you might be burning in hell?
Well, of course, it's not the only reason. I mean, I'm genuinely interested in history and, of course, religion. I find it fascinating, and I do genealogy research in my spare time. So.
Okay.
How do you feel about Pascal's wager in relation to your?
Yeah, sure.
Faith?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, okay. Pascal wagers works if there is only one religion, but I mean, apparently there are thousands of religions. So.
Let's just see. Pascal's wager, I agree with you, is ill-formed, as people usually do it. Even I would agree with that. But I think there's a way of phrasing Pascal's wager in kind of a pragmatic sense, which doesn't technically violate, for example, the whole other religions exist principle.
Yeah.
So, for example, when I'm talking about other religions, so Pascal's wager is problematic because you don't factor in other evidences that are used for Christianity. So, for example, why is Christianity the case and not Islam or Hinduism or Buddhism or the demon I'm just making up who punishes you for being a Christian and rewards you for not being a Christian? Like, that's just a fake god I made up. At least I think it's fake. for the reason of this argument.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So I would say, usually this is where I would give, not necessarily definitive proof, but probabilistic arguments on why it's more likely to be the case than a religion that doesn't have the resources Christianity is working with.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, but the common response to that is from the non-theist standpoint is that, I mean, if you happen to just believe in the God that happens to be the true one, I mean, surely that God would know that you just believe in him to avoid hell, and I mean that can hardly be the purpose of that God's existence.
Yeah, I completely agree with you with that one. That's why I was kind of sketched out when you said the only reason when I thought the only reason you were doing this was because people were threatening your life with hellfire. I generally don't like to conversate with people as that being the discussion point. Oh, you're gonna burn in hell if you don't listen to me. I think that's probably the wrong way to go about things in this kind of discussion. So yeah, with regards to what we're discussing on Pascal's wager, no argument is ever going to get you to God. I'm going to say that right now. You don't reason yourself to Christianity. I think you can reason yourself to the existence of God, mind you, but not necessarily like in the sense of uncaused cause of the whole of the universe. But I don't necessarily think you can get yourself to like all the doctrines of Christianity. Rather, that's something that's given to you by, I think Christians usually declare it as the witness to the Holy Spirit, or something or through God's grace manifested within you.
Yeah.
But the point of the argument is just to say that, yeah, it's not unreasonable to believe in this. I'm not one of these people who say it's irrational to be an atheist. I'm actually of the opinion that, it's perfectly rational to be an atheist, but it's perfectly rational to be a Christian too. Just having a position on this one doesn't revoke your rationality.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you believe in, say, the Christian God, I mean, you have Jesus as your totem. I mean, he's perfect, and then you have a fever or whatever, and then you feel down, you get kicked from work or whatever, and then you have this sort of, as the most non-believers would say, hallucination or view of something, and then you please God help me, and then you feel better the next day, and then you find it to be evidence that God exists. But I mean, most atheists is like I said before, doesn't just wake up one day and say, oh, I don't believe in any God. I mean, I have read the Bible, I've looked into the cosmological argument, and I know it doesn't work. I mean, Sean Carroll doesn't even approve of the first premise. I have looked into the precept argument, and it's not convincing to me.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
I have prayed, and no answer has been put forth to me. I mean, it's not like I'm just out of the blue do not believe. I mean, most people like me have researched this, or whatever you might call it. Yeah.
I believe you. Don't. I'm not calling into question any of that. Although I would call into question your characterization of the cosmological argument. Sean, you're referring to the Kalam cosmological argument. There are tons of cosmological arguments, but they're kind of a family of arguments. But I don't really think Sean Carroll held up his own on that one. But that's a side issue. This is kind of why earlier I said, if you're someone who's openly seeking and you're giving an open mind to it, then what Jesus is saying is right, that those who seek shall find and seek honestly, then I think you're going to find it. I know it hasn't happened yet, and I'm not even saying it's going to happen. Might even happen in your lifetime, but
Yeah.
I think if you're just doing that much, I think you are going to find something.
Yeah, sure, but I have addressed this in a video I called Mission Impossible, because you can spend 50 years searching for Christianity, 50 years searching for Judaism, and 50 years searching for all the thousands of other gods. I mean, even if you would choose just one path out of 1,000, it's not sure that you will find the right God. So I mean, that is certainly mission impossible.
Well, I think you're going about it all wrong when you're looking for something ahead of time. Look for the truth, and if it's Christianity, you're going to find it. That's all I'm saying. Look for the truth.
Well, I mean, what is truth? I mean,
Well, if you take a simple correspondence approach, truth is that which corresponds to reality. But I'm saying if you're looking for the answers to life's questions, then then I would say that's a form of seeking and question finding. This is why I have such respect for philosophers. They spend their whole lives doing this. They know that they do this because they're honest, curious knowledge seekers. Not because they'll definitely find it, but I think if there is justice in this world, then it is something to be found.
Yeah, sure, but there are thousands of religions out there, and like I said, I could spend 50 years searching for each one of them, and you just say search for the truth. I mean, that is what I'm doing. If I was, that there is no such thing as truth, and you're.
Is that true?
You're assuming the light at the end of a tunnel, but there is no tunnel to look for.
Well, the fact is, you are searching. That is the tunnel. The search is the tunnel. I'm just saying that there's going to be light at the end of it.
Yeah, sure, but you assume that is the Christian God. I could search for 250,000 years, and finally I reveal the truth, and Thor is the right God. That is why I said that is why I called my video Mission Impossible. Perhaps you should look it up.
Okay, I definitely will after this chat. But so you said something that there's no such thing as truth. I would think the obvious answer, the question asked after that is that true?
Yeah, sure, and we can go into the presup argument.
No, that's not presupposition. No, that's not presuppositionals, and that's basic correspondence theory of reality.
Well, that I may have said that there is no such thing as truth, but what I meant is that you say to me that you should search for the truth. And I tell you, there are thousands of religions, and I may spend 50 years searching for each of one of them. I would be dead for 450 years before I find the right one. That is why I call it Mission Impossible. And your answer to this is you should search for the truth. Well, what is truth? If I'm searching for the right God, that is what I'm searching for. You should search for the truth. It's a non sequitur.
Well, how does that not follow? If you're searching for the truth, and one of the religions happens to be true, or if something happens to be true, then it follows that there is truth.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's say there are 1,000 gods, and let's say that God number 999 is the right one. And say that I start...
Well, why do you assume there has to be... Wait, quick question. Why do you have to assume that there has to be a God who's the answer to the truth?
I'm not. But there has to be. I mean, if I'm praying for something, if I'm searching for something, there has to be some kind of correlation with my mind. That there has to be something that I can grasp to say, okay, now I got the truth, or now I've been saved, or whatever you might call it. Now I have seen the light, or whatsoever. So I mean, I'm being generous here. Let's take 1,000 gods. I mean, there are probably 30,000 of them. Okay. And if I start with the God number one and work my way up, and I spend 50 years searching for the right one, I will be dead for thousands of years before I find them. So I mean, do you not see this? I mean,
no. So far, the only thing
this is kind of basic. I mean, this is.
So far, all I'm getting from your point is it's just the search for truth is very cumbersome, which it is. I'm not denying that. But I think anything that's really worth it requires you to put in that kind of amount of effort. This is why I kind of have affinity for philosophers of any stripe, be they Christian or not Christian. It doesn't matter, because they are actually in the search for wisdom about these things.
Well, you were the one that phrased the word truth. I mean, we don't even have to assume truth. We could just assume any kind of deity or any kind of phenomena. I mean, you were the one that said that I would search for the truth. I mean, that means nothing to the person that spends 75 years searching for each claim that is out there.
Let's just have some common language between us.
Yeah, but please, be curious. I mean, this is my 14-year-old son understands this. I please tell me that you understand this.
So far, all I'm getting from you is that yes, you can spend your whole life looking at these things, and you could spend thousands and thousands of years looking at each and every God claim.
Yeah.
And falsifying it. And
yeah.
So what's the point of it?
No. Okay. For falsifying it, sure. Okay, that's not quite what I'm saying, but continue. You're almost there. You're so close. Okay.
Yes, but all I'm getting. Okay, so you could spend a good portion of your life looking at all this evidence and still not getting anywhere. What's the point of doing it? That's the argument you're coming forward from it.
There you go, son. Great.
Okay. I perfectly understood your point, but I'm just saying it's not a good point, because all it's really saying is that it's a very cumbersome effort, which it is. I'm not denying any of that. It is cumbersome.
That is a very. You used the word there. You used the word there which I'm not familiar with.
Cumbersome. Oh, that just means tiring. It basically is just a fancy way of saying that's very tiring and takes up quite a lot of you.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm willing to say, the search for truth is a very cumbersome or very tiring endeavor. I'm not denying any of that. It's perfectly the case. But what I'm saying is, it's a case for those of us who are looking for answers take on knowingly. I mean, tell me this: was reading that Bible cumbersome? Or tiring? Like, did that take a lot of effort out of you?
Well, it took me several weeks. I mean,
yeah, but that's several weeks of your life you're not getting back.
Yeah, sure, but I learned some things too, which is useful when I have discussions here. So.
Exactly. That's the beauty of learning and obtaining knowledge about anything. And it's just one more thing that's under your belt, and of course you go on to something else, and you go on, and from that something else you go on to another thing, and that's the beauty of a search for knowledge. There's never a shortage of it where we can stop. There's always something else out there to learn, and that's what really drives the search.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's essentially all I'm getting at.
Yeah, sure. And you're obviously disappointing me hugely, because you said that my point was bad or something, and you just told me that. Well, I'm not quite sure what you told me.
Well, maybe I'm not. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just. I'm actually. I should rephrase that. It's not bad. It's. I just don't think it really works well against what I'm pointing out. Like, I would assume that your argument would be against someone who just says, "Keep looking, just keep looking, just keep looking."
That's what you told me earlier. You will find him. Keep looking. That is exactly what you told me before.
Yeah. Okay. I'm.
So I mean.
You're right. Okay. You're right. I can understand the response. But I guess when I said, here's a delightful little analogy I like to use.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Saint Thomas Aquinas and the
sure.
in God?
Yeah.
Did you know if you read the Summa Theologica where Thomas Aquinas writes that, he has a section where it's called "Is God Self-Evident?" Do you know what self-evident means?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in that section, "Is God Self-Evident?" Thomas Aquinas has 3 arguments that prove God is self-evident. And do you know what he does with those 3 arguments?
No.
He refutes all of them. He says they're not good. So here's one. So the first one, I think. Are you familiar with the ontological argument?
Yes.
St. Thomas Aquinas refuted it. He said it's not a good argument, and he gave his reason why. Here's another argument he gave that he refuted as well. He said, God is the truth, and the truth is self-evident because no one can deny truth. Therefore, God exists. And St. Thomas Aquinas responded by saying this. He said, yes, everybody affirms that truth exists. There's no denying that. We can't say that truth doesn't exist. However, there's a difference between saying truth exists and that truth is God. You're going to have to come up with an argument for that, because not everybody recognizes truth to be the same thing. Imagine 2 people, and one of them, and they both see a man coming down the street. One just sees a man, and the other sees his friend Jim. They are both now. They're both not wrong. There is definitely someone coming down the street, but at the same time, we can't establish what that truth is, without other forms of arguments. So Thomas Aquinas refuted it. Like, that was the presuppositionalist argument, for lack of a better word, in Thomas Aquinas' day, and he didn't think it was a good one. Yeah. And this is essentially what I'm telling you. When I said just keep looking, I don't mean look for Jim. I don't look for Jim or a particular identity to that person coming down the street. Just look for, just try to find out the answers for yourself, to your satisfaction.
Yeah.
As long as you're on that quest for truth, that's all that matters.
Yeah, great. And I understood that argument 30 minutes ago. And I just told you that there are so many gods out there, and there are so many claims out there, that even if you should spend 1 month investigating only one of them, you would be long gone dead and probably burning in hell because you haven't found the right one. I mean, this is so. I mean, this is 10-year-old discussions. It's so simple. I'm so sorry if I sound harsh,
not at all.
But it's so simple. I'm not even sure that if I were an Englishman or an American, I could rephrase it more simple. That is why I call the video mission impossible. I mean, you assume that you have the truth, and you assume that if I search for the real God, your God will reveal himself to me. But that is not the case. I mean, there are thousands of God. There are billions of people claiming the same thing. And if I would just spend 1 week searching for the right one, I would be long dead.
Not necessarily. So, for example,
I could be lucky, of course, and find the right way, find the right guide right away. Sure.
No, So when I say not necessarily, I mean just that not all religions claim that just by finding out this religion is true, you get in. I was referencing Jesus particularly. Jesus says, "Search and you shall ask and you shall receive," which is essentially what I'm saying. You're someone who is asking for truth about the matter. I mean, your name is literally evidence for you.
Well, it's a nickname, of course, but
I'd still kind of think you're the kind of person who wants to see the truth in any kind of particular matter, and that's all I'm saying you are. I'm not somebody who thinks God is like fine. I don't think this is a game of Interstellar, Where's Waldo, where you have to find Waldo by the end of your life, otherwise you're burning in hell. I think just the fact that you're even participating is a sign that you will surely find the answer, because you're participating for the search of truth. Even if it's not theistic in nature, you're still in the search for all kinds of truths. That qualifies. And I'm sure it's just because you want to know the evidence behind this.
Yeah, I do hear what you're saying, and I'm not even sure how to respond to this anymore. I mean, you assume that the Christian God exists, and you assume that if I search for any God, I would find him. I just told you that is not the case. So I'm not sure how we would go forward with this kind of.
Well, if I'm right, you're going to find salvation. If you're right, you're not, and we're frankly going to, and I think that's really what's going to come down to.
Well,
I think
do you know?
so think of it like this. Think of it like this. If you're right, you get the honor of being right over me. If I'm right, you're going to be wrong, but you're going to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Does anyone else find this question of dogmatic voluntarism?
Epicurus just refuted his own argument. I mean, if you are right, you win over me. No, I won't. If I'm right, there is no God, and you would be dead for 5,000 years, and so would I. I mean, that is.
We would be dead forever.
I mean, it's so strange to me that someone would propose this, and it's even worse.
Can you truly choose your beliefs?
Yeah, sure, and it's even worse. I have searched for Epicurus God for several years, and he hasn't revealed himself to me. So even if I would choose the correct God from the beginning, I could pray for him, search for him, read about him, and he would never reveal himself to me. So it's even worse than.
Well, just because he hasn't done it yet,
can you choose
necessarily mean he will.
And there you go again. I mean.
Now we're talking about dogmatic voluntarism.
Yeah, I even said those words.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can we choose our own beliefs? Well, I think we have choice when it comes to. I think we're involved in choosing getting our beliefs. I don't think that it necessarily follows that we can. I don't think it necessarily follows that we have no choice in the matter or no involvement in the matter. I'm not someone who says, yeah, completely. I'm not somebody who can wake up and say, yeah, now I'm an atheist, or now I'm a Muslim. But I do believe that I get some choice in the matter when it comes to investigating these claims.
How does Pascal's wager work without dogmatic voluntarism?
Not necessarily. Pascal was actually not a dogmatic voluntarist. He was somebody who claimed that God determines everything.
Right, so there's a problem with this wager.
Not necessarily. Pascal just phrased the wager in terms of giving pragmatic reason of why you should at least just try it. He wasn't saying that, every rational person ought to do this. He's just saying, look, there's no reason why on a practical level, you can't try this. Pascal's wager is not an argument. It's more or less giving you a practical benefit.
Mm. Well, I don't know. How do you try it? I mean,
Pascal said, follow the teachings of the church, try the sacraments, discipline your mind and your body, and see what follows from there.
Mouth the words, fake it till you make it.
I'm sorry?
Mouthing the words, faking it till you make it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it in those words. Try. I think it's more along the lines of take her for a test drive.
Yeah, but can you?
No, you can't. Well, you can't. Since he's talking about acts of discipline, I think you do take those acts of discipline for a test drive.
But do they have any bearing upon the belief that's actually so crucial to salvation, Christianity?
Do what? The sacraments?
The putative discipline.
Oh, well, of course, yeah. They do have, they're the vehicles of grace in which God works himself through.
So, in effect, you're arguing for some kind of limited dogmatic voluntarism?
Yeah, pretty much.
I have grave doubts. Job is not a bad example. If, well, maybe a question of Job is more of a cry to heaven test that I always go on about. I just passed that again. In the agony of death. Well, when it came time to cry out, the word I cried out was help. No deity. No religious anything. Just help over and over again.
Oh. Yeah, there it is. That finally got my camera to work.
Ah, there you are.
Yep, me and my beard and long hair.
Yeah.
Well,
how many people do you think go about engaging in those, bits of discipline or whatever, have their hearts beating 350 beats a minute, choking on vomit as they, gasp for air under small breathing, and well,
the church
cry out for God or what?
The church actually has a name for people like that. They're called saints.
They cry out for God or don't cry out for God?
Well, they cry out for God, especially when they're being martyred.
Well, no martyrdom, just.
I mean.
Well, the agony of death.
Well, what is it that Jesus does when he's on?
My God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Yep. I mean, I think G.K. Chesterton has an awesome quote about that. If the atheists want to choose a God from amongst them, how many of them ever shouted out against God in defiance of his very existence? Go with that God.
Yeah, except I never have. I actually passed that test. I got the gold star, or whatever you want to call it. It's not.
By the way, how are you feeling?
What's that? Hungover like hell.
Well.
Catheter also kind of tore me up.
By the
Apparently,
way,
they.
this
Go
is
ahead.
what I had for breakfast. This is what I had for breakfast.
Oh yeah. I've got like some
classic Nadia Yvette Chambers diet.
pizza. Nobody sent me a pizza in months.
Oh. Well, I used to remember you having all these very fatty foods lying around about the apartments.
Yeah. The what is it? And a lot of it is not really, or a lot of it is like ex post facto justification of just of your intuition, of probably even emotions at some point. And really, we're more of rationalization machines than reasoning machines. Yeah.
That does tend to be the case.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, a lot of what a lot of the tools that are, the mind is kind of like a two-edged sword, or the brain is kind of like a two-edged sword, however you want to parse that out. Usually it has mechanisms that lead you to true beliefs, but a lot of the ones that lead you to true beliefs are also beliefs that, a lot of the other beliefs that your brain leads to are ones that are just very helpful, or ones that help you just cope with your environment. The brain is really mostly a tool of survival. That's what it's been conditioned to do.
Yeah, part of why people go in for positive thinking doesn't accurately predict anything. In fact, it's disastrously wrong most of the time. But apparently, they would just have emotional breakdowns if they face the truth anyway. So they use it as a survival mechanism, and apparently want to force everybody else to do it too. Yeah, I guess partly because if they ever actually vocalize it, they are too much of a Debbie Downer, and maybe that's a little bit of what goes on when have these.
By the way, Nadia, I thought this might actually. I'm not sure if this will bring a smile to your face or not, but we had to write a paper defining religion, and I defended religion as actually being sui generis, something in and of itself. And this is the definition I gave, and I think you might like it. Religion is folk psychology manifested in shared social ritual and refined with social adaptation.
Well, I like at least what you're alluding to there. I'd have to think about it as far as accuracy.
Yeah. So the biggest problems I have is this would actually put a lot of other things into the field of religion. So, for example, love. It's something that's pretty folk psychological, and it manifests in shared social ritual. Like, we have all kinds of notions about what it means to be properly in love with somebody. We have days dedicated to it. We have dating rituals.
Weddings, Valentine's Day. Yeah.
And, of course, it's refined with social adaptation. But on the other hand, religious studies actually does deal with these kinds of topics a lot in terms of the ritualization of love or other emotions. The real problem is, I would also have to include a lot of psychoanalysis under this definition of religion.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it doesn't qualify because it tries to view itself as a science, but I'm really not sure how that's helpful in any way.
Yeah, where
doesn't really work with Marxism. At least I got rid of the Marxist connotations, where I could easily say, well, Marxism focuses itself on the economy, even if it is folk psychological. The main focus is in analyzing the economy. Freudianism, its main purpose is to analyze the human psyche, but the human psyche is folk psychology.
Yeah. Let things in the door that you'd probably want to cut out, and I think it would cut both ways in some ways. Like there are likely instances. I think there's going to be an instance of a religion where the psychology is not there.
Well, this is like folk psychology, so this is just like mundane platitudes about the human mind and how it operates.
Oh, welcome, Seamus. Yeah, I think there might be some animist traditions where, especially like ones involving like archetypes of various kinds of animals and things like that, and I guess spirits of places and things like that.
I think that would definitely qualify as folk psychology.
Okay, I'm not seeing how.
How? Well, there's kind of a notion of spiritual presence and surroundings. So, for example, there's a notion that spirits possess not only objects but even ourselves. We're kind of we're animated. There's a spirit that possesses us too under animism, and that's just to say something about the human mind as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's wiggle room for that not to slip through the net.
I mean,
there's
it works
worship too. Go ahead.
I mean, it works with Buddhism, I know, because Buddhism makes all sorts of claims about the human mind. There's notions about what desire is, what it leads to, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, ancestor worship has probably similar to animism type issues, or at least the like rock and stream and wolf and bear type animism. Yeah.
Well, there are claims made about the human mind under that as well. Such as like your ancestors can. Actually, I'm not sure whether or not ancestor worship would qualify. I mean, it's part of a greater religious context. And at the same time, it can just be seen as social obligation, just in and of itself.
Yeah, so there's trickiness. Hero worship. You can even point to like living heroes, like pharaohs or something like that. Worshiping like literal like monarchs as divinities. Also tricky.
So I also I borrowed one of Daniel Dennett's Coinen's words, and I think that kind of gets around this issue. Let's see. This brings us to the problem of how various individuals who have their own personal religious experience separate from that of the group as a whole. The American philosopher Daniel Dennett coins a term in his work Breaking the Spell: Religion as a Natural Phenomenon that serves as helpful. Dennett uses the term folk religion, which he describes as the sort of religion which has no written creeds, theologians, hierarchies, or officials. I would also add individuated and unorganized. Dennett likens folk religion to practical know-how where it serves to fill the gaps in our knowledge. Whether or not this is the case, the important thing is that the preliminary folk psychological foundation serves as a foundation to religion. So we can see ancestor worship as kind of like folk religion, where it's kind of seen as the pre-established stuff to what will be religion. So it's something that related to religion in terms of its importance in ingredients. And we know folk religion from religion because not because we can identify the cause in and of itself, but we know the effects that are coming out of it, and we can kind of retrofit those effects back into the cause. What's it coming out of?
Yeah. Sui generis, I think, is a good move. I think folk psychology is a bit risky.
I'm a risk taker, but I guess something good came out of reading the Eliminativists.
Okay. Yeah. There's, I don't know, maybe a larger sort of system of concepts and just psychology you could probably capture some of those things with, but you're already having leakage on things that shouldn't really land in atop, things that are not making it in that should. So pretty tricky.
There's a brilliant book by what's her name? Gertrude McGuire. Let's see. I cited her for this paper, and I thought, well, Meredith McGuire. She actually has this amazing book called Lived Religion, where she says that religion and religious concepts just evolve over time with people, and they're always in flux and changing. And whatever we identify as religion, well, that's essentially what we're studying. So I thought, well, if it's really just based on where the platitudes are raising, just first about our own minds and just about a general order that's emerging from that, then why not call that religion? That seems sui generis enough. That seems wide enough for the expanse.
Yeah, yeah.
So I disagree with that. It can't be sui generis. That's what she maintained, and I think, yeah, why not? It can.
Well, I think sui generis is right, but I think kind of the details, the definition, or exact criteria you're latching onto are tricky. I mean, I would almost do like a comparative religion, maybe freak show of sorts, and see if everything from there actually makes it in, and try to shoehorn things in that don't belong and see how well it resists it.
I have my reserves about comparative religion. I think comparative religion tends to be just a comparison of Christianity of two religions, and the person who's doing the study kind of has an excuse to favor his or her particular religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of bias is going to creep in no matter what, but it's the same old. How do you try to eliminate bias when there's no neutral ground? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it covers some good ground. I think it does what it does is really well is it captures some of the atheistic religions, just like right off the bat, that are really hard to capture with a lot of the notions about supernatural that kind of built in. Yeah.
Exactly. This is why I kind of wanted it to incorporate things like secular Buddhism, which I think it can be as a religion, contrary to what Sam Harris says, mostly because it's still, if you're throwing out the supernatural stuff and still dealing with the folk psych stuff about desire and the Eightfold Path and things of that nature, then you're still describing some folk psychology, and you're manifesting it in social ritual, and you're refining it with social adaptation. You are technically you are technically doing a religion.
I know a lot less about Taoism, but I think Taoism has similar issues to like Zen or secular whatever Buddhism, in terms of being captured by the usual kinds of definitions.
Yeah, if I learned anything, it's better to make the hole too big than too small. And I think I made this big enough. Although I'm still trying to find a way to to address the claim that certain what's the word? That certain disciplines like psychoanalysis would fall under this. And I think so because it fills all the criteria. Night, Seamus.
Have a good night, Seamus.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow or something.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I could get around it by saying psychoanalysis is a pseudoscience that masquerades as an actual science, and thus could be considered out of the purview of religion. But then I have to get into then I have to define what science means, what fits into it and what doesn't, and of course that requires justifying some kind of point of demarcation.
Yeah, I don't know. One kind of crude way to, maybe graph some filters on is to, well, if I remember right, there are things that go on like shared sets of beliefs and practices, and things like mores that go in there, and
yeah, I thought about those things too, and then I remembered that would close the hole a bit too much. Not to mention the fact that Freudians could still technically fit in because even psychoanalysts have their own organizations, mores, rules of conduct, all of that.
yeah. I don't know. It's really some pretty disparate stuff that ends up getting in there, which makes it tough to filter out the things you don't want. In terms of like folk psychology,
I think the folk psychology stuff. I think the folk psychology stuff fairly works for my end. I think the best way to get out of Freudianism, the Freudianism objection, is to simply point out that Freudians are making definitive claims not about their own psyches, but about the brain, and about using folk psychology to get there. So that's basically my best bet.
Yeah,
so,
what the claim is about with folk psychology was about to be where I was trying to drive to. I was going to take a stab at saying that the folk psychological claims are about things like human nature, and I guess maybe try and get morals in there somehow, and things that somehow come out as distinctive about the corner cases you're trying to capture, and then hope they fall back to the less edge cases like Hinduism and Christianity.
Maybe Freudians. I think maybe the best bet is to think that Freudians are using. I think I might have actually got it. Freudians are just using folk psychology as tools for the ends of scientific discovery, not necessarily for the sake of social ritual itself, or for the sake of practicing, or for. No, that doesn't even work. That's just a social practice.
Things like meaning, purpose, morality, things that aren't quite explanatory. There's a normative aspect.
Yeah, screw it. I think screw it. I think my best bet is just to bite the Freudian bullet and just say, yeah, Freudianism counts as a religion under this. So what? That speaks more volumes to Freudianism than my definition of religion.
Yeah, could be. I think there's a way to carry out the exclusion, I think, by, I guess Freudism, tries to carry out examination of folk psychological things directly, as opposed to jumping through an intermediate step of like this. Well, how would you say? I would almost want to say mysticism, but there's a way where you kind of at least keep it from short circuiting back on itself in one step, right? And then you can kind of cut out Freudianism, I think. I don't know. Other things could pop up that still leak in that you don't want, but I don't know. It's examining something besides like the mind itself. It's examining these other grander things in terms of folk psychology.
What would you use instead of folk psychology?
Well, I think folk psychology is actually good.
Oh, okay.
It's a folk psychological theory, and in many respects about human nature.
Mm.
So, I mean, like original sin.
Yeah, that's one does talk about human nature. Speaking of the Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit speaking through you. There's also, for example, unlocking your Buddha nature.
Dukkha in Buddhism, life suffering, That kind of it is a folk psychological theory, but it's not really turned inward on the mind itself so much as it is trying to be applied to teleology and
that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, expecting purpose. And I think, and of course, this definition doesn't necessarily falsify any of the religions. It just basically means that it's under the the claims just manifests under the purview of folk psychology.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we could actually.
Oh, go ahead.
And we could actually use this in other social sciences, sociology, anthropology, and thus come up with our categories. But at the same time, open our categories to refinements, where we could always just change things up, add in different nuances, take in things to specific account with what we're studying precisely, allowing believers to work alongside the social scientists in constructing the studies, or constructing helpful definitions.
Yeah. I think there's room for that. I think there's I don't know. One kind of nasty thorn in the idea of using folk psychology, though, is like eliminativists, kind of, well, number one, I guess it's borrowed from eliminativist parlance, number one. Number two, that's exactly what eliminativists are saying should be eliminated. So,
yeah, exactly. So we have to. I know that's usually what eliminatives are trying to eliminate, but the interesting thing is I actually quote various social scientists who actually think that folk psychology is in fact indispensable to science, and mostly because social scientists utilize it literally all the time. I think, but although I think the problem is when somebody along the lines of the churchlands point out to science is being held back by it, they're considering the hard sciences, not necessarily the soft social sciences.
Well, yeah, that's really turning it on its head. I mean,
so
soft sciences are soft because they're so hard you can't get any purchase on them. They're the bigger and harder questions. And
yeah, the eliminativists might be. I think the eliminativists are only trying to eliminate folk psychology insofar as it's an ontological thing in the world itself. I don't really think an eliminativist could be too upset about using folk psychology as just a helpful tool. I mean, if it's a helpful tool, who cares one way or another?
Yeah, I don't have religion about it. I'll go about referring. Well, I'm like so eliminativist. I'm like totally deflationary about anything remotely emergent, like consciousness or mind. But most eliminativists aren't. But even when I trip over those things, or it can serve as like convenient placeholder terms for. Yeah, you know what I mean, and so on.
Yeah, it's also very indispensable for like everyday interaction. So, for example, when we need to empathize with another person, we don't have any access to their neurology. We just kind of try to put ourselves in their place, and that does tend. And even if it doesn't work all the time, it literally is better than going about things by no other way.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some cases where you don't really get to set the terminology yourself. A lot of cases actually, and communicating on that ground is pretty awkward. I mean, it's really only in basically like mind-body theory debates where you can start saying, okay, well, I deny this, that, and the other concept. I deny subjective. I deny anything is inner, or anything is truly inner or private, and I deny the notion of experience. And it's like, wow, how do you reason about anything like that? Deny consciousness in the mind. Oh wow, you really have nothing left to work with here, do you? But in terms of like, I guess a number of the implications ends up, I don't know, advancing my purposes. And what's that?
Well, all I know is the reason I wanted to set alpha on this is because, how do I put this? I wanted to prove the postmodernists wrong and say we can definitely come up with a general theory on what religion is. The postmodernists are the ones who just say, "Oh no, it's not sui generis at all. It's completely constructed. There's actually, and it's reducible to all sorts of things and nothing's ever really static about it." Right. So I thought maybe there is something static about it. Maybe there is a point where we could say it emerges. And I think folks I think my definition does capture that quite well.
I don't know. I think it's useful and interesting, but I don't think you're escaping the wrath of postmodernists. I think
in all fairness, nobody can escape the wrath of postmodernists. True, it's fairly hard. They will bitch about any use of language ever. Your language is in fact a social construct by a lot of their reckoning.
Well, I mean, meta-narrative is going to pretty much get shut down by them too. That's a bit more language.
In all fairness, there are a lot of postmodernists who think that that you're swapped for there are a lot of postmodernists who would in fact hold, for example, that your condition is a social construct because gender doesn't really exist. Like,
yeah, there's a way out of that, but
no, exactly. Like, postmodernists and look, I'm not completely decrying postmodernism. I think that they are helpful in terms of kind of weeding out bad definitions. But postmodernism itself just seems to destroy everything and leave a black hole in its path in the aftermath, as opposed to try to clean it up and just work something from the ground up.
People say I'm like that, and my eliminativist beyond eliminativist, maybe deflationary materialism. Yeah, I may have to coin that. I'm so eliminative. I'm so far beyond the churchlands that I need a new name for it.
Well, since you're after the churchlands, we can call you a mosqueland.
Call me a what?
Mosqueland. Rather than church, I replaced it with mosque because Islam comes after Christianity. It was a very reachy joke. I apologize.
Help! I could have heard it over my punching.
Although, from what I understand, doesn't Paul Churchland give his argument for eliminativism from the fact that he's a scientific realist?
It could. I literally just try to shoot down the notions as ill-posed, blasting holes in whatever these concepts are, or gutting down whatever these concepts are, and leaving just no replacement. Just doesn't really depend too much on scientific realism, even though I'm a scientific realist. Well, I mean, I'm instrumentalist, but at the same time, there is some underlying reality that's being approximated. It's kind of like the unattainable reality, or the absolute certainty that's never warranted. That kind of notion of scientific realism, where I guess some just flat out hold that the scientific study just yields reality itself. I don't think anybody actually holds that. I don't think anybody with any sophistication would, really say that it's sustainable. Pretty, any kind of idealist counterattack, puts you on enough of a back foot there to you can't ever get back to it. That's what I kind of see like the real enemy as, anyway. I don't see the dualists as like that hard of a target. I think the idealists are the ones that are the quote unquote hard targets or serious threats or whatever.
Serious threats to what?
At least in terms of like counter arguments that'll fight back.
Counter arguments to what position? Eliminativism?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I'm personally of the opinion that folk psychology does tend to hold up as being helpful. I mean, I don't think it's as worthless as eliminativists claim it to be. At least as far as it's indispensable in various social sciences. I mean, think of it. John Hale actually has a nice comparison. Think of the difference between it as the difference between cartography and geology. Cartography, fairly helpful in getting you the lay of the land. Geology, on the other hand, that tells you what the thing is. So
Yeah,
I
so
think,
you're... Go ahead.
so I think in terms of help, I think in terms of like that comparison, I think folk psychology does work itself as kind of a nice cartography on the human mind slash brain. It doesn't tell us about the ontological nature of it, but it's fairly helpful in assessing it.
Yeah. So in like your materialist wing of things, you have like a... Clearly you're a dualist, but you have kind of materialist wing to your...
Yeah, exactly.
thought.
I don't think, you're not complete unless you have a body.
Right. There
Yeah.
you'd be like a reductive or some...
Exactly.
Reductive or revisionary. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think, I'm of the opinion that mind can't reduce to the matter, but mind still relies on the matter.
Right. Yeah.
But I wouldn't say you're a ghost in the machine.
Well, I say, of course, we're machines and no ghosts, but yeah.
We are the machine.
Well, to the extent that we can say that there's even a we there.
I'm the machine.
Yeah.
No. So it's just machine.
Yeah, there's illuminativists regarding the self. I mean, it's like, where is the boundary of the self? I mean, is it? We are a system that's larger than our bodies. We don't have that solid boundary wall that a lot of people want to put up with respect to our quote unquote locus of control or anything else. The pheromones, drive everything else. Whatever photons hitting our eyes, evoke all that, robotic response, etc. I mean, there's no closure to the system. There's no wall or boundary. There's no self there, and whole unity of consciousness is completely, falsified. The self bit is got to go along with the rest of it. And
Wow,
I just lost it again. Sorry.
Wow, you're actually coming in a lot clearer.
Well, if I get the feedback out just by sending audio output through the headset, I can just use the internal mic and maybe like that better. And I'm having hot flashes from hell.
This sounds better, actually.
Yeah. It depends on if there's background noise or not. I guess, quality of what you want to pick up is better so long as that's all you're picking up, right? If there's any kind of ambient background noise and so on, it just goes to hell. It picks up everything.
Yeah.
Like the radiator noise or traffic noise from outside or whatever. It's all bad. If I open the window during the daytime, it's a nightmare. If I'm running the microwave, it's a nightmare. If the radiator is really going, just for whatever reason is not, nightmare too. So sound quality suffers just for ambient noise reduction. I think by the time people actually know what the hell they're talking about, it's like less of a fight than it is just kind of like, compare notes, blah blah blah. Like when you have like different opinions and people are like
really have their act together. It's like it's not a fight anymore. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
I mean, we can come up with things, but it's just kind of like, can we confirm any of the wild things we just might throw off the top of our heads?
No, there it is, Alex Rosenberg.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking through the Phil Papers list.
Which papers?
Phil Papers. They're a list of philosophers and the positions that they take on various issues.
Which position are you looking for?
Oh, I was kind of curious as what Alex Rosen's position. Sorry, Alex Rosen, philosophy of mind. He's apparently an eliminativist.
Well, I saw that. I mean, Stanford has like big citation listings, and he's on the list.
Interesting. He's also someone who's very smart in terms of pioneering philosophy as the philosophy of social sciences.
Yeah. Let's see. Phil Paper survey results, and analytic synthetic distinction. Wow.
There is no distinction.
Internalism is like, oh wow, they're actually internalists? 26.4% internalists. That's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, an epistemic justification or on the mind?
Yeah. Epistemic, yeah.
Yeah, I'm an epistemic, and no, I myself am an. I've been fluctuating back and forth on this one, whether or not I'm an internalist or an externalist. I think on epistemic justification, I'm definitely an externalist, but I think in terms of mental content, I'm an internalist. So for example, there's internal content I think that's essential to what the mind is, but I think that there's external content like knowledge in terms of what you're justified in believing. So for example, my own existence, I think knowing that I exist is essential to what the mind, at least my mind or the human mind. But at the same time, I think that there are things my mind doesn't know in and of itself that I need some justification for. So the existence of the external world as one example. So I think there are things that you can't coherently deny that you essentially have to know.
Oh wow. I'm shocked at the number of deontologists here.
Deontology, I think, is more or less the most popular position. Personally, I prefer virtue ethics, but that's me. Although I am coming around to hedonism.
Yeah. Well, kind of utilitarian consequentialism kind of stuff is more floating around, but. Truth. Correspondence, deflationary, epistemic. Deflationary is surprisingly popular, actually. Wow.
The deflationary?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one of my friends is a deflationist. Not my position, but I respect it.
Yeah. Wow. Well, A theory. Oh, go ahead.
Platonism is fairly popular too, but that's among it's super popular among philosophers of mathematics. It's actually pretty funny. Do you
I can't
remember?
believe that. That's... Go ahead.
Yeah, so you could actually specifically target which faculty believes what. If you go to people who specialize in philosophy of math, 60% of them accept Platonism, 20% accept nominalism, and 20% accept some other theory on the issue. I remember one of the positions that Mark Anthony and I were debating the first time I got on Google+. He said, if you talk to this guy, this anti-citizen X, it shows that nobody believes in that mathematical entities exist in their own right, that they're Platonic. And I'm like, well, actually, that's not true. Most philosophers of math who are experts in this field think that numbers are Platonic. And then he was like, well, you're just arguing from a position of authority. No, I'm saying your claim was wrong about most people not accepting Platonic numbers as being existent.
Well, there's a nice, refreshing, like vast majority other on A versus B theory time, which is pretty clear given relativity, simultaneity, and all that stuff.
Sorry, I just can't believe that time. I just can't believe in four dimensions. It blows my mind. No. Yeah, I actually think B theory is the better theory because it's theologically. I think B theory is more theologically compatible than A theory.
Yeah, but B theory has issues with, like I said, relativity, simultaneity. So, yeah. Or at least I think it does. I think they make it basically fall on another camp.
I don't know. Although you could have a bit of elements of both. You could, for example, think that all points of time have existence, but they all exist differently in an ontological sense. So the present exists as well as the past and the future, but the present has a different ontological reality. Which is, that's to say that, so for example, I would say that all points in time exist in the eternal being of God, but at the same time we measure at the same time the past has its existence, in the sense that we measure and understand things only in present moments. So that's like, that works as kind of a combination of both.
Yeah, I should nail down where I stand on all these more precisely. There are a few where I'm a bit, I don't know, less defined than I should be. But I've got like 2 weeks left before I'm offline forever anyway, so.
Oh my God. Do you know Reuven? There's awesome conspiracy. Reuven, J-Dubs, and Benny are one person, but Reuven is the calm, tame version, where J-Dubs is the cartoon version.
Reuben is the what version?
The calm version. He's the calm, tame version of J-Dubs.
Oh. Yeah, I think he's a separate person. He seems to, well, know things. But in J-Dubs, well, I can believe that, though I don't really care. I don't play the guilt by association games, so. And a lot of people hate me for it. They're like, Oh my God, you talked to Brett Keane? Oh my God, you talked to Jason Burns? It's like, we stopped talking to him. You know, we never get through. What's that?
I talked to Mark. I just talked to Mark, and that was after spending a whole thread insulting the guy. Well, not insulting him needlessly, per se, but... I'm not sure if you saw this, but we are having a discussion. So, you know Skylar's video with regards to Beckel's thought experiment, where what happens if there's like a rape where someone consents to it and no harm came? And I think Beckel failed to realize that rape by definition is not consensual. Yeah, I think it was kind of a statutory thing. But in any case, I think I was saying, well, these experiments don't show that Beckel's kind of crazy. They just show that he's trying to use thought experiment. For example, I said, imagine if rape didn't harm anyone. Like, I don't mean, imagine a circumstance where somebody is unknowingly raped. They had no idea of the situation at all. They're like super unconscious. And there was no physical trauma afterwards. No way of knowing.
There are things that qualify as it. Well, I guess I might as well drag my husband into it. Not disclosing an STD.
Yeah, well, technically that's something you're going to find out about later on when the STD reveals itself.
Well, my husband's case, he's the one that ended up dying. I'm still clean after 4 years, but anyway.
Oh. Okay, let's just also include that the person is clean. So, no, none of that's going to happen either. No harm technically did come, but we'd all still like to say the person did an immoral thing. So we'd have to acknowledge that immorality transcends just not harming another person. And of course, people are like, are you daft? That rarely, if ever, happens. I'm like, well, that's the point. It's to explore definitions and see whether or not they come through or follow.
I think the harm is in the consequentialist affair accounts for it. And you could pretty much see the way it does, right? Reckless endangerment, right?
So then we just have to expand the definition to harm or potential for harm. So you could totally take a terrific risk, but no harm would come to you in some situations. Even then, you're conceding something. That, okay, fine, we have to say it includes even potential harm.
Right. Well, the risk requires consent as well, right? Informedness is the aspect where informed consent is violated. It's not just consent; it's informed consent, right? So.
No, yeah, exactly. There are tons of things that factor into it. Yeah, but yeah, I was just assessing the points of what the thought experiment was, and of course, and Mark just disagreed with my use of it. He's saying that that's just an outlandish thing to say. I'm not saying my response was it's not outlandish. It's meant to help us think through our definitions. That's all it's there to establish. And whether or not the case is common or not, the point is it's not impossible to imagine such a scenario.
Yeah. At the very least, you have to refine your, like in a consequentialist thing, you have to go about, talk about risk, you have to talk about informedness, blah, blah, blah. The case of,
exactly. By the way, are you a rights utilitarian?
Am I a rights utilitarian?
Yeah, you would defend basic rights as being kind of a bedrock. Where they're not supposed to violate these specific things at all, or in any circumstance, because any kind of violation, in principle, would lead to worse behavior.
Yes, in a very limited way. essentially the informed consent and bodily sovereignty are the big two there, and then I kind of resist trying to let too many more in the door.
Ooh, I'm so tempted to make an inappropriate joke.
Go for it.
Okay. You don't strike me as the kind of person who risks letting more than two in your door.
Yeah.
Any? No, yes, no.
I wouldn't risk letting so few in the door. If there are at least 10, it's not worth it.
Good one. You are the queen.
Well, I was years ago. Unfortunately, never again. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I had.
I'm just had to put my coat on. It's freezing. I have to say, if I had to choose one place, sorry, I have to say, if I had to choose one place to be homeless, definitely California. I would not want to be homeless out in the cold in Canada.
Well, we'll find real quick. Doesn't have much to do with what the weather's like. It has everything to do with, well, what kind of help there is.
That's true as well.
Weather can be horrifically bad, but if the help is there, yeah, you just walk into a building and there you are. Yeah. That's the case, seemingly, I think. Was it,
We do have
Wisconsin or
tons.
something like that? Go ahead.
We have tons of shelters.
Yeah. The warmer climates or whatever, or at least warmer weather conditions, I've had to be pretty nasty. Basically, because I couldn't get into the freaking shower or anything. Had pretty serious problems, got MRSA and so on. As you might expect, but anyway. That actually got treated. That was pretty shocking. They screwed me over on treating ketoacidosis, but I showed up with MRSA on the doorstep and actually, strung me up on IV. It's all is gone. They didn't use vancomycin though. They used Tigasil for some reason. I don't know what the deal with that is.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Malek.
Who's in the room?
Oh, Malek. Malek Ismail.
Yeah. Welcome.
Pleasure to meet you, Malek.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So, what are you guys talking about?
Ethics, I think.
Yeah. Ethics, homelessness, and I don't know what else. The what was it? Phil Paper survey. I'll give you a link. Hang on. There it is in the sidebar text chat. Hopefully you're not using a mobile device. Well, just in case you are, I'll put it on the external text chat too. Here we go.
I'm sorry, but I want to ask you, Nadia, as it's written here, you are a transgender?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I have to tell you that I'm having doubts about being transgender myself.
Wait, you're having doubts of... Wait, are you telling us that you're having doubts of your gender as it is or identified to you? Or you're having... Oh, okay. For a minute there, I thought you were saying, I have doubts of whether I'm really transgendered or not. You know...
That's what I meant in a way.
I know, but it's but yeah, think of it like this. It kind of struck me as like someone saying, you know, I've identified being gay for 10 years, but I'm not really sure I am gay. Like it's kind of... I'm going to shut up because I don't think it's... Sorry, this is mostly about you. Go on. Sorry to distract.
Well, what's the right way to put it? I think that it's not really entirely one phenomenon. It could be a number of different things. Some of them may be acting together at once. And that makes it very different for each one of us. And we're rare enough in general that, well, for each of us, you know, we're not going to run into that many people exactly like ourselves. We can't guide each other very well like this. It's going to be a dissatisfying answer, but...
I know I'm not somebody who... Yes, granted, I'm a very cisgendered individual, as far as I see it, but my answer of advice, contact a mental health professional. And I'm not saying you're crazy, because this is what usually this implies, which I'm not. Or maybe even some kind of counselor. And yes, I know a lot of them are biased. There are quite a few who are biased to one side or don't even take the notion seriously. Find one who does, first of all, and just work things out with somebody in that field. Preferably somebody who's dealt with, who's worked with the transgendered before. And explore...
Well, yeah, that's pretty solid advice. Although, we also have to bear in mind, you know, where in the world you are, what kind of situation you're in.
Exactly, that too.
That it's not 100% clear what's available to you. I don't know what country you're in. Okay, go ahead.
You scared him off.
I have to say, get a mental health professional.
Well, I had to preface it kind of the way I did, because, well, while I'm not in an unheard of minority, I'm in, I guess, a couple different, intersection of a couple different minorities amongst those like myself, and, you know, basically the physical-based dysphoria, number one, and the actually, this will be surprising, but basically being straight, or, you know, at least for trans women oriented toward men, or primarily anyway, is
Are there a
also
lot
a
of
minority position.
Are there a lot of trans women who are attracted to women?
It's about equal. Most are like bi or pan or something like that.
So do you have any attraction to women yourself?
Yeah, it's minor. You know, now and then something can happen.
Because there are some men who I find attractive Not sure now I would do them sort of way, but I do find them attractive.
Yeah. Well, kind of the thing that's off-putting with women for me, of course, is kind of like the big kind of body envy kind of affair. So that tends to like put me off most of the time. So something has to diffuse that to kind of let anything go through. So it's actually worse in like those are trans women like myself. It's like somehow I kind of forgive like how much more, I guess, passable or whatever cis women are. They're just kind of whatever born that way. Other trans women, it's like, yeah, they got the results I couldn't, and it just freaking tears me apart. So that's kind of floating around there. But yeah, the physical dysphoria thing is, I don't know, weirdly underemphasized. I think mostly because, like, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be the same kind of issue for the rest of everyone. That's why I think it's kind of like, you know, a cluster of related phenomena and so on. So.
It's kind of.
I'm thinking. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of open of you to discuss this kind of topic.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm an open book anyway, so I literally thought nothing of it. It's like, one of the ways it kind of pops up is like it seems that in a lot of the others that I talk to, you know, I guess identity is like preconceptualized, or you know, at least rides in tandem with all these you know, feelings about the body or whatever. And for me, the identity is something of an afterthought, and it's like really, really, really about the body. And I mean, I found others who are like me, so not the first by far, and I'm not even, you know, truly rare amongst us. Yeah, it's like 1 out of 5 of us or something like that. Not like you have to go hunting for us that hard, but.
Well, I'm just about to go off for some coffee right now and do a bit of work before class, TA stuff. So I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers.
Thanks
Cheers.
for hanging
Thank
out.
you guys. Pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh,
care.
by the way, evidence.
Yeah.
Keep searching for the truth.
I will. Yeah.
Love you, man.
Yeah, the same. So.
Yeah.
Actually, we have kind of 30 minutes left on the 8-hour mark, so I'm not sure if we.
Yeah. Well, I can go on a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure. I'm really searching for a big truth myself. I mean, it's not that I, you know, wouldn't, or that I'm so resistant to, you know, arriving or following the evidence where it leads or whatever, but, you know, I'm on kind of like more of a social justice warrior quest, and that. It's kind of why there's not really a fight with Epi. It's sort of like, oh, well.
Yeah, well, but
Go ahead.
I think Epicurus asked me if I was open to the possibility if there is a God, and of course I am. There are gods that I know does not exist, like Odin or Thor or sun gods, but I mean, and the Christian God is apparently outside of time and space, and there is no way I can examine that, and there's no way to disprove that. And if by some means he would interact with me or fill my soul with the Holy Spirit, well, it might happen. I strongly doubt it, of course, but it might happen. So in that kind of sense, I would say that I'm searching or whatever for the truth, but or at least I'm open for the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of regard it as like, I don't know, well, I don't know, just kind of ridiculous to, or something. Hi, Christian. To, you know, deny the evidence is pointing towards something when it does. And,
yeah.
But on the other hand, you know, to the extent I have a goal, I have an agenda, and you know, my agenda is not, you know, some kind of religious soul searching. It's basically complaining to the fundamentalist Christians about employment discrimination.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, welcome back, Malek.
Hello, American Christian. Feel free to speak.
Hello, I'm sorry. Something wrong happened with my computer.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
No worries.
So what are we talking about tonight?
Everything.
Oh. Well, at the moment we were talking about our, I don't know, quest or openness to new information, or whether we were quote unquote seeking out a religious truth or something, or up to something else.
Yeah, the possibility of gods. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I admit it. My agenda is not seeking out religious truth. My agenda is basically like my silly social justice thing, which is mostly just like complaining to the fundamentalist Christians about they got me employment discriminated out on the street or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty atrocious. I don't understand it at all. It's really weird. I mean, at the very least, people should be humanist, in my opinion. We should care for our own species rather than beliefs that transcend to some sort of weird deity, some fairy tale. That, you know, we should care about one another on this earth now rather than waiting for judgment or afterlife.
All right. And what about Malek?
I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that religious people think that the only way we can be good on this planet is by following religion, and that is wrong. I know a lot of people who are not religious, and I myself, I'm not religious, but I'm sorry to say it, but everybody loves me. You know what I'm saying? I'm being good to everybody without this religion. So it's to me, it seems to me that it's not even necessary to have a religion to be good. It's either you're good or bad, or you want to be good or you want to be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say you're on a quest for, Malek, in all these Google Plus Hangouts?
I think I was actually a bit surprised by knowing that you are a transsexual, as you mentioned, because you don't meet a transsexual very often. That's why I'm surprised. But I'm really okay with everybody who's transsexual, transgender, or whatever. Uh, the thing I was talking about earlier and my computer went off is I'm actually having doubts about being transsexual myself, and because I don't like I don't act very manly in a way. You see what I'm saying? It's like I feel so much. I feel like if every little comment has a lot of influences on me. I I care so much about the looks and everything. It's like I'm not so into well, I don't like soccer as other men. It's like I like fashion and everything that is girly. So it's weird. Uh, Let me say, I hate the way I dress. I hate boys dress. When I see a shop that buys girly clothes, I look at it. I wish I could wear this in public, but I can't. I just can't. But this is it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you caught earlier, but my experience is something of a minority amongst trans women. So it kind of it would set me apart from you, from how you're describing your feelings, and kind of makes my guidance less directly useful. But in my case, my feelings were very much centered around my body, still are. So there's quite a number of us out there, but maybe 1 out of every 5 or some minority like that. But we're still a minority.
Yeah.
And anyway, it's well, you have to consider what part of the world you're in and where you are, not just what you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is if even if I want to go to a psychologist and ask him or her these questions, like why do I feel this way? Well, why do I wanna wear girly clothes? What's wrong with me? And I can't do this in my country right now because my country is so religious in a way. If you ask these kind of questions to a doctor, I mean, he will look at you a very vicious look, and maybe you're gonna be in danger. Not maybe, like 99% you're gonna be in danger. So, in a way, I feel like I'm suffering, to be honest, because I'm not being myself all the time.
That's bad. I mean,
yeah, I feel sorry for you, man.
yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm a man.
Well, sorry, well, it's just figure of speech, but I feel sorry for you as a person.
Yeah, thank you very much for this feeling. And that's it. Even I tried to go to use you know, the hormonal therapy for transgenders, but I couldn't do this because uh, it requires a doctor and the tests on a regular basis, but none of this can be provided where I live.
There are ways. There's something called in-house pharmacy, and Let me check real quick. Basically, if you have the money, you can order it without prescriptions most of the time, depending.
Actually, I'm sorry, but I try to take drugs like without the prescription of a doctor, but a lot of people warned me about taking medications without the supervision of a doctor, because I am required to have some tests on a regular basis to make sure that everything is okay with my body. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people do without that. They just take the risk and so on. Yeah, and depending on whatever. Here's the link to a place you can order it from. And it's not the only place, but they do ship worldwide. So, and I've used them before, at least in the U.S. So, don't know what it'll do for you, but I can tell you, well, getting castrated without some kind of ramp down, like using anti-androgens for a while, has a risk of thyroid complications. So I got the thyroid complications. So
that's why I'm not considering self-medication, because you know, when you want to be happy, you don't want to make it worse. This is what I mean. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the trick, though. The link is there.
Thank you for the link.
If you can't, yeah, if you can't live without it, it's there.
Now, for
well,
example,
if you could afford it, anyway.
Yes. For example, the hard luck that I have, I'm not pessimist, but I think I have a hard luck because I am only 24. I am experiencing hair loss because genetic hair loss, and I'm considering it as a hard luck because I'm too sensitive, and my brother could take it better than me, for example. And here's the thing, my dad is like 60 years old, and he has a full head of hair. My brother as well, he's older than me, and I'm the unluckiest person here. So the problem is this, as I studied hair loss and genetic hair loss, it's related to the testosterone, which is a hormone.
This is an anti-androgen drug that specifically combats the DHT that causes hair loss. It's called finasteride. That's the link to it on the site that I just gave you. So even if you don't go any further than just trying to stop the hair loss, that drug will be useful for stopping hair loss, or is in general useful for it.
Exactly.
And it's not actually. It's also not specifically transgender. It's used for combating hair loss in general, so you can quote unquote get away with it without somebody will see. If somebody who sees the drug will not necessarily know anything more than you're trying to stop hair loss.
Exactly.
So that drug right there, finasteride, could be useful for you if you could afford it.
Yeah, unluckily we don't have it here, but we have an equivalent to finasteride, which is Avodar, if you know it. I think it's called dutasterate, something like that. And it's an anti-hydrogen, and it blocks the DHT, which is the main cause of hair loss.
Right. That's the one.
That's the cursed hormone. I hate it. If I meet it in the street, I will definitely shut it down.
I see Propecia, Finpecia, but not, and Fincar as brand names, but not. What did you call it again? Proscar?
No, dutasteride.
Dutasteride. Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, that's also pretty good. Let me see. Yeah, that they'll use in the U.S.
We only have it. We only have dutasteride here, so I'm not able to use finasteride. Unluckily again, because we're already.
Okay. Like I said, the finasteride isn't any cheaper that I know of. Let me see. Avodart, Dupros, Dutas, Dutagen.
For example, here's the thing. We started talking about God and the existence of God, and then we switched to transgender and now to hair loss. But here's the thing. There is a very good link between those three topics. For example, if you consider hair loss as a pattern, genetic hair loss. I'm considering genetic hair loss.
Yeah.
If you see at the if you look at the scientific concept of hair loss, I mean, those are hormones that you produce every single day without conscience, without your own conscience. So your body produces these hormones every single day, and every single day, again, your hair is getting hurt and it's getting damaged until you lose it all. So here's the thing: how can we call this body perfect? And this body that came from a perfect being. I mean, this body is not okay with itself. It's harming itself.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know if you guys see my point.
Yeah. I certainly am very unhappy with my body. Dutasteride is $40 US for a 30-day supply. Finasteride is $30 US for a 30-day supply. So they're not that different in cost, and I suspect they're not any cheaper. They're probably more expensive ordering from abroad, but
That's it. Okay. We have to cheer up a little.
Yeah, that would be a crisis thing. I don't know how cheap surgery is, but go ahead, Christian.
I was just going to say, it's Christmas soon. Let's all celebrate the traditional Christmas where we all give each other presents.
Well, I'm not in a position to give gifts to anyone, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's not true. You can give gifts of knowledge and give gifts of thanks and friendship.
But as a very strict and deflationary, limited materialist, well, I think I believe in cold hard assets. But there's a thyroid risk if you try to use a surgical method, but I'm not sure how cost is for that either. That's what I did, but I kind of didn't need it anyway. Whatever damage was done when I was in my early teens.
Hey Nadia,
didn't
I'm
progress
happy.
after.
I'm happy to see that you're back. You don't have to go into any detail, but did you have a rough time the last few weeks?
Yeah, good old septic shock, renal failure, making arrhythmia, hypothermia, ketoacidosis, and so on. Had the old cry for heaven test, and I passed it again. The only word I said out or yelled out or whatever was help. Didn't yell out anything like God or anything like that.
Glad you're feeling better, though.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's good to see you back. I mean, I know you're not fully recovered, but it's good to see you back, though, Nadia. I really, really was worried about you.
I don't know. I'd worry about quality, not quantity of life.
We're just so
I'm
used. I mean,
miserable on my
you know,
days.
both communities are just so used to seeing, some Nadia out there in the tubes, and when no community had seen anything from Nadia, we all got worried and we're all chatting about it.
Yeah,
I didn't.
well, sure.
I didn't know how to get in contact because I thought the worst, and some people said, well, she'll be back. It's maybe she went to hospital, but I was really worried that you wouldn't come back.
Yeah, I don't know. In some ways, it would have been the best thing for me.
Not for us, but I'm being selfish.
Yeah, the quality is sorely lacking. Yeah, I mean, my own sort of imperfection, Malik, here is, tormented me for, well, at least 30 out of the 40 years I've been on this earth. Well, almost 40 years, anyway.
Well, just know, I mean, you've brought a lot of people together here on YouTube. A lot of people. A lot of people wouldn't have even met if it wasn't for your hangouts. I know this isn't your hangout now, but there's a lot of people that wouldn't have met if it wasn't for your hangouts.
Yeah, well, I try. Let me see, make sure I have Malek circled. Yeah, I do, and oops. Yeah, well, that's okay. So the main thing is, well, it's ending very shortly anyway. 2 weeks or so, that's the cutoff for internet access. So.
Okay, let me guys break this ice with a technical question. How can I put my name like you, Nadia, like this, like the name on the bottom of the screen?
You have to be running video to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically a transparent, or an image with a transparent background, and the video feed is used to fill in the transparency.
Okay.
It's a Hangout toolbox, kind custom overlay for the lower third option. So
good, thank you.
A 640 by 360, I think, image. Let me double check real quick. Um, 640 by 360, yeah.
Good.
So any image you make, the 640 by 360, the transparent background or whatever, will have the background filled in by your video feed.
Good.
I think if it's the wrong size, it'll distort it. So.
Good. Before I forget, excuse me, but I want to know the opinion of the other guy, Christian and Evidence, because you told me about your opinion. I still don't know theirs about how come you produce a hormone that is hurting you. And let's not forget that the testosterone is the main cause of prostate cancer as well.
Well, that's not entirely fair to say. It's not poison. As much as people say, yeah, oh, it poisoned me or something like that, it isn't really. I mean, things can be in the wrong levels. You can have problems that involve reacting badly to it. But the trouble isn't the hormone itself. The trouble is the vulnerability in the body to whatever it is.
Exactly, it's about the chemistry of the body. I study chemistry, and I have a diploma in chemistry, but we don't care about a diploma right now. Here's the thing: chemistry express if the chemistry is not good, that who put the chemistry is not perfect.
Well,
you see my point?
Yeah, I see your point, but it's not one piece or the other. It's when both come together and fit wrong, right?
Exactly. So this is
it's not that the testosterone causes prostate cancer. It's that when the prostate has some kind of defect in it that causes vulnerability to cancer, then the hormone will trigger it, right?
Without the testosterone, there's no prostate cancer, and without the testosterone and the specific molecule of testosterone, we can't have hair loss in life. So why do we have all these things? There's no life without this specific molecule. Can't God change this molecule in any other way that will be less harmful for people?
Well, you've got to realize the testosterone is also produced by female gonads and the adrenals, right? So, like the female ranges from 17 to 80 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone, where the male range is like, I think, 300 to 1200 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone. So, yeah, it's not entirely absent, even in females, right?
Yes.
And in fact, if there's not enough of it in females, there can be trouble with like sexual dysfunction and other things too. Go
ahead. Here's the thing. Do you guys know that the more sex we have, the more testosterone we produce? So the more DHT we produce, so the more hair loss we've got. So there is a very important link with having sex and having hair loss. So a straight man or whatever has to think about his hair before going to bed. This is weird.
That's. I would not say it's quite that simple. I'd say there are environmental stimuluses that can change your hormone production, but
I am sure
response to the hormones is a different end of things, right? There are the hair follicles can have vulnerabilities to DHT that in some that it's not present in others. It's thyroid hormones can also cause hair loss. Too high or too low of thyroid hormones cause hair loss. What are you going to blame it on? Is it too much or too little? Either way, you lose hair.
But I'm sorry, but it's too sad that we have to think about our hair. I'm talking about straight men who have sex. Before having sex, they have to think about their hair, because there is a specific, and I'm very sure about what I'm saying. There is a link between having sex and high testosterone. Who have sex a lot have a lot of testosterone, and so he's gonna have a lot of DHT.
But it's two-sided, right? Is it high testosterone because of sex, or is it sex because of the high testosterone?
It's high testosterone because of sex. I'm pretty sure of what I'm saying. I heard it online in a real lecture on YouTube.
Yeah, I would suspect there's both factors are in play. I would say if it does elevate if sex does elevate testosterone,
it does. It actually does.
It's also the case that testosterone increases sex drive, right? And in fact, that's noticeable in women in particular, and their variations in testosterone production.
And the sad thing is, we're listening and we're hearing news about a drug that's gonna be in stores soon of hair loss in 2015. But I hope this is gonna be true, because a lot of news came out and nothing happened yet. But I hope in 2015 we're gonna have a real drug or a real medication for hair loss.
Yeah, I don't know.
We land on the moon, for crying out loud. How can't we stop hair loss? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's someone who has a female gender identity. Hair loss is rather brutal, very difficult to cope with.
Okay, we talked about hair loss a lot, so someone change the topic, please. Okay.
Well, yeah, the fundamentalists in America are probably nothing compared to the fundamentalists in your country. Here, well, they might kill you now and then, but only in some areas, and not very often. Imagine where you're at. You're talking about much more serious risk.
Exactly.
Yeah, one of the things though is you can kind of be secret about things. But okay, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Being hopeless, I try to pray, even though that I'm not religious, but I try to gather all my spiritual molecules to pray in order to stop this hair loss. But it failed, and scientifically it can't be healed. So I think when praying doesn't work, it bothers. Here's the thing: when you pray and you cry to God to heal you from a disease or a disease or something that is really bothering you and not letting you expressing yourself in the society, and nothing happened, and God doesn't hear from you, you automatically start questioning this God.
If I could pray, I would pray for death.
No.
I don't know who's a theist here and who's not, so I'm
we're all
very
atheists.
confused.
We're all atheists except maybe you.
But?
We're all atheists except maybe you.
No, I don't label myself, as I said last night. So we are in the same team. Okay.
Understood.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't believe, but we don't know. Here's the thing: we're not 100% sure that there is no a creator, but we don't believe in it because it doesn't look like he's there.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to prayer, you know. Especially, I mean, if you pray to God and you give Him all your energy and you promise God if He does this thing for you, you'll be the best person in the world. And you have this personal relationship with God, so He has to listen. This is it. He has to listen and do what I deserve. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. We actually do have people here on YouTube that claim that every prayer they ever made has been answered.
Every prayer, I wanna know what happened to them. I mean, they're being arrogant.
Yeah.
Every prayer, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
I never go through with praying. As fervently as I might, wish something, I can't. I cannot really. I don't know. Confess with my mouth something I don't believe with my heart. Yeah.
Exactly. They can do that very easily. Trust me. It's like they don't care. They choose to believe, and that's all. It's not a matter of you convince them or not. They feel comfortable believing in God. That's all.
Yeah, but I think some prayers could be a cry for help that it isn't necessarily addressed to any deity.
So you think that and this particular kind of prayer, how is it different from the traditional prayer?
Well, as a non-believer, I'm not quite sure, but I suppose if you take the Bible literally and you believe in it, you fall on your knees and you ask God for something, and then He gives it to you, either right away, in a while, or never. I mean.
Most likely never.
Yeah, but then that's why it's 100% accurate, because. Yeah.
It's like.
Well, when I cried out for help, I screamed help. The word help.
Yeah.
Before I had any chance to think, before I had, without being able to consciously decide anything, what words I would use or anything, that was the word that came out.
Yeah, sure.
I truly, in my heart of hearts, don't feel there's anything there.
Yeah. Agree, and of course, if you burn yourself on the stove, you don't fall on your knees and pray to God to take away the pain. I mean, you retract your arm and you scream ouch or whatever. So of course, but I'm not sure, Malek, how these prayers actually work, but to me it's a mystery.
I don't believe that they work either, because let's say the first thing illogical that I prayed for. Illogical is healing hair loss out of nowhere. This is you can't be healed from hair loss. It's just genetic. So if you pray to stop this and it stops, I would be a theist for my whole life. I will never stop praying, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. So when something illogical happens that can't happen in any other way, in any scientific method, well, that requires a deity. That requires a supernatural power. Therefore, I have to believe in this power.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
Yeah. Now we have 5 minutes left on the transmission here. Well, there's a lot of problem with answered prayers and those things. I mean, you have to take into consideration that that Jesus actually planned all of this. So you can even question free will. I mean, he has planned every prayer in advance, and he knows if he's going to answer them or not. So I mean, it's you open another can of worms by this topic.
Exactly. Just quick question: If God knows what we're gonna do, so He knows who's gonna go to hell and who's gonna go to heaven. So why doesn't He do the thing and keep us out from this cursed life?
Really good question. I was planning to do a video about that. Actually, I have touched the topic before. It's totally unnecessary to go through the creation of man and Garden of Eden and flooding the whole world and 40 years in Egypt and all this. It's totally unnecessary. He could sum up the people he needs to worship him in heaven right away. Yeah, good question. So we only have a couple of minutes left. Anyone?
Well, you can will what you do, but you can't will what you will, or will what you will to will to will to will to will. Not with a finite mind. And eventually you are, the slave of something determined from elsewhere. And that, at least to me, decisively defeats any kind of notion of free will.
Yeah.
And well, I am surgically castrated, so these things are not actually kind of luxuries to me. You might think they are even life-saving necessities, because destabilizing these hormones destabilizes the ones that, in turn, that keep me alive. So there's that.
Yeah.
It's turned into life and death. Interesting.
Yeah. Do take care of yourself, Nadia.
Yeah.
We totally support you, Nadia, because you're doing what you want to do. You have faith in yourself, and that's the main point.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not doing what I want to do. I still can't stand to see my face. Still can't stand to hear my own voice. Still can't stand to feel what I've got down below.
Yeah, but you are trying to do what you want. This is the key point. It doesn't matter
But
if
I'm failing. I'm failing. I failed forever, irrevocably.
Failure is okay, but stop trying is not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What good is life if I've failed to make it worth living?
Yeah, but it's hard to imagine. Of course, we all have rough patches, but some of us just stay low forever. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I sure am.
Mm. Yeah.
Problem of evil. Evidential.
Mm.